Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome to Call of Duty Challenges Elite. This is week 2. Some teams have had a good time, some teams have had a bad time, but we'll find out how the rest of their journey goes as we head towards playoffs. My name is Bryce, joining me here, of course, Chris Tunn.
Thank you very much, Bryce. Excited to get into what is our final day of groups. There are some big games on offer today as well for those final qualification spots. Intense matchups all around, Bryce. It's what we live for.
It certainly is, and last week showed some teams can upset, but we see a lot of the top teams get through in the end. So this is how we are looking before we move even further along. At the top, Team Notorious. They've got 5 wins to their name, a completely flawless season so far, and so is Nocturne Esports on the other side, Ton.
Yeah, well, the reminder I would like to say for Team Notorious is that they actually did reverse sweep Katana Gaming, who are sitting in second place in their group on the very first game of the stream, which was, well, a way to warm us up at least, but it was an incredible game between those two. Very, very curious to see how Team Notorious have actually just cracked on from there, doing very, very well. On the other side, though, with Group B, Nocturne Esports currently looking flawless as well, but haven't quite played as many games as Team Notorious.
Yes, it will, and you'll probably notice that Voltage and Razuan are 0-5, but we've only played 4 matches so far. Well, Voltage and Razuan have both forfeited and dropped out of the tournament, obviously giving their wins to Notorious and Exceptional. Clearly not having the best of times and now walking away from everything. But fortunately, still many people in this tournament and willing to go the distance.
Yeah, the distance are the ones we're going to be watching. Here's your EU matches, of course, coming to you directly very, very shortly in the first one, and the next one straight after. You got the American side of things coming up just after the show at 6 p.m. ET. But we have some bangers here, Bryce. The Avenge taking on Inglorious, and you might think, okay, well, these are not the top teams, but these two teams are still vying for that 4th place spot. Make sure they make it into playoffs, and that's where you really have to bring your A game. Same could be said for Ask Esport against Team Twisted. We're watching some of these teams who are battling out for those final spots.
Certainly are, and we also have more slots going on. So the way this works, we have our primary game, and we'll be keeping an eye on that most of the time, but whenever there's a break or an opportunity, or maybe just a missed rotation, we'll jump over to our secondary stream, which you can also see on Challengers Bravo. And on there, we'll be showing Katana Gaming, Notorious Gaming, going up in round number 5. Then it'll be Nocturne Esports versus Team Ben W in round 6. And on the North American side, once we hop over the pond, Luxury Exotics versus the Royal Spartans, and Cabal versus the Pioneers. So all the COD you could possibly want and more, Ton.
Yeah, and just to keep an eye on some of these B-stream games as well, specifically Katana Notorious is going to be an interesting one. Nocturne against Team Ben W. I expect to be a decent matchup as well, but both those teams, all 4 of those teams, still vying for that first, second kind of spot. That's where you want to be lying, especially when it does come down to the seeding heading into playoffs. But just looking through some of the, I want to say the highlights from Notorious against Katana Game, there were plenty of them. We've seen a lot of gameplay between these two teams. Team Notorious obviously going to go through perfect 5-0. For me, Brycey, they feel like the team to beat. We've seen a lot from Afro. We haven't got to see a great deal of them because they've been kind of just running through everybody. But it's been a really impressive performance from them so far. Currently undefeated, the only other team so far doing that, of course, is Nocturne Esports on the other side of things.
They are as well, and it's been one of those ones where when you see these top level teams going through, that was our big question in week 1, who comes out on top? And well, fortunately, the very first game in the very first week took us to the wire. Other than that, Ted, I will say there's been an awful lot of 3-0s we've been seeing across the board.
Yeah, I think a lot of people would argue that the EU side is definitely top heavy, and it has felt that way throughout. There has been some, I want to say, some teams that have come through that have looked promising, but that's all we've kind of seen. We haven't seen enough to really say that, like, okay, these teams are going to go up and challenge against the big boys. But a lot of these rosters at the very top are very, very stacked. So let's see how they do heading into playoffs. I think that's where we're going to see some interesting score lines. But for a lot of these teams, I suppose they have just been getting their job done, and that's all they've needed to do. The top teams especially looking very, very solid.
They certainly are. One of those teams looking to try to get towards the top, AVNG. They're looking to try and take down Inglorious today. So as Heptix, Red, Julian, and Callum will be all lining up ready to go to wartime. How do we feel about this team?
They're a team that I had a word with a couple of other players before we did actually start off last week, and a lot of people were saying that these guys could be one of the next teams up. A bunch of guys that a lot of people don't know much about. They have kind of come through as ranked player kids, which is what we kind of love to see, right? I mean, you know, that's kind of been the lifeblood of Call of Duty esports is these guys who come online, playing a couple of tournaments or just playing in on ranked play. That's what it's there for, to create these teams, to give them the opportunity to say, actually, we're all right at this. We faced up against Vortex and Co, and we did all right against them in ranked play. Okay, well, let's take it to the next level. They've went on and done that. They made it to Elite and still have a chance to get towards playoffs. It hasn't necessarily been the best season. Let's not get it twisted. But at the same time, they have an opportunity heading into the final day. And I think if you'd said that to them before the season started, they very much would have taken it.
They certainly will. Well, not an easy one for them, though, when they go up against Inglorious. Edwin, Clemsy, Ivo, and Alpha will be trying to get that win as well. And this is where it does get a little bit difficult. We've said before, you know, it's not a sprint. It is a bit of a marathon. But when it comes down to these final days before playoffs, you really need the results. We've said there's going to be a little bit of a fight, but also for seeding when you move forward, you've got to remember, sometimes a better seed can get you a little bit further in the tournament than you might have got otherwise. So every game very, very important. All the points are very, very important, but it's all about who wants it more on the day.
Yeah, for Inglorious, they're in a bit of a tougher situation. They're sitting at 1-3 overall, so they absolutely need to find this win. For Revenge Esports, who are 2-2, I don't think it's essentially crucial. I think it depends on everything else that goes on, but that's not my job. We've been there before. We've tried to work it out on the fly. It never ends well. Irrelevant of that, we will be casting a very, very good game between these two. We've got Skyline, Hardpoint to kick things off, Protocol Search and Destroy, and Hacienda Control. If we need to see it, we will see Hacienda Hardpoint and Hacienda Search and Destroy. That's a lovely way to close out the series, Bracey.
Triple Hacienda to end this one. If we get there, though, and well, this is the question. I mean, realistically, we've seen so many 3-0s here. I feel like it's above 80% that we've been rocking forward when we looked through all the games last week. And in fact, we only saw probably one full match 5, and that was the very first game on screen. So whether or not these people have time to adjust and got the games a little bit tighter, I assume they would at this point. If you've given a week away and know your first game is coming up, obviously you can't scrim them, but you can certainly do a little bit of research in the VOD.
Yeah, look, I think for both these two teams, they're coming in as underdogs throughout the entirety of the groups. But heading into this matchup, they know that the pressure is on them both, especially on Inglorious. They know they have to produce at this moment. For both these two teams, making playoffs would have been the goal. You have the opportunity to secure that here if you are both squads. So let's see how things go down. I will not, as said, necessarily be banking on anything in terms of results and which way they go to make sure who goes through. We'll keep an eye on that as we go throughout this game and just try and figure it out from there. But yeah, we'll keep you guys up to date with how it's going to go. But one of these teams could be going through and one of them could be going out.
They certainly will. Well, let's have a look at how it all boils down as we jump straight in on board with Avenge to kick things off. We'll keep an eye on Red. Obviously, this first hardpoint can be a little bit mixy here. Keep an eye on the mini-map for both these two teams to try and get that flip towards P2, which is much more of a money hill.
Yeah, I mean, throughout the weeks that we've seen this played, and we know ourselves playing rank play, when you do get that P2 lockdown, how many points teams have actually been making on it, though? It's been impressive. So let's see how Avenge Esports can do in trying to lock this down as best they can. They will find a couple of kills in the middle of the map as well. A bit of P1 time wouldn't go amiss either, but they have maybe overextended, lost a couple of gunfights. P2 spawns have been flipped around. Heptics, nothing about it. That's an advantage for Inglorious pretty much off the rip. Some decent time with P1 as well. 20 seconds remaining.
They're just going to try and bleed this out a little bit, and Aiden's doing everything he can to keep that slaying moving forward. You will see very shortly on that minimap them just backpedaling a little bit, and there it is. First backpedal, making sure you don't lose spawns, making sure nobody gets behind. With that spawn coming up as well, it means they will make sure that nobody gets past. But there's a little bit of kills gone down the wrong way for them, and now they've got the spawn out as well. Everything Inglorious worked for there went so well until the trades.
50 seconds remaining on this hill. Avenge Esports trying to make the most of this break. Only a couple, trying to stay alive. It's actually Netflix inside the point. Glitch on the bloody Codcaster. We'll get there with it in the end, but either way, it's Inglorious who will find the break. There's no doubt about that. They will find the kills. They will find some good time. 33 seconds remaining here on this hill, Bricey, and Bench having one more bad at it.
Here they go. Up, trying to get the pinch off, but not actually that kind of concise in the way they engaged it. It is going to walk away, and Natjix will take 2. But I will say, maybe a little bit disjointed there. They're still actually going to get away with a good amount of time for this one, probably because of the spawn flip, but not all hitting at exactly the same time could have cost them.
Yeah, it's one of those moments where you kind of, it can't be a half-hearted push. In the end, it isn't. They really do start stacking over towards P2, but don't really get a great deal for it. Find themselves around 20 seconds behind here. Callum up top, just trying to lock down what would potentially be spawns over towards P4, although we have seen that he'll be maybe a little mixier than anticipated. And still up towards the back, though. At worst, you have a pinch set up, and none of your two teammates die. Clean's going to find two, Aiden another. That's a 4-man wipe, and some really good time on offer now for Inglorious. Over towards Kitchen. 40 seconds remaining. They're 40 seconds in the lead. This will be a whole hill of a lead, Brycey. That's a harder thing to say than I would have thought. But here we are, still in Kitchen, still looking down for Inglorious. 30 seconds to go.
This setup is huge. Have so much control here. They'll stick with those 2 kills, but reinforcements should flow in pretty quickly. But there we go. Even the greatest position in the world isn't going to save you if you don't win a gunfight. And Avenge Esports just run straight back in, and the trades then slip the other way. It's been a hill of 2 halves, but both of them really have gone to Inglorious.
Yeah, Inglorious really picking up the majority of the time. It feels like they're finding those kills. They're finding those 4 downs when it really does matter. And here's another one as well. 3 in a row. Make it the 4th. Inglorious just finding those breaks so easily. Avenge Esports just folding. Like a cheap tracksuit right now, Brycey. Nothing really they can do. Inglorious locking this one down.
Here comes one more push. You can see it towards the back, over the top. They're going to try and hit this at the same time, but will they get it at the same bit of timing? Well, the kills go their way, but Alpha, continuing his streak so far, is going to fall at the last hurdle. Will be a break for Avenge Esports. Now they get to slay out. They get to push back Inglorious for just a few seconds. Because here comes the pressure. A big push all the way down the same way. And Callum almost gets caught. Finds the first, not the second. As more bodies start to pile on towards this point.
Now the engagements have went Avenge Esports way for, well, what feels like the first time. Some really good time on offer here. They'll get a hold of it, but are still going to find themselves pretty significantly behind Brycey heading into this second rotation and on the wrong side of the map. So Inglorious will take that half. It definitely feels like when they were finding the breaks, they weren't making the most of it. They were finding the breaks at the right time. It was like everybody working well together. The pinch is well coordinated and a deserved lead after their good play. Back over towards P1 though. It is Inglorious, well, momentarily in control of P2 spawns. Right now it has been flipped over towards Avenge, but Inglorious over towards P1.
And this is, again, what Inglorious want, right? They want to try and get control here. You see you've got P1. Gonna have to put the feelers out, find the trades, get the players down, and you should get the correct spawn. Exactly what they've done here. Avenge will now have to try and put some pressure onto P1 and flip back towards P2. And I'll tell you what, if you kill everybody, that's the first step here. One player spawns in, the rest spawn out. It's all going to rely on claims.
That was a big gunfight. Callum finds a few, and all of a sudden, it's a really nice position. The sign of Avenge Esports. Now Inglorious trying to find a way back. What kind of way to start a second rotation after a poor one first time around. Like this is fantastic so far from Avenge. They pick up the majority of the time at P1. They've got P2 spawns. If only momentarily they need to find these kills, their teammates are spawning out.
Callum has done such a good job just staying alive. They hold this for the rest of the time, the game will go even, and that's what they're looking for. Calls are being made. Where are they coming from? Where can we stop them? They've already compressed a little bit. Their spawn out is going to cause a little bit of problems. They know the pressure is going to be mounting here on towards them as well, but they get the kills they need to. Aiden is going to chow this, but Callum, resolute, 7 streak now, and they've done enough ton to tie this game up.
And I just think that challenge towards the end kind of shows the inexperience a little bit. Just stay alive, wait for the rest of your team. You're not going to break that hill on your own. And that is going to be some huge time over towards Avenge Esports. So it wasn't that final player's fault by any stretch of the imagination, because Callum is absolutely snapping. It is 9 in a row now. And this game is going to be all tied up, if not ever so slightly in the lead of Inglorious by the time we head over towards Kitchen. That is the hell of a hold. A full 60 points of P2.
And all of a sudden, this game has changed completely. Last time around, though, Inglorious, very good on this P3, trying to hold it down again, and they will get the first few kills. Clean's opening up, and, well, there is a kill feed and a half. Everybody going down towards a point.
The thing is that Inglorious are going to worry about, though, is that Callum is now streaked out, and this is going to be a little bit of a problem. Essentially, when we do rotate over towards the next hill, not so bad, of course, when you are over towards the Kitchen. There's plenty of cover around this side of the map. He'll start to fall Inglorious's way. And I suppose the other thing they have to lead on is how well they did in that first rotation. One bad hill, though, can turn things around, but they've really locked in towards the Kitchen side, negating that advantage of Avenge Esports. Feel like they were starting to build. This is much better for Inglorious, a little bit more resolute. The Z team start to crumble in those moments. You lose a full 60. The game's all tied up after a comfortable lead. Inglorious do not do that. Solid hold at P3.
Gonna lose 2 seconds of scrap, but it's not really gonna matter. It's about this push. Alpha trying to cut the cheese, looking for the angles. At the moment, they just need to find the right trades. Alpha's dived into it, now has to just wait. He knows he's going to be chowed here as well. Gets the second, and the rest of the team is screaming across that pool, trying to get the reinforcements back. They don't have the better spawn. There will be a spawn out from Callum as well, but the trades are all going to go to Avenge.
I was about to say, for Revenge, it feels like the holds only come when they are in a perfect position to do so. Backs against the wall there, and you find a 4-man wipe just like that. No problem. Thank you very much. 25 seconds to play for here. Inglorious will probably have another stab at it, though. Cleams is going to try and find a way around. Can he find the shots in over towards the backside? Such an awkward gunfight. Isn't going to be able to find the kill in the end. One player does manage to find a way through. Red, can he find this exchange? Yes, they can. And G-Sports picking up some really good time. Over towards P4. Closer than what we were after the first rotation of Hills. Pricey Avenge Esports with that P2 hold have really brought it back, but once again in a poor position heading over towards P1. It's a 20-point lead for Inglorious heading into the third rotation.
This is where they'll be careful, both sides really. Inglorious did well on the first rotation, Avenge on the second. How does the third go down? The other issue you've got here for Avenge is they're gonna have to put pressure on P1. You can't afford to let them get this close, even if you are pushing for that P2 spawn. Here comes a player up towards the top, and the slaying going well for them here in the second half. They have wiped off P1. If they jump on it now and hold P2, they have a good chance to win this game.
So much good time, and the right time to find it. Red looking down in an aggressive position as well, and still Inglorious starts spawning out towards the worst side. That's not where you want to be. Those gunfights still going to go their way. They still do not get those spawns. 18 seconds to go until we head over towards P2. Revenge do what they did last time out there, Bricey. This game is going to be over. It felt like they've been behind the majority of the game. They still are, but things can change very, very quickly. Heading over towards P2 in 5 seconds time. The setup looks nice. They should be able to get some good time. It'll take something special for Inglorious to break this again.
They need the trades. Here they come. Here comes the first push, and somehow he just jumps straight in and gets it. That is a wipe that should not happen. And only Julian is going to be alive here. Has to take down 2. Isn't going to work either. Now 25 seconds. Avenge will have to just scream for this. And, well, the team kill will help a little bit. Red jumps back into the point. It's chaos everywhere. Clean's now back into it as well. But players are spawning all over the place. We've got parallels going on. We've got trades on both sides of it as well. And it will go back to Avenge for just a few seconds. They can't win it here.
Ajax now finds a way through, can only find one. Eventually, it's kind of fallen in Avenge Esports' favor, but they were the ones in control of the point. They had the spawns, they had it locked down, and they haven't got the majority of the time. Glorious haven't gotten a great deal either, but it works out for them. They didn't have rotations whatsoever. They were in a poor spot, and now they're over towards P3. Avenge Esports cannot win it here by going towards another hill. It's a massive game in the permutations of this group of who gets over towards playoffs, and map number 1 is a huge one. It's a 3-point game as we head to kitchen.
Oh, they're dropping the hammer. They've not had a lot of luck here getting into this point, but already 2 down. Got to throw that away. That's going to be a team kill. He tried to get it out. That is the worst possible scenario. Callum to the rescue. Finds the 2. Not going to find any more. Clean sits on the point. That's going to be game over. And an unfortunate hellstorm there right towards the end. Called it in. Couldn't find the kills because his teammates did. And gets a team kill. Is that going to be enough to flip the script here? I don't know.
I'm not too sure. His teammate then found 2 straight after that, though, as well. If you've got a little bit of backup, so those trades maybe go in your favor. Hell of a game to kick off this series, though. But looking over towards Bravo between Katana and Notorious. A big win looking like the case here for Katana Gaming. 5 seconds away, Bricey.
Well, they should have it. You can see the reinforcements now flooding in from both sides. But as I say that, they're going to jump on this one, Notorious. Trying to look for the tick. I don't think they can win it here, so we're still going to need a flawless hold and rotation, which is always the nightmare scenario.
Just where things get a little bit nervy, though. You start losing a couple of gunfights like this, you start stressing out. Katana have plenty of experience on their roster, but they've also got a couple of young heads, and can you keep those heads nice and cool? Those couple of kills are definitely going to help. Then you're going to find another one as well. Aspect now through the front door. Contest is just fine for Notorious Gaming here. I don't think anyone can win it here now. Rotation over towards the Nexus. Starting to come through, and it's 3 in the blink of an eye. I don't even think it was Nado, because I think it might have been Melko. Inside of the point, gets the job done, and now the rotation over towards P1. 10 seconds, not even, from tying this one up.
So many kills going down. Katana will be sick to their stomachs trying to get this one down. Melko finding players off as well as it comes down to the wire once again. Melko just going for the slaying. They know, but it has been broken. Brezzy gets 2. Cobra gets another one. And Melko now has to do something. He knows he's outnumbered. Melko is on an 8 streak looking for the 9 with a pistol, but down from A-Spec. And that is an unbelievable ending. An 8 streak for the L.
Oh. I mean, that would have been absolutely ridiculous if he rips the second one with a pistol to stay in the game. That was unbelievable from Melko towards the end. But that's where you just need your teammates just to find a trade. That's all you need. He's going off an absolute tear. Did so well to even get them there. And in the end, it's like a 4-point game. Hell of a time to go back to the Bravo stream, by the way. Shout out production for that one. Got to see 2 cracking hard points, which probably about 10 points between the pair of them to kick things off here on day 1 of week 2. Incredible stuff here in Europe once again. I'm going to go back to Alpha just in the sense of like how things kind of went there for Revenge. They really did bring it back. And how often have we seen some teams struggle at the start when it comes down to Skyline and eventually start to bring it back? But that start really did hurt them, Bryce. They were like 80 points behind at one stage. It's in such a rough spot.
They certainly were. And hey, you got to give credit there. Sometimes you might just have that slow start. And right from the rip, I was thinking maybe Inglorious are just too good of a team here for Revenge. But realistically, it is not just the beginning of a map that counts. It is all the rest of the rotations combined, and they did a good job of stabilizing towards P4, and then really the contests and the holds of P1 to P2 is what sort of started to make the difference. So far behind, 80 points for the majority of it, to fight back to where they were and only lose by the tiniest of margins. Well, it spells a very good time for the rest of this series.
Yeah, I mean, it was really down to Callum who brought them back into it. It is a genuine 460, like every single morsel they picked up towards P2. And after that, and Glorious held their heads. You've got to give them a lot of credit for that, because as mentioned, there's so many times you're in a comfortable game, you think, yeah, nice and easy, nice and comfortable this one, no problem whatsoever. And then you get a full 60 dropped on your forehead, and all of a sudden things get very, very stressful. But after that, they did such a good job over towards P3. Got Mixie over towards P4. It was still a very, very tight game heading over towards the 3rd rotation, but they got the job done in the end. Nice couple of breaks over towards P2, stopped the Venji Sports winning it there, and they hold it down at Kitchen. Looking at how things really played out as far as the statistics go. Heptic's having a bit of a struggle there, and they are not quite getting the job done, but look at Alpha. Look at the damage put down. 4.4k, way above and beyond any of his teammates. Finding those non-traded kills, finding those assists, putting those shots down, and getting the hill time alongside of a big performance.
Well, with that hard point done, Ton, I wonder how the rest of this series will play out. Like I said, it was a very tight one, and truth being told, could have gone either way. As we can see, we move on to Protocol Search and Destroy next. 250 to 242 on the Skyline Hardpoint. We might be seeing Hacienda triple threat anyway.
Yeah, potentially. I think, you know, if you base it off that first map, we should have an absolute cracker, but we've seen plenty 3-0-7 across the entirety of the season. A Protocol coming up. I'm not going to count our eggs before they've hatched, Pricey. I'll take a triple Hacienda, though, to end the group stage. I'm fine with that. No problem whatsoever.
Yeah, I think for me, realistically, this is one where you can't look at it and you say, we're showing these matches for a reason, right? We know this is going to be tight. We know they're going to be competitive. We're expecting it at this stage. We know that everybody really needs to play for that playoff spot as we go towards the tournament. So, truth being told, this should be a very tight schedule in terms of the amount of maps we're going to see. We should be going to map 5 more regularly. We should be seeing these teams go the distance. There's a lot on the line.
A whole lot on the line. I think for some of these teams as well, though, those first maps, it's nice to get it out of the way, especially if you win it, of course. But, you know, you're into the series. If you Avenge, you kind of have to take it one of two ways. You either are going to be really disappointed you weren't able to close it out based on where you were over towards P2, based on having the streak heading into the final hill, or you can sort of say, right, okay, well, that was very, very close. It comes down to a couple of kills, because that's all 8 points are, right? It comes down to a few kills here and there. For a Search and Destroy, a few kills here and there can get you a couple of rounds, never mind a couple of points. So let's see how things are going to go down between these two teams. Avenge Esports looking to try and bounce back. Found themselves in a good position to close out map number 1. They aren't able to get it done. So where are their heads at heading into Protocol?
All right, let's see then how this plays out on the Search and Destroy. Revenge Esports, they want this back to try and tie it up 1-1. For Inglorious, a 2-0 start right here would feel Fantastic. We start off on the attacking side with Inglorious. Oh, a little bit of a traffic jam there. Heading over to P2.
I mean, how often have we said it's all about those 50-50s down towards A? This time around, it's going to be Avenge Esports finding those first bloods, and well, then some. We started the round with Aiden. We may well end it with him as well. Now, in a 1 versus 4. Those have the bomb at least. That has now been spotted. Shots being fired away. Not necessarily the best place to be with a Jackal. We just get squeezed here. I can't imagine Avenge Esports are going to overextend for him. Sit tight, hold your corners. But yeah, how often when we drop down into towards A, that first gunfight is so crucial. Send your biggest, nastiest player into that gunfight. And hopefully you can find a win, and you may well find the round off the back of it. Yeah, I'll be doing exactly the same. Straight in the sea.
Was looking for a little bit of a dip. Isn't going to work for them, though. But Avenge, great break from them in the end. Really just locked down exactly where the push was going to come from. And that was pretty much all they wrote. You can see Aiden was hoping for a pick. But I will say this. Avenge Esports, that's exactly what you should do. Do not chow 1 by 1. Do not give them too much easy kills. Don't play too aggressive. Just wait it out. Like, it's your game to lose at that point.
So the next round, can you do what they did back to you? Yeah, if you're Inglorious, though. Over the top of him, stop anybody trying to push through the double doors. Heptics now not actually going for the 50-50 down low. He's going to have his teammate with him now. He's going to go for the check. He's going to go for the bait. Is this the same gunfight that I'm having? No, it isn't. You are going to find it anyway. Callum going to try and get the hell out of dodge. And does so, but here comes the flank now. Julian Cobb behind is only able to find one. All of a sudden, a 2 versus 3 in favor of Inglorious, looking to try and get around back.
Red just hoping against all hopes that there was a kill there for him. Now again, cutting the angles, and oh my goodness, just rips Alpha apart. Callum, though, in a bit of trouble. Going back down! Oh my goodness, they didn't expect it! He's going to go down in the end. Anyway, Red in a 1 versus 1. After a bit of a Spider-Man there as well, and they're going to walk away with an Avenge Esports clutch up.
I wonder if that happened. Up and down like a yo-yo if you're Callum, and somehow find the kills. And then Red gets the raid because the stun comes through. It's a really nice snap on the Cleams. And that is the round. 2-0 up now if you're Revenge. Nice position to be in. Trade those rounds back and forth now, and you're home and dry. And heading into a control with it. Tight game, but long way to go yet. A long way to go yet. But 2-0 up's a nice feeling.
That is such an unbelievable confidence boost, by the way. Shouldn't have had it, but clean shots all around, and here we go. There's another headbutt going through. I think Julian saw too many players and eventually tries to get out of there, but with 18 health, you don't have a lot. Now, a nade goes down the vent. Oh, he finds somebody. Will Red challenge this? With that bomb down, and makes his job a little bit harder. Oh, unfortunately, that was a great play there by Aiden. You have to give him credit. Just shouldered it. And the rest of the team got all the information as well. Inglorious finding him on the board, Tom.
A nice one of that as well. Find those opening breaks, get the control of the site. Red actually does as much as he can there. Alpha will find the kill to clean things up. Nice way to start the round, though. Find the kills. It's a confident round as well, isn't it? It's not one of those where you're scrambling to get a hold of it. Everybody does their jobs. You lock down the site, you find the round. What's the answer back here? We haven't seen as much 50-50 into the site as what we typically do see. We are seeing teams trying to be a little bit more methodical about their approach now. Alpha firing shots down, just trying to get a little bit of information for his team. And again, nobody really hitting towards this A site. Wanting to go for that coin flip, so to speak. Avenge Esports happy to take their time.
And everybody just waiting. Eventually, Avenge will have to move, and you can see they're trying to take ground here and work a site. Not an easy site to work, but looking for the kill. Sees Cleams come through the door, has to duck out as well. Now everybody's moving. That bomb is going down. Don't get to see this that often. And Heptic's actually a little bit of a wobble.
Yeah, probably got caught on the stairs just a little bit, didn't he? In the prawn, it's in a difficult position, but probably could have done better. They back up from the side. They can probably see where they're planted from at this moment in time, but the big player is going to be the one round the back. It's going to be Najix to find one, putting the pressure on the player over towards the backside as well. Now has to go chasing. One player towards the bomb site. They're trying to hunt him down inside of the helicopter. Now Najix should have this one. He's played this one so well. Keeps them away. The defuse comes in. Wonderful retake from Inglorious.
They've done just enough to kind of push all the players out of position. You saw Callum had trouble out towards gun, and I think the other player towards helicopter also was having issues holding ground. For Inglorious, a great retake. For Avenge, maybe a little bit of a better post-plant setup might have helped them, or maybe a few gaps in a few places, because it just felt like they never really were comfortable in any of their flanks.
A big round to get back, though. Especially, you know, you lose control of the site. The retakes like that give you so much confidence. We're 2-0 down, now we're at 2-2. The momentum is only in one direction. Glorious. Yeah, here we go. This is the first time we've really seen it. They're going to go for a massive hit over towards A. First gunfight's huge. That's bad. That's bad news. That's bad news, Brycey. Get the hell out.
Oh, it's all going very badly. Beams. 1 versus 4. Already been spotted. They know where he is. They have complete map control. He has 7 health.
I think when the generator inside of the A-bomb site blows up on you, it's time to abort mission and just choke the round up, to be honest.
Beams making a move. I don't think he's going to get this one. I mean, they don't know where he is anymore. He has actually slipped a net here. Is he going to plant? He is. He's attempting the 1 versus 4.
The problem that he's got is then going to know he's not a mid-mount because they've got plenty of cover there. So, where is he? Towards the back of the spawn, and he gets wiped just like that. I mean, it's a tough one, especially the start of the round. I'm not too sure which side the grenade came from, but it's not a good position to be in. I think it would have actually been Aiden who got wiped out straight away off the rip. And that just spells trouble for you. We haven't seen much of that from either one of these two teams, and it doesn't result in a successful venture for the attacking team that time around. Avenge Esports will hold tight. 3-2 to the good now.
Maybe a bit of a different break here for Inglorious on their next attacking turn, but Avenge will have their time here as well. And kind of a bit kind of interesting with some of these attacks and the breaks going forward. Not always the standard, and
here we go again.
Oh, there we go. That was unbelievably clean. Najix will get one though. Hectic is going to be weak as well, and they clean it up. And that's another round done.
Najix doing the job again. Phenomenal stuff. Finds 2 just to shut this down, and then Cleans there to pick up the pieces. Slides in, finds 1, slides in, finds a second. Cleans is there to sweep up the mess. Sensational work once again. Glorious Gaming finding this one back and forth in this search and destroy. It was back and forth in the hard point as well. A very, very close game between two teams who are vying for that qualification spot. I'm going to try and update you on exactly all the permutations in terms of these results and which way they're going to go. 3-3 in this search and destroy. We're just enjoying the games at the moment, Bryce.
We said it was going to be close. I don't think either of us anticipated it to be this close. Who wins, though? Where it just comes down to maybe a bit of an adjustment here.
Aggressive.
Red, I don't think he knows. He found it first. Not going to find the second. Najix to the rescue. Heptix, though, will find the bomb planter. A 2 versus 3. That's a huge kill. Makes it a 1 versus 3. It's not going to be enough. Avenge Esports will win the round.
I mean, that is a deep angle. Expecting the B push to come through. It's just not one you're thinking of checking if you're at the attacking side. As soon as I forget who the player was who managed to get round to the spawn is there, you're thinking, oh, rubbing your hands together. Yeah, okay, we got the back spawn here as well. B-bomb going down. It's a lot. No, there's somebody still here. And that is a disastrous gunfight to then lose red. Reading that one perfectly. Doesn't quite find the second, but it gives these team enough time to find their way back. And G-Sports in the lead again. I don't know if Inglorious have actually been in the lead whatsoever. It's always felt like Avenge were tied up. Not 2 rounds away from putting this one out. Unsurprisingly, not heading down towards the A side for the so-called coin flip. Callum again, once again, getting very, very aggressive. He should find this kill towards the back and does so. Alpha wiped out. And Callum just skating around the map. He's got away with it as well. Untraded. 3 versus 4 in favor of Avenge.
2 versus 4. Aiden wants this kill. But how much does he give away to try and go and get it? He will have called that out at the same time. Clean is going down, but he's already been found. He's in so much trouble. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Aiden a 1 versus 4, and full he does. Avenge Esports go on to map point.
Sensational work from Avenge. Is it Callum who finds the ace here, actually? Really good the entire round. Yeah, finds one down low, finds the next one. That may well be an ace. At me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure it was. Sensational from Callum.
Let's see. Glorious, this could all be over if they go for the big hit again. Looks like they're going to. This is going to go very, very quickly. Can they get out of the door this time around? Gleams will find 2. But trapped once again. Bomb is going to be down. A 2 versus 2 for them. 2 versus 1. 1 versus 1. Cleams is going to be weak. This is a horrible gunfight for Cleams. It is purely awful. He doesn't have the room to maneuver. His angles for taking this fight are very, very tight. Julian has, well, let's face it, a ton of angles and a ton of cover.
He needs to get the bomb, though. That's his problem. Ultimately, they can sit here for 40 seconds staring at where they think each other is. Bomber really does have to make the move as the attacker. That's Julian Cole. He has to try and find the shots. Cleams could just maybe get out of dodge there, and I think he may well accept defeat there. No, sorry, Julian's on the defensive side. I'm sure Cleams is the one that has to make the move.
Cleams has got to let his health get back. The problem is he's got no time now. He has to go for this chow. This could be all over in just a few seconds. Cleams is going to go for it. Somehow shoulders the bomb, and it is going to go down in the end. It was always against him. Julian, he could just pick his angles, pick his timing, and hold the irons. Cleams would have needed some unbelievable like aim to get it.
Going over towards the other side. Notorious against Katana here. The search and destroy. It's a big map. There's very much permutations on both of these games. Keep you up to date as we are still going. I'm not going to make any calls yet because I'm reading a lot of information from everyone right now, and I'm not going to try and make any guesses on which way this one is going. There are still a couple of teams who might not make it. There are a couple of teams who still can make it. And we'll figure it all out very, very shortly. But Notorious finding a map back here would be massive. Katana obviously finding map number 1. Very, very close one. In a solid position here. Skyline search and destroy. Expect on Overwatch trying to find this opening blood if you possibly can. On the attack inside, trying to get something over towards A. Look at this. Flank from Super says, thank you very much. All 3 just like that. And it's Melko left on his own. Super with a wonderful flank. That should be the round at Katana.
It's not often you get given that many 3 pieces. Barely had to move, but locked on, got it done. Malco will go for the clutch. Finds the first. Oh, it gets out of there. Cobra's just going to stay down, and reinforcements flying as well. Malco throwing lead at everybody poolside. They'll get you thrown out in most leisure centres in the UK, but at the moment he's okay.
He's on a 6 spree though, Brycey. You do keeping this up. Wouldn't mind the cruise whatsoever. Oh, just another pig would be brilliant. Are they going to hunt him down? Are they going to risk the kill? They'll have a decent idea. He's on a bit of a spree, so yeah, going to just try and play his life yet. 6 seconds to go. That bomb is going to explode, but Katana Gaming will get the round. If you're Melko, yep, that's 6 spree. Let's keep it going.
Going to see the RCXD certainly come into play. But Notorious, just going to be ever so slightly nervous. This is heading towards around 11, but all they're going to do is hold their defense here. Will they commit to the RCXD? I think it's probably a good time. If you can find a pick with it now, or even just deny power of the map, it's probably worth it.
There we go then. And they find another round back. Notorious Gaming were the ones who nearly brought something back over towards the end of the Hardpoint. Didn't quite get the job done. Malco now pushing forward. Doesn't find anything with it, but it's enough to just zone everybody off. A bomb goes down. 4v4 retake needed by Katana.
Not going to help when Brezzy's gone down already. They are set up in depth. This is a nightmare to try and hit. So many players can get eyes on that bomb. Slowly but surely cleaning out kitchen, but they are going to run out of time here. There are too many guns active, and Nanox is flown in and somehow gets away with it. Finds a third this round. Going to be denied the ace as well, but Notorious ripped that one away from Katana in what looked like an easy fashion.
I mean, Nanox just does sensationally there, doesn't he?
Yeah, there's no way he should have been able to do that.
I mean, the fact that he was alive in that position, sees two players and says, yeah, I'm just going to slip round over towards the bench. Does a sensational job after that. Really nice play coming up from Nanox. One apiece in that one apiece in our main one as well. Very, very good series setup here across both streams. You can keep an eye on the Bravo one, of course, full time if you want Call of Duty Challengers Bravo. But this one, of course, we're staying with on Alpha. I think both of these games, Brycey, could go either way at this stage. I'm not too sure, but we've got a lot of Call of Duty still to come up, mate. I'm very excited.
We certainly do. Don't go anywhere. Map 3's across the board coming up right after this break. We'll see you in just a few minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to Call of Duty Challengers Elite. If you have been watching, well, you've had a good time. But if you haven't been watching, here's how the scores currently sit in both our games on both streams. Everybody's 1-1. But there's been a bit of a development. We've been going through the tiebreakers. It's not the easiest one because even with new information there, we've been told there could be a little bit of a change. But I think Avenge are in a good position. Inglorious and not Just to clarify for me.
So based on maps, so a lot of our tiebreakers, they do come down to maps and games against each other, because a lot of these teams have beaten one team but not beaten the other and kind of all done it together. It's kind of come down to maps against each other. So basically it looks like Avenge and Notorious are through. It looks like Inglorious, because of that map win from Notorious, can now no longer go through. They kind of needed Katana to win that 3-0 as far as I'm aware. If Katana win, we're on a 3-way tie between Avenger Notorious and Katana, I believe, or somewhere along those lines. But irrelevant of that, it looks as if Inglorious are no longer able to make it through, just purely based on map count. Even if they went on to win this 3-1, I don't think it's enough for them. We'll get that double confirmed, but that's pretty much what we're being told, and what I'm being told is correct. So there's too many times I've got this wrong, and I'm just making sure I don't want to get it wrong.
I was going to say, we normally shy away from when it gets a little bit dicey, because there's so much information and so many permutations. We kind of just let it go. But
yeah,
obviously, we'll keep you updated with everything that is going on, of course. But it's always a little bit sad when one of the teams is kind of mathematically out.
Yeah, especially with the performance of map number 1 from Inglorious as well. You know, it gives them that little bit of hope. Let's see what we can do here. But them losing that map and Notorious winning that one kind of puts them in a position where they can no longer go through, as far as I'm aware. So yeah, that is the line that we're getting from the admins, is that Avenger and Notorious are through and Glorious can no longer make it. So we have our top 4. We don't have them determined where they're going to be sitting. As far as seeds go, that is going to be important heading in. You don't want to be going up against the currently undefeated Noctem, who are sitting very, very pretty at the top of the other group. You, of course, want to be going in a position where you really can make a little bit of a run. So the higher you're seating, the better that things go. Those kills from Callum were absolutely absurd, by the way. I will, whenever we see a little bit of a play around the zipline elevator, I love to see it. So observers, take note. Just watch anybody going up and down that wire.
Well, I would even say what was even more crazy on the second watch there, I knew he'd taken a few bullets, but he only had 13 health on the rechow. Got that kill with 5 health remaining. I don't even know how he took that little damage. It must have just started to regen when he took another bullet, but unbelievable to just go for the rechow. The confidence there was stupendous. And now, obviously, they're in a good position. A 6-3 for Avenge as we move forward into this one. Realistically, I want to see Inglorious do well still.
Stupendous. I mean, is it a bit early in the broadcast for that? Or?
No.
Yeah.
No, we're gonna get real weird with it.
Okay. I think mine was Finickety last week, wasn't it? You bring Stupendous now. I wouldn't, you know, I'd say it's as complicated as that, but, you know, yeah. So it's not one we have very often. Hacienda coming up 3 times potentially between these two teams. Control, we're heading into that one. Teams have actually found the attack maybe a little bit easier than we anticipated. They have found routes through. I think, you know, once you get a hold of the one around the outside of fences, that middle of the map one always just looks a little bit more difficult than it actually is. A good 3-4 down makes all the difference on Hacienda, whether that be on attack, defense, control, whatever map you're playing. Finding 4 dead makes a bit of a difference, and teams have been able to do that quite often. So we've seen a few attacking rounds we wouldn't have necessarily expected. I think the real highlights for me have been Notorious when they were taking on Katana. Had to find it. They were 2-1 down in the control, 2-0 down in the series. Found back-to-back attacks on Hacienda control. They forced them up 4, and, well, you know the rest from there. They reverse swept them. So let's see how this one's going to go. Has the news filtered to Inglorious that they can no longer make it? Well, we'll probably see from the opening break.
I think they still give it a very good go. You got to remember, it's not easy to get into the Elite Series, and only some do. But it doesn't matter entirely. You just play your best game, and well, they've got the win there. I think that's just going to be a restart as we move forward. Production, if we can, we'll just go through the stands again in a minute if we can get to that point. But no, wait, never mind. B stream's ready. We've got B stream ready to go. Wow, that's the round ended.
Katana gave him running away with it by the looks of things. And kind of as expected, you know, I really did think Katana would maybe have a easier time of things here. What we seen, like it was like a 3 or 4 point game. Map number 1. That's not easy. Map number 2, okay, yeah, they find it, but it was Inglorious find it, I should say, but a relatively close one. Observers have given us the report here for round number 1, and Katana are, and I quote, rolling through them.
Wow.
What do you make of that?
Well, like Limp Bizkit. Let's keep on rolling, baby, and see how this one is going to go, because you are right. We did kind of have Katana above Notorious Gaming here, and I will just caveat this for anybody who's not been paying attention. Last week, there are 2 Notoriouses in this group. No, there's also an Inglorious, which has been just a wonderful turn of events for us here, but there are 2 Notoriouses. One is the team, one is the org. It's confusing, but they're both in.
I want to bring us back just actually for a second to 30 seconds ago. Was that a Limp Bizkit reference?
It was.
Okay.
Very direct because I said the name of the band. But it wasn't,
I feel like you did. I feel like you said Limp Bizkit. Like you said something, but it wasn't Limp Bizkit. I think it was close. I feel like you kind of like messed it up a little bit, if anything. But you know,
I don't know. We're just airing this week anyway. just throwing shade at me, but I didn't bring it back 30 seconds to just rub me nose in it. But speaking of which, at the moment you can see an awful lot of pressure coming down to the map for Notorious.
Trying to get something done here on attack is just not the easiest thing to do. Katana Gaming showing it can be done. Still putting himself in that absolutely awkward position though. Start getting kills with players trying to come out of their spawn, trying to make a challenge over towards the A side. But to be honest with you, Cobra is actually just doing such a sensational job of staying alive. But he does eventually get taken down for Bro now, trying to get something up for the rest of his team. Nadok's holding it down up top. This is looking nice for Notorious, heading over towards this A side. Bit of a stack coming through here. Second tick coming in very, very quickly.
With that second tick locking forward, there is an opportunity for them. Lives all going towards, and they'll have to get back onto the point. That Hellstorm may have just been enough here. You can see Katana retaking map control, and with 18 seconds left, Notorious have to make the kills.
Let's try and find a way back in. Gotta find a touch somewhere if you're Notorious Gaming. Katana just about holding on by the hair on their chinny chin. Bretzy holding it down, does a great job. Nothing happening over towards A. That is 2-0 to Katana. Sensational work.
Yeah, that was, I can see why they said they're rolling through them. That has been very, very one-sided. Katana certainly looking like the better control team. So now we'll keep an eye. Can they get the attack here? End this control 3-0. That's the real question, Ton. Rattling around in the old Swede. Because maybe it's just respawns are better.
Well, here we go. Into round number 3. Katana Gaming really running away with this one now. Told actually, just checking through a few things, there is a tiny hope for Inglorious. Tiny one.
Okay.
We'll get there if we need to. I'm gonna stop stating things. I'm gonna stop doing it. I'm gonna let somebody put the formula into their sheet, right? And I'll say whatever happens at the end or whatever is said on the screen. That's who's through. I'm not saying a word.
That makes this is why we've always said we've got to be careful when we talk about these kind of things. I mean, just to kind of phrase it from what we were told, they have a very small, tiny sliver. There's a double in there about how insignificant their chances are, but hey, a chance is always a chance. That's basically the entire plot of Avengers Endgame. So anyway, it looks like our Alpha stream has started back up. Inglorious versus Avenge is kicking off, and already we're getting some progress on the B.
Trying to get something going to kick things off. I feel like Katana Gaming are really having their way here on this attack. Looking like there is an opportunity, but going over towards Alpha. Glorious doing a really good job over towards this B side, though. So that is a wonderful start to an attacking round. Just what you want to see if you're that attacking team around number 1. Aiden and Co just trying to move a little bit mad over towards the top side. If you can find a couple of kills, there's well, a few of them here to try and find a couple of moments. Clear out up top, start to get some spawns going, getting some control over towards office. Bob is indeed Durango.
Najix just hunting now. Notices a player around here. That other player has basically done a lap of the entire map and has found a kill with it as well. Najix is still chasing one away. Will you stand still? Eventually that gets taken away, so a lot of running for nothing, but we'll continue on. This little bit of cardio.
It's a bit of a game of cat and mouse right now. Benji spots starting to find a couple of gunfights though, and once they absolutely need to, Najix eventually gets taken down. So there you go, a little bit of map control. They'll be screaming in the comms, for dead, move up. Try and make those angles just a little bit harder. Try and make that route through towards A little more treacherous. Red staying alive though. Don't roll from him. Callum trying to do the same. He's going to back on down, but staying alive, that's just almost immediately a nuisance for Inglorious to try and deal with.
Callum knows. Inglorious going to find it. Big kill in the end. You can see them just bleeding this one down, really. Very little here for Inglorious to find.
And a push forward. Avenge doing a really good job. Those lives definitely in their favor, of course. And just, it's ever since that 4 down. I mean, this is exactly when it becomes such a big problem. Or you start spawning towards that car park side, you've got to try and find a route through any way you possibly can. They have managed to do that now. 11v14, the clock is stopped. You're on A. But are Avenge Esports in a position to do anything about this? There's actually 2 players on this now. They really do need to get rid of Alpha inside of Office. They do so. Now they need to try and get rid of the rest. Aiden's the only one remaining. What can he do with 19 seconds remaining? We'll find 2. He doesn't find anything else. You might get another stab at it if you're Inglorious.
Well, they will go for it. But who can get there? All the angles are being watched. There we go. 2 of them straight to the point, though. That's a huge kill as well. Now going to have to try to get back towards it, but Callum just locks it down, and they will make sure that they don't get any further along. Avenge will take that round.
Good job for Avenge eventually holding out. And again, it's just always those moments. Find a solid 3-4 dead within the blink of an eye, and you can just take up so much real estate. Just not very much room to move you if you're an attacking team without having to take a gunfight. You take that gunfight, you have to back him down, regenerate your health, go away again. Even if you don't kill him, where's he gone? Is he flanking? So many things to think about when you've got that much map to try and get through. Oh, very well. You find those gunfights on the point. Just all hop the point. Nice and easy, but very difficult to do when you have just lost that big team gunfight. To try and get yourself back into the round is difficult at the best of times. But here we go. Avenge Esports now on the attacking side. It was fruitful for Inglorious over towards B pretty early on. It's not going to be the same story here for Avenge.
He's going to go for this chow. Big chow as they get into the point. No, 1 player is left alive. Alpha. He's being pre-aimed. Don't know if he's going to get anything away from it. So Julian may well get away at the same time, but they've only not even got the first tick, actually. I was expecting a little bit more off the back of that.
I would have thought so. Don't find a great deal. Red's just going to hop in, stop some time, but this is some potentially good kills. You can see why Hepnix was in a position to try and shut this retake down. I mean, as it goes, Red has done a sensational job. Eventually does drop. Avenge Esports keeping these kills up. Staggered kill feed is not a problem whatsoever for the attacking team. Should be a free kill here for Julian as well, so that is going to clear out his spawn. They can start to move forward a little more freely now, but still for Avenge Esports. Back just a little.
They're looking for a couple of kills here, because Avenge not having the best time at stopping this clock. With 30 seconds to go, they have to commit. That's the issue they're now going to face. They go on to the point. Red needs to make that kill. It does so. Now looking at the players off the spawn. Going to be the same player as well. They've got enough bodies throwing down the middle of the map that they might be able to do something as they get a progress onto A and B, but then jump off.
Feels a bit like shock and awe from Avenge, doesn't it? It's just fighting on so many different fronts. It's just trying his best to survive. Here comes the reinforcements. Thank you very much, Julian. He'll find 2. Pushes forward as well. Maybe he could have just stayed up inside of Office. A little overzealous, but his teammates may have an option here over towards the B side. They are getting plenty of progress, but here come the reinforcements from Inglorious now. Trying to contest Red round behind. Nobody really knows where anybody else is on the other team. There's a player still over towards A. It's happening all over the map, Brycey.
This is a dangerous game from Avenge. I mean, they're sending out flankers and people going for slaying while leaving other players in the lurch. Kind of a weird trade game going for them now, but with 12 seconds, they have to commit.
I've stopped the time plenty, though. Now we'll continue to do so. These are big kills, though. That should be an extension of this round, at the very least. But around now, that does not have many lives left for either one of these two teams. So, for what was fast and furious, should immediately slow down. The big gunfight to win. You'll find it onto Aiden. A little bit of pressure in over towards the Office side. Now Inglorious have to reposition. Red and Co now sense an opportunity. There is 2 of them on the point in a second, and the second ticker's coming in. Heptic's in a really awkward spot for Inglorious. It's looking like 2-0 unless Cleams can clutch up.
That's a horrible position to run into. Two players are watching the spawn cross. I'll say this, Avenge.
You can just
I don't know if they knew that they had complete control there for a second. Three of them were holding back.
You can just dive it. They were expecting the push to come through, but they were still so worried about where Heptix was in the previous life. 8 versus 4, still a good spot for Avenge. And Glorious, you have to be perfect. 8 versus 3, 7 versus 3.
Callum might jump on this to see if he can find a kill, and should do. Aiden diving for his life, but everybody jumping on there from Avenge. They will get that round.
Lovely stuff. Avenge Esports 2 to the good. Quite cruising. These rounds have been mixy. Get the job done. I mean, it was just, I really liked the attack over towards the B side. Was finding those flanks consistently. There's about 15 different ways you can get behind the defensive side. Besides the point in finding those correct routes at the correct time. It's part of the talent. 2-0 to Avenge, though. Cruising in this one, found themselves down after map number 1. But looking in a really, really nice spot here in the control in map number 3. Heptix only sitting at 10 and 14, but found a couple of really important kills just to give Avenge that map control. And Glorious with a very tall task ahead.
Good pick there from Red. Looking for the second one. Doesn't actually drill it as I was expecting. They must be feeling so confident at this stage. Callum looking. Trying to work out if he can make a bit of an impact here. And right now they're just doing enough. Avenge Esports going back and forth. Looking for the slaying. Then he'll find one. Displaces. Will continue to try to keep this going.
Julian, I mean, it's right. He's just done so well. 3 in a row now from Julian. Keeping that pressure on once again and just running amok in and around office. And that's really what you need to do. Defensive side, attacking side, it does not matter. If you can hold down that area around towards B, that is the key. It feels like the key to winning rounds on. That's the under control. Alpha and Glorious looks like it is a push from up top. Julian will continue his spree. He's cut down at 5, but did such a good job. That's a massive impact on the round.
Red looking for a kill. Not really been given the angles. Fence is doing God's work there, keeping them out of the line of sight. And goes in for it. Finds one. Not the second, though, but the reinforcements will flood through. And Cleams finds 2 there themselves. It's going to go back. There's a player left onto it. Goes all right. I forgot to clean that up. I will do. No extra minute yet.
Still not secure over towards B. And G Sports just doing a really good job at staying alive, getting anybody to stay alive further up the map. That was Heptix, or was Callum, I should say, but he's now being dealt with. Aiden now trying to get something going over towards fences. That's a couple of kills that go their way. They should be gone. I don't think Avenge get there. They don't. Time is secured. A slight life advantage. And you must win this round if you want to stay in this map. And that will help. Now a little bit of office control is there. 3 dead momentarily. You've got 1 player pushing around behind. You know exactly where it is. Stack the point. Aim down sights. And hope you can get the job done. More kills coming through. This should be an inglorious round.
Teams have not been sitting there at all. And it's all right. I'll clean it up for my 5th. And you are right. They get their attacking round. It looked easy in the end here. I was expecting more of a fight. But realistically, they just kept getting the kills off spawn.
It was just staggered constantly, wasn't it? It felt like there was 1 player maybe away from Avenge in a position to slow things down. But they're always on their own, trying to do the impossible job. Didn't feel like it was... I want to say there was maybe a little bit of complacency from Avenge that just going into gunfights, you need to take your time, you need to stay alive.
Can they now hold this? Claims on 5. He'll be calling that out. He knows there's so much pressure pouring down. Done a great job just to stay alive. You have to back off in that scenario. Have to make sure you are giving away an easy death and opening up platform. One player going to be here easy in the end. Backed up. And for Revenge, they've taken a good amount of map control realistically. And oh my god, what are the spawns? What are the kills?
Well, all of a sudden, you're Inglorious, you're in a hell of a spot, but if you aid and you spawn a little bit closer, you've just caught them off guard and you've give your team a lifeline here. Heptic's doing the right thing, keeping a hold of Office, but I don't know if Revenge Esports are going to expect a 3-man to come through Tin. Let's see if they can hold this down. Julian will be able to fight absolutely nothing, and it's a 4-man break. Followed by a 4-man break. Red is the one to survive, though, and Glorious don't quite get the job done, and him just staying alive here. I just want to kind of remind everybody of the time, if you were watching a couple last week, where Afro stays alive in and around this spot, it can create absolute chaos for the defensive team. Now he has a little bit of support as well. Avenge still have some work to do. But just staying alive around this point. Like big plays coming in from Red.
Oh, gotta go down there. Julian Cod just fighting back and forth. He's gonna fall as well with 27 seconds left here. Gonna have to make a very big move, and Haptics will be sick he didn't get that one, because now he basically has to commit and take the gunfight again, and this time he will lose it. Oh, that is disastrous. Players from Revenge constantly hitting this angle, constantly going platform, constantly looking for the kills, and just not finding enough. Callum alone this side of the map, he's going to fall as well. The rest of Revenge, this is a dive into the point and hope for the best.
Gotta go.
Julian will find it. Down he falls.
Gotta stay alive if you have Dex, you got no support. How on earth is he staying alive? Oh yeah, they pushed in over towards A. They fancy A instead.
Well, his 1.1 seconds is a bad gunfight away from the game ending.
Like that.
There it is. Glorious, send us to round 5.
And after the first 2 rounds, not what you would have expected. But you know how quickly control can change. You can see a team get battered for 2 rounds, and all of a sudden, okay, we nick one back. We play well in the next. We're heading into a round number 5. It can change so quickly. I'm not going to trust what the screen's telling me. Attacking side will be Avenge and Glorious on the defense.
Here comes the attack. It is a 4-man B hit. They are going to this with everybody they have. For the players up top as well. Najix is going to get away with it, though. They're going to make him fall. Already that first tick is coming in. They're wondering where the rest of the team is going to be. You have to look behind you, and they've let a little bit of a gap go. Heptic will manage to get one. The second one will not go. And while that second tick is now in, this player will be cut down in short order. It's a good start.
I see then one more player jumping through, and it's just such a free kill for Najix. Those kind of moments, if you're Julian, you need to take your time, but you don't. If you're Heptic, that are 2 massive kills. It's actually coming through from Callum. Kill feed be damned. Kaleem's now fallen as well. B should fall away. But Avenge Esports may actually just play the spawn trap here for a second. One player hasn't been accounted for, and that is Alpha. He'll get the kill, dip out, get taken down, but there still should be Avenge for B. Gorson not done too bad of a job to try and fight back towards this though, but you gotta kind of give this one up. You're just throwing bodies for the sake of it at that stage, and now all of a sudden Avenge Esports have an opening over towards A. This is a fight back from Inglorious. Water side need to find the gunfight they do.
Just trying to hold it, but Avenge, look, they're sitting in the driving seat here, but considering it's an attack, you can very quickly be stymied. You have to try and keep this momentum going, and Heptic tries to drill Aiden. And even with the wall banging, he isn't going to be able to complete it. This is all about the trades now. Inglorious still have map control, but for how long?
For Inglorious, it's just about slowing it down here. Put yourself in a no-go position, find a kill, move. You can find a second. Even better, Julian now on the hunt. He can find one. Knows there's another somewhere around here. He can smell them. Trying to find this kill, does not. It's still chasing them down. It's just backing Inglorious up. Julian just doing wonderful work here. He's about to find another inside the point. The pistol shot should be good enough for his team to clean it up, and his team are on the point. Second take about to come through, but the rest of Inglorious on their way. Big win.
Trying to get it, but claims. That is massive. 1 minute to go. They have the lives. They have less than a tick to complete. All they have to really get past is Cleams by the look of it. You can see him holding players off. Red, the wrong time for a slide. It's still holding on here, Inglorious.
Lives aren't in their favor, though. Trades don't work.
Heptic's looking to make the scenario worse. Knows what the spawn's going to be. You are right. They are bleeding. Slowly but surely. Time is starting to become a bit of a factor again, though.
Didn't see the player up to his left-hand side. You're right, that time will start becoming a factor, and then all of a sudden the lives become less of one. And now you've got none remaining, and you've only got 3 teammates. Avenge Esports in the driving seat. They'll find the kills. They will lock it down. 2 players from Inglorious remaining. It ain't gonna happen. Job is done. Avenge Esports. It takes them all 5, but ultimately they find the win. 3-2 in the end. They were 2-0 up in that control, Brycey, but in the end, does not really matter. The round 5 goes their way.
Oh. There we go. The long way round, but still good enough. Avenge Esports. I was going to say move on, but not quite yet. They do have to get a couple more under their belt. Well, 1 more under their belt to get this win away, but still very tight all the way towards the end. Inglorious and Avenge certainly showing out.
Yeah, look, I think both these teams does seem as if they're very evenly matched. I think that's very easy to say after the first 3 maps that we've seen, but it definitely feels like it's just those moments here and there, and suddenly they're starting to lean towards Avenge. You nearly seen them take away map number 1, they couldn't, but then of course maps 2 and 3, they get the job done. We're going to have a quick look at the standings to see how things are actually going to start playing out here, because we do actually have a slight update, Bryce.
We certainly do. I'll give you time to read that and get it ready for us, but this is how it currently stands. The reason we've been talking so much about the standings, it is very, very tight all the way through. Obviously, teams like Katana, Notorious, Nocturne Exceptional, all completely locked in, but there are going to be ties going on, as well as some issues. Can you give us anything in terms of how we kind of tee this up?
So basically, Inglorious have to go on to win this series, but they need Katana to lose, essentially, is what's happening. So Katana are just going into map number 4. They are 2-1 up against Notorious Gaming. Inglorious absolutely need Notorious Gaming to lose that, and they need to win this series themselves. We'll get into further permutations when we get further down the line, but Inglorious need to come back in this series. They're 2-1 down, and they need Notorious to win that series. I'm getting very confused now.
So what I understand is they are hoping for double reverse sweeps.
Okay, so
Glorious have to reverse sweep. Glorious have to win 2, and so do Notorious. For Inglorious to have a chance, somebody needs to ban these teams from the way they name them.
Yep. I think that's probably what's confusing me. I don't know if I'm on camera right now, but I have my hands over my head trying to figure this out. My brain is hurting.
It's the maps thing that's the reason it's so complicated.
I think we default back to just let's see what the group standings look like by the end and let everybody else figure it out. Anybody else down for that? Because I'm down for that.
I'm fairly certain what's going to happen is Katana are going to win and Avenger going to win, and a lot of this doesn't really become that much of an issue moving forward.
I would probably go with you on that one. It just does feel that way. Oh, my brain is hurting. This is a little bit too much for a Wednesday evening, if you ask me.
It is. Well, on the other side of it, we've been talking a little bit about what's happening, but as you can see, Nocturne having a great time. Exceptional Gaming are 4-1, but I believe, obviously, as they look towards the rest of their group, not really looking to make a move. Of course, once these games are pretty much all done and dusted, we can start talking a little bit more about groups and everything, Tom.
Yeah, looking through to see what happens, of course, in the playoffs, which do actually start tomorrow. I always remember that when you're getting through. I always just sort of think, because, like, week 1, week 2, and you get through the groups. But no, the groups actually end today, but we go straight into the playoffs. This has been the case in challenges for like 3 years now, but still, I find it hard to figure out. Relevant of that, we are going to go into the playoffs very, very quickly. But we do actually have Stream B ongoing right now. And remember, permutations here. I've forgotten them entirely, but Katana Gaming are looking really, really good right now.
Yep. Like I said, I'm not sure it's going to be an issue, but Katana looking to just make sure that they completely dominate here on this one. Aspect diving back and forth, and just a beat down in the end. Will fall.
I mean, they are absolutely cruising, yeah. Unbelievable. On their side, Katana Gaming looking so good, but I mean, look, they were looking good in this series where they're 2-1 up against the other Notorious team. We couldn't quite get the job done, but still, a 60-point lead right now. It's looking solid.
Okay, we have seen do some wondrous things. Not having the greatest of time on this map so far. With a P1 lock in here from Katana. Mine's going to be looking to make a move. You see the rest of the teammates just swarming around, ready to try and get these trades going down. Unfortunately, they lose the trade fight, and all of that will have to be set up again.
Good position to be in. Now they're trying to lock this one down. Can find the kills. Not if LeBron has anything to do with it. Two kills come through. Solid job, Melko, just trying to stay alive here. As his team are soaking up a decent bit of time. Trying to get him though, coming out on top of these trades. Move it towards the next hill. Not a terrible position for Notorious to be in. They do need to try and find a rotation if they possibly can. Can't get across the middle of the map though. Aspect holding that one out.
Back onto the P2, you can see. Just locking it up. Katana really taking the task here. Notorious not really having any opportunity to get back into this game. Now down 100 points. And even with the trade still pouring through, it is not going their way. It gets worse and worse as the seconds tick by. Notorious Gaming looking for that ray of sunshine amid the darkness. But it's clouds all day, every day.
Yeah, 120 down now as well. Big result for Katana. Notorious will have to turn things around. Katana looking very, very solid in this one. 2-1 up in the series. 140 points up here in the Hardpoint. Utter domination in map number 4.
Well, here comes a rotation. Always a potential. Always an opportunity, maybe, to get back into it. But they're really going to have a fight on their hands. Towards the back here, and as the fight's going down at the moment, Notorious are holding, and they get every single kill they need. It's still just the first few steps on a mountain to get back into this game, but streaking out on Fabrone.
Yep, that's 7 kills in a row. Definitely going to help. But you could do with these final 30 seconds. Alex is waiting for a potential push coming up the wire, and he'll find a very easy kill, but the player actually just drops out. Brezzy now coming in from behind, and this is looking like a perfect wipe. Not going to happen. Mighty can answer back. He gets taken down eventually, and the break comes through from Katana, and still the spawns at the back for Notorious, but they're going to get a line over towards the double doors. They find a couple of kills. Over towards control we go. But we're trying to hold this down on his own. Can find 1, can find 2, has Aspect in tow. The gunfight's starting to go their ways. Aspect finds 5 in a row. Over the course of those events is actually crazy, considering what Fabrone was doing on the other side. But Katana Gaming in control, can't quite win it here. They won't be far away.
Super holding off, but Notorious continuing to pile the pressure on. They know they have to. And now they have a second to breathe, a second to get everything locked up tight. Brezzy looking for the flank. That's going to be a kill for him as well. He just has the advantage. Down to Spiral. Gets the stun check, and it's not going to be enough, though, but the rest of the side has managed to get the kills. Katana now going to pour through. Super's weak, flies in for the benefit of his teammates. And these are even more points here for Katana. It's not going well for Notorious.
I mean, this is just huge time. Notorious cannot catch a break right now. Maddox is just having a slow time, and you really need him to be that guy for you. He was in map number 2 at the end of it in the Search and Destroy. Katana Gaming are running away with this one.
This is all about just bleeding this out for Katana. They can just afford to find the kills and get the time later. And Cobra is doing exactly that. Will eventually fall here. Notorious want every single second they can find. And do get a wipe enough to put Katana back into their spawn.
An opportunity here. 30 seconds to play with. Moving towards P1. Good time. Any time is great time when you're this far behind, as long as you're stopping Katana Gaming from getting anything over towards this hill. You take that all day long. You're doing really well with it as well. Melko can find a kill. Aspect is the only one who can answer back for Katana. Now thinking about the rotation over towards P2. Katana Gaming are just going to float down this side of the map, you'd like to think. Heading up the stairs, going about it the long way, not the wrong way. Notorious put this into the realm of possibility now. Found themselves about 100 behind. Now it's sitting around 60. Find yourself a good positioning. Or with some good positioning over towards P2. And you can maybe start to think about this comeback, and they've done just that. There you go. The kill's starting to flow their way in complete control. A little bit of a split spawn might hurt them.
Gotta be careful. Need to find this first one. Already going to go down. Cobra and Super will combine. The dream has been shattered. The glass slip has been thrown away. They had maybe just a glimmer of hope, but they can't find their way back into this point very, very quickly. They're going to certainly run into some trouble, but kills flowing towards them here. Aspect's going to go down as well by the look of it. He has slipped the net for just a few seconds. But the rotation is looming upon us again.
The rotation that Notorious need to be at. The problem is every single second that Katana Gaming take away is absolutely massive. There's 5 more seconds you're not going to get if you're Notorious. You're on the rotation. You're losing gunfights to Prezi as well. That's going to put so much pressure on the spawn out coming through. You need to stay alive if you're Fabron. You cannot do so. 4 men down in 12 seconds away from Katana, closing out this series.
And it looks like that's going to be everything. Aspect picks up the final kill. Gets the 4. Oh my goodness. Everybody there. 37 for the win. Katana. Stick a nail in that one. It is dead.
Incredible performance. I mean, just when you see that lead, we didn't really see how it got put together at the start of things. Of course, we just come in, they were like 100 points up. And when you're leading from that point, it just makes it so much easier. Rotations can just, you can forego a little bit of scrap time to make sure you get a little bit more on one of the other hills. We know how it is. Fighting uphill on Hardpoint is so difficult. Let's have a look at how the standings are now lying between all of these teams, of course, in Group A. Team Notorious, of course, we're already sitting pretty at 5-0. Katana Gaming 4-1. They are solidified as teams 1 and 2. Really, really good job from them. But looking over towards the rest of things, we're still figuring things out of how everything is going to go. But Katana Gaming looking very good, as are Notorious.
They really are, and this is shaping up to be a very good bracket. I'm actually quite looking forward to it. I think we've seen, even just in the last week and a bit, that so many teams aren't going to go quietly out of these games and have really fought back and made the adjustments. You've got to remember as well, every time that we watch these teams and it goes on for another week, they've got the VOD, they've got an opportunity to improve in their weak areas and try to come out on top. And well, everybody's gunning for those big teams at the top, but will they remain at the top, especially when the groups combine into the bracket ton?
Yeah, I think, that is the problem when it does come to, these 4th place finishes, these 3rd place finishes. These are those moments where you look at the other side of things and look who you could be going up against. Noctem and Exceptional, looking like they probably close out the top 2 spots. They are very, very difficult games to kick off your playoff run, so that's absolutely what you do not want.
All right, well, we're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, more action here from Call of Duty Challengers Elite. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you right after this. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to Challengers Elite. If you are just joining us, Avenge Esports are currently 2-1 up against Inglorious. A little bit of a break there for everybody to get locked into the lobby and ready to go. Time we've also seen Katana Gaming lock in and get another win.
Yeah, just about. I mean, look, they find the win in the end. The S&D will probably pee them off a little bit, but I mean, map number 4 was absolutely emphatic. So really, really good performance from them in the maps that we did see. You guys who are watching Bravo, of course, would have got to keep up to date on exactly how everything went down. But it did look as if Katana very much deserved that one. They'll go through indefinite second, as far as I'm aware. We're not going to go into the nitty-gritty, but at this stage, I do believe that Inglorious cannot get through. But let's have a look at how their series has went down themselves in Avenge Esports. Just going through some stuff before I headed into map number 4, but Avenge now finding themselves 2-1 up in this series. Lose the first map by 8 points. Now find themselves in a really good position and qualified to the playoffs side of things. So they're going to see a little bit more Call of Duty action in this, of course, first season of the Challengers Elite here in Europe. Hacienda Hardpoint coming up. We may well see Hacienda Search and Destroy after that. But curious if Inglorious will really turn up to this one now. They're in a tough position as far as things go. They cannot qualify it anymore, but I'm sure they would love to give Avenge a loss just for the crack anyway.
Yeah, they certainly might do, and they certainly will give it a good fight as we go into Hacienda again. Considering how that first hardpoint ton, I don't see them not doing it. Inglorious certainly could fight back into this one, and with the respawns being as close as they are, maybe we'll see a map 5.
Potentially, I think, you know, map number 1, they were in control for what felt the majority. It was just one good 60 came back from Avenge. Avenge probably need to work on their setups a little bit better. When they get themselves in a position, it all feels a little bit scattered. It feels like they get broken just a little bit too easy. That's something you cannot let happen when it comes down to Hacienda, especially talking about P2. You can get some really, really good time over towards that hill. So it's going to be really important for teams, making sure they got that rotation, making sure they've got a very solid setup, and if they can lock that down, if that is going to happen, you're going to find a real amount of success. But let's see what happens when we do get into it, Brycey. I'm still expecting Avenge to come out swinging, but map number 3 was a really good one, actually. Avenge were looking solid, 2-0 up, absolutely cruising. All of a sudden, we're in round number 5, and that's how often things happen like that in Control. There's probably more often than you would think.
Yeah, I mean, truth being told, I think the adjustments where both teams are almost playing for kills for a lot longer than I was expecting it sometimes. And I think Avenge may have just let it slip at points. You know, they tried to overcommit. They tried to get a bit fancy with it. You saw them all kind of go for a big B hit at one point. Yeah. And it didn't pay out because they all kind of scattered to the wind rather than holding a few angles and going for the trades. It allowed Inglorious to get back into this game. Unfortunately, Avenge decided to kind of go back to basics and really just lock down the slaying heavily in that last round.
I think it does sometimes when you're 2-0 up and you are kind of cruising in a map of Control, then it's very easy to get in that mindset. So, oh, we're crushing these kids, there's no problem. Yeah, okay, let's just keep doing this. But then you can stop thinking about exactly what you were doing right with all of those kills. You feel like you're crushing them, but it's because you're finding the important kills, and then all of a sudden you're just looking for anything. It can get a little bit more complicated, but we shouldn't be heading into map number 4. Of course, we're going to be staying on Hacienda. We're going to be going over towards Hardpoint, though. I think Avenged will be feeling confident heading into this one now. You know, you've just won back-to-back maps. The S&D was relatively comfortable to a certain degree, but Control got a little bit sticky towards the end. So let's see if you can lock it down a little easier on map number 4.
Yeah, and that's what they were looking for as well. I mean, both these teams, for Inglorious, it's a little bit of a bad time for them, obviously. But they'll be looking to try to get this win regardless of what happens with the head-to-head ties and everything else, even if it's just for a little bit of a pride. But for Avenge Esports, they're feeling like they're in a very comfortable position. They have had a very good run in some of the respawns, but maybe it's the same thing again. You think back to that first hard point, Avenge started off very, very strong, and Inglorious came back, and then in the respawn as well on the Control, same thing kind of happened, but Avenge ended up locking it out. The truth also about these teams is when these groups are going to be done, of course, is when we start talking about how far we think they'll go in the tournament ton.
Yeah, I think that is a question for Avenge that is going to be hard to answer because we haven't seen a lot from them yet. They are a brand new team. Let's see how they do when it really does matter. But for a lot of these teams, especially the top ones, they'll be going into it and just sort of saying, okay, we just want to get through group stage. We don't really care how we do it as long as we get through to the playoffs. And then you kind of start to see the A game. How many times have we seen teams go through in what, second or third, and then they end up going on to win it. As long as you qualify, that's all that teams care about, to get the job done against the teams they need to. And then you save all your special tricks for the playoff side of things. But for Revenge right now, they are signed, sealed, and delivered. They will be there. But they need to get the job done here still. Map number 4 coming up, and I'm sure they'd like to clear it out as soon as they possibly can.
Wow. Let's see. Both these teams going to head straight into this as well. Into the mixer, into essentially what's more or less a kill box. All those angles. And nobody really willing to go onto it. This is what I was talking about. It's a horrible hardpoint, basically overlooked from everywhere.
Yeah, it's rough. You really need to start winning the gunfights over towards the top side. And then you can try and start thinking about maybe jumping onto it. It is one of those that, if you can find a 4 dead and all of a sudden you're a player to jump onto it, you can actually look down some decent time on P1. But when it comes down to it, if you aren't winning these gunfights up top, it is mixy. The gunfights right now just about going Inglorious's way, but just answer back from Revenge. But Inglorious are going to be the ones with the time. It's going to be a bit of a 50-50. I say that as Cleams. But towards P2, he's going to win that race. Look at the gunfights. Revenge starting to find them from the outside in. Alpha now trying to lock this one down alongside of Aiden, who finds a kill himself. Mixy start towards P2. Inglorious are the first ones here, though.
Big fight as well. Cleams tries to hold the door. And for Inglorious, it's now going to be a hard push. It's the first kill going down. Callum coming back to watch the front here. They know our players are going to come around the side as well. You can already see Heptix set up looking for it. Heptix will lock it down. The rest of them going for the headbutt, and Callum turns away and will get caught for it, but this is still a blender. It is still a horrible gunfight to try and take, and that's exactly why Inglorious have had to reset.
I mean, it feels like we've been on this hill for an absolute lifetime now. 15 seconds to go, and Avenger somehow going to walk away with the majority of that time. A healthy little lead heading over towards the fences. Gunfights over towards the top side, always influential though, and finding those couple for eventually the second ones here is absolutely huge. Can't find it though if you're Heptix. Alpha will take him down. Heptix actually will continue to survive. Sorry, kill feed once again. Cleams will be able to find something himself. The rest of the team coming in from the middle of the map. Revenge Esports starting to get the spawns over towards the backside, puts them in a good position. That position is inside of the hill, and with all the kills underneath their belt as well. 45 seconds to go. Revenge in complete control.
Callum just backing up. Those will be looking for him. Big hit coming through here as well. He might find it, finds another one. Dips out again. A player has to turn and look at him, and while they've lost the hill here, it's just kills in abundance. Avenge Esports really taking their time to play a bit of TDM. There's another kill going to go down. Red will fall. But every single step of the way here, even with that triple kill going in, they found an awful lot of time.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what Avenge Esports are kind of playing at here. They find kills from the outside, they don't go in, and then lose the second round of gunfights, which come maybe a little bit faster than they would have expected. Najix will have a very easy kill. All of a sudden, those 20 seconds you thought you were going to get, you thought you would be sitting at around 90 points. You probably would have had yourself about a 70-point lead, but as it goes, you're only around 30 ahead, but you are crucially still ahead and in control. Over towards this point, Aiden. Now trying to find a way through, can find the kills in the middle of the map. Najix will be there to help trade this one out, but it's 2 big kills coming through. That'll be Heptix on the point, 3 in a row from him. Eventually gets dealt with, so now a bit of a 50-50. Big flank coming through from number 7 on the map. That's going to be Red. That's going to be a big moment if he can find some kills.
Timing is going to be a nightmare for him as well. Red's going to know somebody's behind him, and down he'll fall. They will eventually get away with this, though. Julian going to be back onto the point, looking for it and locking him down. I will say here, considering how the slaying's been going, it feels like it should be much easier for Revenge.
Yeah, they're not making the most of the kills that they're finding. This hill is one that can be contested over and over and over again. It's not just contested by Inglorious, it's now in their control. I like the flank from Red there, but he has to have that wherewithal to think, right, okay, where are my teammates still spawning? They're not with me, they're going to be spawning behind me. Think of the kills when they come through, think of where they're going to be spawning. If you'd found those first 2 kills, spin round immediately. Easy for me to say because I know where they are, but you've got to think where your teammates are spawning and where you go from there. In the end, Inglorious have actually closed that gap just a little bit. If you ask me, Brycey, I think it was around 40. I was sitting around 30.
Still, the pressure mounts back into it. Once more into that blender. It is the middle of the map, and speaking of blender, Inglorious have just been put into it. Avenge again, I wonder if they're going to learn a few lessons from the first rotation around. Kills are amazing, but points is the name of the game. Got to really convert one to the other. And there we go. Even more onto the board here. They should get some time out of it.
Yeah, they need to make sure they're counting on these advantages. Like, if you look towards the top left and top right corners of your screen right now, you see the difference in these kills. Yeah, Avenge Esports, yeah, okay, they've got a healthy lead. It's around 40 or 50 points, but they've been dominating that kill feed and don't have as much to show for it than they probably should. It's been traded over towards P2. This is a big moment for Inglorious. We've seen the map number 1. It took one big hold from one of these two teams to just bring themselves back into it. Is this the opportunity now for Inglorious?
They are waiting. If this push doesn't come to anything, Avenge Esports could be in an awful lot of trouble. Aiden waiting, pre-fire in the door, and now it's going to go down as well. There's a huge amount of players trying to flood through. It isn't going to work, and this fight out towards the back, it's not going to lean an awful lot anymore. Inglorious should now take the lead.
I mean, you wouldn't have minded the bodies just to hold this final 15 seconds. It looks like Avenge are going to try and pin them back in here, but you're going to spawn out if you're Inglorious. Yeah, that's no problem. E3's coming up in a second. Avenge Esports, I wouldn't have minded just a rotation through fences there. Instead of hitting for the final 15, you get nothing out of it. And look at the control over towards P3. These are just the small mistakes. I mean, I say the small mistakes. They're pretty simple ones, right? I mean, you've got to get that rotation in. You lose those couple of gunfights. You shouldn't be fighting for 11 seconds at P2.
Here we go. Back into the blender once again, and somehow gets away with that one with the help of a teammate. And Aid will take them out the hill one more time. And I feel like this is almost like that map 1 again. Teams feeling massively behind and fighting their way back into it. Red desperately trying to deflect all the pressure that comes through. You can see teammates coming for the reinforce. Get on that point and stay there. They're all off spawn.
Finding the kills and doing something with it now. I'd say 22 and 13. I'm trying to hold it down from the office push. Needs his teammates to do their job though. Find that kill towards the middle of the map. Combs not quite there, but Callum just trying to stay alive. Nice snap at that. Finds the kill, finds another. And yeah, okay, the contest came through, but Avenge Esports pick up the majority of the time. But yeah, I mean, look, the lead says nothing though. Inglorious were the first ones there. Pick up some good time. Avenge Esports will be the first ones here towards the next though. Very close game. It's a scrappy one here on Hacienda.
Well, speaking of scrappy, it's about to all kick off as players pour into this point once again. Tanner will be on the flank, but almost goes down because they know exactly where he's going to be. This trade is massive as Heptix gets in. Now a chance to reset, get those trophies up, get a bit of map control. Avenge looking to lock down a significant chunk of time off the back of this. Cleams is flanking.
See if the flank will work. He's run through the middle. He gets wiped out pretty much straight away, and Aiden also his own teammates gun. You could do with finding the kills here for your Avenge. The position was there. The opportunity was as well. Keep an eye on the flank if you're Heptix. Not all guns are headed towards where everybody else from Inglorious is coming in. Now they're just trying to funnel through. 3 men dead. You're all going the same way and all into guns that are aiming down sights. Everybody dead. Avenge Esports, it's a brilliant hold over towards the water side. P1 coming up and now in a much better position. But I think they'll be looking back at that rotation of Hills Pricey and sort of saying, well, we could have done a lot better.
Well, here's the thing. It only matters that you've done better if you lose. I always think. This game, though, you are right, is still up in the air. Neither team playing it as clean as they would like, and that does mean we are heading towards an incredible ending. At the moment, both sides throwing everything but the kitchen sink at this fight in middle. Inglorious, slowly but surely, bleeding a little bit of time back off Avenge. And with 25 seconds left to go, nobody committing too hard. What this will come down to is that rotation looming in the near distance.
Yeah, it was Aiden who just found a kill on that rotation, actually. Now he's going to try and play cat and mouse in and around. Towards the car park, goes for the challenge, though, gets dealt with. Now all of a sudden the numbers are really going to be here for Avenge, and as is the timing. Callum will find that kill. Rotations are there. Spawns should be alongside of it. Look, you could already see Avenge just turning around, making sure they do get those spawns. They do. Heptix holding in with his teammates. Now can you find the kills to lock this down? Working together. Big hit coming from the outside of water. Callum needs to stay alive, needs some help.
Callum trying to stay alive isn't going to work for him. Inglorious pouring back into it. Julian trying to make magic happen isn't going to. And Inglorious say, no, we will not go quietly. They'll back into this point. There will be a flank that might hit through. I think Callum has managed to find a bit of a gap. And now with the rest of the teams pouring in as well, they will get that wipe completely. The time taken to run that route has paid off in spades. And that is unbelievable.
Yeah, does a really good job. They somehow lose control of P2, but get it right back from Callum. Sensational work, 3 kills, and now he's on the rotation over towards fences. This is where Revenge maybe let it slip last time around. Are they going to do the same, though? Have a little bit of pressure. Alpha turns and burns. Red will get dealt with, but that's a bit of a problem you're going to have to deal with if you're Inglorious. Missile comes in, finds nothing, but it will give you pressure. Spawns towards the back now for Revenge. They're the closest one here. Contestation coming through. Revenge trying to find these gunfights if they can. It's going to be Julian Cudd to find 3 kills in a row. Callum's on a 4 spree, and Avenger 15 points away from the map and series win.
Well, with that massive wipe, all they're going to do is sit there and watch that win tick over. Everyone from Inglorious running towards the point as fast as they can, but no chance to check corners, no chance to get accurate trades. It is just going to be a run, a team kill to end it. And that will be all she wrote. Avenge Esports, get it locked and done.
Sensational work from the side of Avenge Esports. But over towards the Bravo stream, we have a brand new game going on here. We're over towards Group B. Noctem Esports taking on Team Ben W. Noctem in complete control, not just of this one point in particular, of the entire group. They are sitting 4-0. This is their 5th game. They love to end the season undefeated.
They are the favourites to do so, and that's what they'll be hoping here as well. You can see Henry now moving up. Looking to break this. It's a big gunfight towards the back that puts so much pressure on Team Ben W. They look to just close the gap here. Unfortunately, the rest of the team did not make as many kills. But Henry, that is an unbelievable challenge fight. Will eventually go down to the other player, but you can see them trying to put the pressure on. Ben W actually in a really good position here. They are just knocking players down.
Just feels like Noctem are being a bit of a nuisance, though. Good fight from Henry towards the backside, though. I'd be calling them nasty words if you couldn't be like that. Incredible work from Noctem. And from Henry, they find their break. 20 seconds to play for here. Nice break comes through. Just be reminded from production, actually, Noctem haven't lost a map. Never mind a series. Be looking to continue that here. Relatively close game. Team Ben W trying to come back into this one, but Noctem starting to stretch away. Starting to get a bit of a lead now.
And just to continue, that is a ridiculous stat to just not lose a map at all. And for Noctem, it kind of puts them in the... Will they be the heavy favourites going into the tournament? Obviously, there are a few big teams on the other side. But that might be their biggest competition to date. Henry.
Good time here for Team Ben W, though, Bryce. Over towards P1. It's like Noctem had plenty of map control, but not really done too much with it. Team Ben W is just soaking up the time.
Overlay, staying alive on 7 health. Continuing to get the time. And you are right, actually, for Ben W. This is a fantastic amount of time on P1. And I say that, and they lose it.
Don't mind the answer back here from Noctem. Thinking about the rotation over towards P2. They are in control of that side of the map if they want it. But a little bit of a split spawn. They're going to start to find the kills. Should have the spawns over towards the backside. They get a hold of them. Anson side of the point, 12 and 15. He's having a really good time on this game in particular. Still spawns towards the back. You got somebody watching the pool from the close angle as well. Hopefully it knows exactly what's going on here, though. Expecting the players to push out. And these couple of kills. Look at the pressure that's coming in from Team Ben W. Good opportunity.
TJP is going to dive this, go for the kill as well, but Banter somehow held them at bay. Shouldn't be allowed to really get away with that. Eventually he is going to fall. Detain trying to hold the outside plant pot. Isn't going to get it either. Henry challenging from inside the hill. Reinforcements flowing into that pool as well. And they have turned it up to 11 on that hill.
Oh, Ben Barnes. Big kills coming through from him. Allows the rest of the team to come through and then clean up the mess. Sensational work from Team 10. On for a little swim, holding it down. 10 seconds remaining. This is the first time that we've seen Noctem really start to flex their muscles now. 70 points up and rising. They pick up nearly the majority of the time over towards P2. P3 rotations coming in, and Henry is locking down the middle of the map. Noctem running away with this one.
Few seconds here for Team Ben W, and I'll say that as Kez rips him asunder and finds a second fight as well. Will there be a third one? Not enough reinforcements yet for him to really commit to anything more than just holding this pillar. And now they fall. Inglorious. Sorry, not Inglorious. Ben W back in with a chance.
Good time. Spawns are out here for Noctem as well. Lance may be expecting players still behind him, but he's really going to be the important player here. Now has a little bit of backup, and now they have control of the point with 20 seconds to go. Control of the spawns for what would you call the money hill on this map? Absolutely. P2 was made to look like a money hill from Noctem. It can be at times, but this one coming up, if you can get a nice setup over towards P4, a nightmare to try and break it.
That's what they're trying to do here. Detain already. That's a big kill.
Yeah,
take some pressure on. They are really pushing that map out about as far as it can go. That's looking for the first, and will find that gunfight as well. Kez on the other side will fall, though. A few dominoes already gone. A parallel spawn towards the back is going to prove disastrous. Look at that. CJ Pieces, all right. Thank you very much. I'll take that every day of the week.
Oh, you are laughing your head off if you get a hold of that. Yeah, thank you very much. You know that beautiful setup you just had? Yeah, nope. Never mind. A couple of kills come through, you get a little bit of luck, and it doesn't matter. They all get wiped, but you have a little bit of pressure now. The setup's not there from Noctem to just hold this one down. 20 seconds remaining on this hill. Valuable time for Team Ben W.
I'll look for it as well, and overlay, pushing some more forward. The problem is that while they get a kill or two is not been enough. It has always been about just continuing to pile on the pressure, slaying so heavily in favor of Noctem that there's not much Ben W can do. They are just being defeated in depth.
Just when it's coming down to these mixy moments, they're struggling to hang on there. Noctem very much have the gunning. 45 seconds remaining here though for Team Ben W. You can potentially get something here at P1. This is where you found some success. You get these 35 seconds, which, caveat, difficult to do. And all of a sudden you're back into this game, but then all of a sudden Kez just finds 3 in the blink of an eye. And that's more time going over towards Noctem. That's more chance of this map number 1 going their way as well.
For this kill, it's a horrible angle to try and get it. It isn't going to work out. For Ben W, this rotation could be a catalyst. It could be an opportunity to get back into this map, but they have to make something happen. They have to lock it down. They are almost 100 points behind.
You need this rotation. You need to find something. There's one player towards the back that you just dealt with by Henry. And now all of a sudden those spawns still there for Noctem, still picking up time, still running away with this one. This gets dealt with. Henry now just trying to stay alive. A little bit more pressure coming in here from Team Ben W now. Still the spawns over towards the back. I'm going to keep causing them issues. They spawn so far away, and if you knock them, you spawn so close.
They're trying to hold it, but that's so much pressure here for Kez to try and deflect. Isn't going to be able to shoot more than one direction at once. Henry trying to make something happen. It's a long-range gunfight. Lance is backing them up as well as the rest of Noctem come flooding in, looking for that last player, and they will eventually take him out of the hill for 11 seconds. The score still over 100 in Noctem's favor, but they are also now well within lethal range.
Within touching distance, of course, in this one out. Team Ben W feels like they're being quite resolute at times, but it really has been dominant from Noctem. It's been ruthless, really, hasn't it? When they have found those opportunities, they have made it count. Is there maybe another one here as Ben W starting to fall, and D10 will find another really good work from Noctem. They can close it out here at P3. 25 seconds to go. All them now. Difficult to do on this hill, but they may well could do it with those kills going their way.
As just looking for anybody who's going to chow, and doesn't look like Noctem will win on this one. They've been rebuffed again, but now it's all about playing for the 4. You are in such a lead. You have such an advantage. You can afford to give away like 2 full hills at this point and still have the opportunity to win.
I mean, I'm sure they would prefer to not do that at the same time. Well, that's the position they're in. We put things dead even. 2 full hills? Yeah, I can't imagine that's going to happen. Team BenW starting to fall at the wayside now. CJP needs to find just more than the one he's already got. Noctem walking through. The fact that the game clock's down to 30 seconds kind of explains this game a little bit, doesn't it? It's felt like Noctem in control. Team BenW have been punching, but not quite hard enough. 40 seconds to go here, though. Over towards P4. Lockdown this time? Is it maybe on the cards? Problem you've got is there's the P1 coming up. Now you're going to be able to contest. Are you going to be able to stop Noctem getting 9 points on that hill? You might have to try and stop them getting 9 points on this hill. So far, so good.
Still fighting. You have to give them credit. Haven't given up, even with 9 seconds. Here comes a big push, though. Noctem looking to find a way through, and Lampy's up top, but will lose as well, and that'll be enough. I don't think anybody's even close enough to contest, and the game will end. Noctem Esports, a dominating map again for them in the Elite Series.
That's 13 in a row. Sensational stuff from Noctem. Looking flawless right now in Group B. Looking likely to go through as the #1 seed, and off a good example there in map #1. Sensational work from them. 1-0 up in the series against Team BenW, and that was just, I mean, every single time that things looked a little bit scary, one of them would clutch up. Really, really good.
They certainly would. Well, from undefeated in maps to potentially winners of the tournament, we'll have to find out how that all plays out. But for now, we're going to go to a break. When we come back, though, more action from round 6 of the EU Challengers Elite. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to Challengers Elite. If you're joining us, I'd say we're starting round 6, but we also already watched the map. But we are starting round 6, and the reason is that I'm saying this is the start is because Team Twisted and Ask Esport are about to show down. The winner goes through ton. Should be a good time.
It should be a very, very good game, both of these two teams. There's no weird permutations here. We don't need to figure out what the star signs of each of the players are or anything like that to figure out who goes through. Thankfully, it is just a case of you win, you go through. Both these teams sitting at 1 and 3 in their group. Team Ben W, Exceptional, Noctem, they are qualifying. It is very much down to this final game. And it should be an interesting one. Both these two teams have obviously had their struggles. We've seen them both, but we've seen glimmers from both, to say the least. We have seen some odd players here and there that has given us the hope that both these two teams can really string something together. So let's see how they do. Both have a win to their name, both up against Rousing, and we'll be going up against each other for that final spot.
Well, we will have to see, because this is Ask Esport. They'll be looking for it. Jamal, Wiven, Blade, and Klausy will be looking to lock in that last spot in our playoffs. That's what everybody's been running this track to get to. Ask Esport have just as much right to it as anybody else.
Yeah, absolutely. And Blade was a player that we absolutely highlighted in week number 1. We got to see him go up against Exceptional, and we seen some moments here and there from this Ask Esports team, proving that they can actually hang with the big boys, but they couldn't quite get it over the line. Blade was the player, though, that we did highlight. He had some really big moments in the Search and Destroy, but he's going to be going up against Team Twisted, who have a plethora of experience. Dizzy, Disarray, BB, Connor, and Pack. If you have been around Call of Duty Challengers the past few years, you know these names. But what can they do to convert it into a win? I know this team came into the Challenger season very, very late. They will be getting better as time goes on. Is this the perfect time for them to play against Ask Esports, though? We'll find out very, very shortly.
That is going to be the question, but let's find out what they'll be playing on. So here's how it's all gone down. Red card, Hardpoint, Skyline, Search and Destroy, Protocol, Control, Hacienda, Hardpoint, and then Vault, Search and Destroy if we get that far. And hopefully we do, because both these teams deserve a shot in the playoffs, but only one can make it.
I mean, based on what we've seen from Ask Esports, Vault, Search and Destroy for a map of 5 would be a cracker to see who goes through, wouldn't it? It's absolutely mixing down towards that ASAC. I mean, how many times did we see Blade clutch up on that one? They will be happy to see that one get through.
Well, let's find out. Can they continuously clutch up in the same way? That'll really be the question. I mean, it's always interesting here because having that clutch factor, it's almost an intangible, really, isn't it? It's about, you know, are they going to be good enough to find the right situation in which to do it? But who knows? All I do know, and all we have to keep an eye on here, is that winner goes through. It is a playoff for the playoffs.
Here we go then. Team Twisted, Ask Esport, the biggest games of the season so far. Getting through to that playoff, it's a big moment. At that stage, it is very much anybody's game. You don't need to be relying on anybody else doing anything. It is very much about what you do. If you win your game, you go to the next round. If you win that game, you go to the next round. If you win a few games, you might just win the whole bloody thing. So this is time to lock in. Team Twisted or Ask Esport. If I was to lean anyway, Brycey, I'd be straight down the middle because I haven't got a clue. I'd be drawing just like they are on screen. We're going to have a quick restart. But I think it's really difficult because I think we've seen some decent stuff from Ask Esport. We've seen occasionally some magical stuff from them, but Team Twisted do have that experience. They do have those. I think it's very easy to say more well-known players. We know what to expect from this squad in particular. They are going to get better as time goes on. I said Pac only started playing a week before the actual season started. So for him, it's about just learning process over the last few times or the previous week that we have managed to get them playing. But until we do actually get that one ready, we're going to go over towards the Bravo stream.
Yes, much like the Renegade Master. Back once again here with Noctem Esports and Team Ben W. And maybe the biggest story of this game is, can Noctem Esports continue to hold their undefeated streak? Currently at 13-0 in maps in this, haven't missed a beat, haven't let it go, or they fall at the last hurdle.
I mean, they'd be very disappointed to lose a map at this stage, wouldn't they? Well, all 5 games, 15-0 map count. Wouldn't be too bad. Give them a lot of confidence. Getting into playoffs, of course. Dealing with exceptional gaming as well on this side of things in a 3-0 fashion was It's a really nice result to take away. Exception or another good team who will be saying to themselves, we're heading into playoffs. We want to make sure we do our best job, our best work when we get there. But irrelevant of that, Noctem now a bit of a disadvantage here. 2 versus 3 in the favor of Team Ben W, who are on the attack. Noctem inviting them in. Kez is going to be here. He's going to be ready and waiting. That's just a bad time to the side of Team Ben W. But can't land the shots. Will have to get out if he can and does. Still has the backup from Bansu. Has an awkward gunfight in the middle of the map. I think he's going to get caught. Or is he going to catch overlay? He is. His teammate does drop though. 1 versus 2 for Ben.
Oh, he's going to go down and he's going to find the angle. He is going to get out. No. Oh, the tiniest of margins. Had to jump that far forward to find the kill. The player was on Overwatch. Look at this. Ben W. Just ready and waiting.
It's very close. Very, very close. Team Ben W, though, will get the round. Hopefully, we'll be jumping over towards that alpha game. Doesn't mean so much. Noctem Esports still running away with this series 1-0, but 1 piece here. And the search and destroy over on Bravo. That's pushing forward. This is very aggressive from Noctem. Surely going to get caught out here. There's no way! I mean, he did have help from his teammates, but how's he not dead? Henry will come through. He finds the first, finds the second. And Noctem are steamrolling this round. How is Ben Bant alive, Pricey?
He's not anymore, but that was ridiculous. I don't understand how on earth he got away with that. Tap danced on the man's head while he was on the floor. That's a round to Noctem.
I mean, it looked like he got the kill, but it was actually, I think, Henry in the end who managed to pick it up. Irrelevant of that. Just the snap to stay alive. Was enough. Noctem get the round. Ben W looking to answer back with an attack of their own. That was very aggressive, though. Over towards the B side. It was literally a beeline for it.
Here we go. An aggressive push here from Ben W. Lampy will get that trade. Down to a 3 versus 3. It all stalls out just a little bit. In Ben W. Unwilling to push any further.
It's a hard push, this. But they have committed over towards the B side. And problem is you have to rewrap all the way back around today, and it's just, I mean, the worry is that where our players potentially sitting are, is anybody watching the flag, is anybody even set up here? What they don't know is that 3 members of Noctem still over towards this B side. And that's mostly due to the fact that Lampy is still causing issue. See, Alpha though, they are kicking things off in what is the big game. For both these two teams absolutely need to win. If they find it, they will lock in a place in playoffs. PTP and Ben W still alive yet. And Ben W. A good spot to be in though. The shots from Kez may well just solidify that round for Noctem Esports, who are looking to go 3-1 up yet. W trying his best. Is he going to be able to do anything? Finds one, will fall. That's continuing over on the Bravo stream if you want to keep up with that game. But this one is a biggie, Bricey. Ask Esports taking on Team Twisted.
Both sides desperately want this. Winner goes through. Lousy looking. Not going to find anything there. Both teams just trying to make sure that they hold this point as much as possible. Almost to deny it to the enemy team more than anything else. But this rotation could prove massive. You can already see Team Twisted in a better position for it.
The rotation, nonetheless, is difficult to deal with at times. As far as where the spawns come through, okay, you expect them towards this backside. They are playing for them to be in that position, but you've got to make sure you win your gunfights. And you've done that on absolutely not a single point of the map. Now you're pinned back here yourselves, put into the spot of where, well, you thought you were going to be put in the opposition. Hack now just trying to stay alive. You can see Classy over towards this side does deal with him. Coming from the second year onto Jamar. The shots are solid. The kills coming through for Team Twisted. Holding this down. 30 seconds underneath their belts and 25 seconds to play for.
Nades running down that hill. Hasn't given them the best opportunity for it. Disarray gonna make this chow, but a little bit of movement, stays alive, keeps it in. Not gonna get the second though. Not enough reinforcements to back him up either. You can already see Team Twisted have backed up. They know that their rotation's coming in, but so does Jamal. Jamal is gonna be here first.
Big rotation, needs to win the gunny and does. Good work here from Team Sport. If you can find this as well, that would have been massive, but Dizzy up close in that scenario is always going to be the favorite. Team Twisted now in control of this hill. A little bit of spawn coming through though. You got somebody spawning behind you. That's going to be Blade. When somebody does spawn out, that's going to be called out. And there you go. Yeah, shot's going to come through before they can do anything about it. Up top we go. Ding dong. What elevator music do you think there would be in this stadium?
Probably the same as every other elevator music there's ever been. But now he's gone all that route and has worked for it as well. Not going to be able to get back into the point here, but Clousy combining. It's still a very tight hill between these two. Clousy trying to work out where he's gone. Eventually we'll figure it out, but it will be Team Twisted who hold on to that scrap time. Blade trying to make a difference isn't going to work either.
Very, very scrappy, but it is Team Twisted coming out on top. Dizzy having a hell of a game. 11 and 7 from him. A really, really good start considering we are just about to head over towards the 4th hill, which is undoubtedly in control. From our ski spot, in a really good spot now to try and set up here. Dizzy with another gunfight win in the middle of the map though. Within will fall. Jamal knocking around from behind them. They are locking this down very, very nicely. A lot of plant control coming through from our ski spot. Blocking up some decent time here. Some decent kills alongside of it. Wyvern can't hit the next one. Now a little bit of pressure starting to come through Team Twisted. An opportunity to find a break.
Here comes the pressure. Everybody going forward. Blade needs to make that kill, and Dizzy will rip him to bits. Haven't seen a lot of him, but he is 13 and 9. And Disarray going to be on the flank. That disrupts so much here for them. But somehow still holding on. Ask Esport finding the kills.
This has been brilliant time. Gonna get control back as well. Rotation looking like it's gonna be theirs too. If you're Team Twisted, yeah, okay, you get them off for the final 4 seconds, but if that's what you're celebrating, this is still the best spot to be in. Ozzy will find one in towards Ticket. On time though, Team Twisted somehow have come way through here. Felt like the setup was there from Ask Esport for quite some time, but they've broken far too easily. Twisted getting some good time.
Both teams still putting on a good show here. This is the difference. Nobody really looking like they're dominating yet. A little bit for Team Twisted in the side of not just points, but also the slaying. But if they let it go, if they have a bad hill, this game really does reset. Connor, though, going to be on 5. Locking this down, refusing to let anybody come forward. I don't think there'll be a last swing. You can already see Ask Esport looking to lock down the rest of the map.
Again, it feels like for a team with maybe a little bit less experience in Ask is when they get in control of these points, it feels like the setup needs to be perfect for them to actually have a lot of success. Connor's just broken through basically all on his own. And for what felt like was a close game after P3 is now not one. 67 to 130 after the first rotation. Team Twisted will take that all day long. Outplaying them here on red card. It's a bit more of a meticulous one. It's a bit more of a map that you really do need to make sure your setup is locked down on. Oh my goodness. Connor finds 7 in a row before falling. Ridiculous shots coming through from him. 30 seconds to play for here over towards P1, but it will just be adjusted for P2 spawns. You can manage to get a hold of them and try to do something with it. Ask Esports are the ones that really do need to do something with it.
Back again. Making a case, but they cannot get that last player off of the point. Eventually they do. This is all now about the rotation. You can see them getting into it. Disarray gets 2. They do have this next one as well, but a player Wyvern has slipped the net. Keep an eye on that minimap. He is behind enemy lines. We'll find one. Gonna get away. Looking for the second. That is unbelievable from Wyvern. Slips through the defense and then cuts 2 of them to pieces. The rechow was poetry in motion, and that may have ripped this hill away from them.
Does that now give them just a little bit of confidence? A little kick up the ass just to try and get them through. Strick actually called in for absolutely nothing there. Oh no, not quite. A little delayed for the secondary to come through from Pack, and they have now just forced them off. Team Twisted looking for some good time here. For all Wyvern's heroics, maybe got ASCII Sport in a position to do something with it. They failed to do so again. The kills coming through for Team Twisted. And that little bit of hope that may well have just been brought back to the forefront for ASCII Sport. Dashed almost immediately. Team Twisted in control of the hill. 12 seconds to go. If they pick up this scrap time, it's even better because the rotation is theirs as well. Still spawning towards the back of your ASCII Sport. You're asking for a little bit of a breathing room here to try and get yourself through, because right now Team Twisted are running through you.
Oh, that's an awkward fight at the best of times.
Sport towards back. He is here. I
Oh,
thought
that
he heard
is
him. He's down low.
unbelievable.
Yeah, thought he heard him coming through, and that's actually going to be the break for ASCII Sport. How on earth have they managed this? Still, the spawns are good for Team Twisted.
Saray finds a big kill there as well. The rest of the pressure coming in at the same time. They're winning here in the trades. Disarray trying to play his life. The reinforcements will flood through at the same time, and that is a clean wipe. They get everybody. Clean them out of this point as well, and ASCII Sport might have to recommit to this. They are taking it a bit slow. I would say normally give this up and rotate, but they are so far behind.
It just feels like when the opportunity is presented for ASCII Sport, they're really not taking it. But at Team Twisted, though, they are really being a nuisance on every single occasion. Disarray will find another kill, and now the rotation is in for them. Nice spot to be in. The lead is it's substantial. Disarray will find 4 in a row now. You look at the difference as far as the kill to death goes. For ASCII Sport, I mean, the reason that things look like they have been a bit of a struggle because they have been in the kills department. It seems like they found themselves in good positions. They found themselves in small moments where maybe they can get something going. Not a single one of them is positive. Yes, okay, it's hard to sometimes lean on the kill to death ratio side of things, but when everybody is getting gunned, it's hard to win a game.
Oh, just managed to play that one though. ASCII Sport still holding on. Oh my god. Connor has been unbelievable so far this map. Really has got a laser. The pressure's still mounting though. Team Twisted refusing to let them even have this scrap time easily. You can see they're better for the rotation as well.
Yeah, it really has felt like ASCII Sports have been second best here. We pitched this as a super close game between two teams who sitting on the same record. Winner goes through. ASCII Sports, though, based on this hardpoint, are going to struggle. Team Twisted are running away with this one. Dizzy here to pick up the pieces. 46 seconds remaining on this hill. You might as well send us to map number 2, because this is under lock and key now for Team Twisted.
Dizzy finds a couple, and that'll probably be just enough. As you can see, Blade looking for it and isn't going to get it in the end, and that'll be it. Team Twisted looked like the better team all the way through the hard point. A very justified scoreline.
Yeah, phenomenal from them. I think, you know, we again don't like to lean on the KD side of things, because I think it's sometimes a lazy thing to do just to expect it to be all coming from that. But when everybody is getting gunned, it just makes your job so difficult. We offered opportunities. A couple of spawns went their way. A couple of moments here and there where a few more kills do put you in a really good position, but never really able to capitalize because just getting gunned out of their socks. Really good job from Team Twisted. Find map number 1, heading into a map number 2, full of confidence now, looking really solid.
They really are as well. Also, just an update. We've been told that Noctum 2-0 now in their series. They've had a very good time. 6-1 on the S&D. The Observer's line is, this is going to be fast. It seems like a bit of a mismatch over on Bravo. On Alpha, though, so far, a mismatch as well. But will it stay that way?
I mean, if you're ASCII Sport, it absolutely cannot. We did see some positivity from them in Search and Destroy in the times that we have seen them. But are they going to be able to convert it here? Because I'm not being funny. You know, you lose our point in map number 1, and you sort of say, okay, but we're heading to Search and Destroy. It doesn't really matter. But, I mean, that just doesn't spell a lot of positive work from me. I mean, as far as the non-traded kills for Team Twisted, absolutely above and beyond. Finding those gunfights goes so positively. What is it? It's like a 30 plus outslay over not that long of a hard point. Tough viewing, but ASCII Sport do have the Search and Destroy. They do have the control, and if they can find one of those, they'll extend the series. They may need to find the next 2 maps if they really do want a chance, because Hardpoint doesn't look good.
Well, who knows? Maybe it's just they start slow and continue on, but very much the underdogs here now. Ask Esport in this matchup. If you are Team Twisted, 2 more maps puts you into playoffs. Bit of a slow start from them. I think one of the very first games we saw them in, Ton, was a bit of a wash. They really didn't get anything going, but if I remember correctly, that might also have been against Noctem, who've been doing that to everybody, so yeah, it's difficult to judge.
Yeah, no, it's hard to say because Noctem have been absolutely sensational. As mentioned, it's looking like they're not going to drop a map. They're 2-0 up in their series. If they were to go through the 15-0 map count, are they going through as maybe the favorites for the entire thing? I mean, essentially is the case, but look, I mean, they will have some tough challenges when we do head over towards that side. But for ASCII Sports, yes, okay. Search and Destroy is potentially the great equalizer. We always say it. You say it quite a lot. And I would agree with you as well. It really does sometimes come down to how well the Search and Destroy has been played between the 2 teams. If you can stretch it there, if you're a really good Search and Destroy team, which feels like it is ASCII Sports sort of ethos to a certain degree. Search looks like their best game mode from what we've seen. But the problem is they're going to have to try and take control or the hard point off them if they win the Search and Destroy. Lots of if, buts, and maybes after that first map, Brycey.
Well, there's always going to be a lot of that, especially with this much on the line for these 2 teams. I think when we talk about how it's going to move forward, though, it's a difficult one.
Yeah.
You can't take an awful lot off that first map. Twisted were the better team pretty much the entire way through, but it's not just one map. We have a best of 5 to play out. S&D is up next. It's a very different game mode. You know how practiced some of these players are on it, and maybe that's where Team Twisted falls down. We know they had a bit of a late stage going through, but we'll have to see how it plays out. I've also been told, I believe our B stream is starting up again here. It should be the control, and well, considering that Noctem are 14-0 in map count so far in the Elite, it might be smart to say that they're probably going to take this map as well.
It's looking pretty good right now. I mean, it's an attack on protocol that is locked up. 14-5 on the lives front. This is dominant from Noctem Esports, who are just looking absolutely sensational right now. Team BenW aren't a bad team by any stretch either. They're going to probably come in 3rd in their group, right? And these guys have pretty much dominated everybody else below them. Noctem Esports, well, I've done the same. Dominated absolutely everybody below them. Brilliant, brilliant work from them in that first round. That one was done very, very quickly. Now for Team BenW, you're on the attack. And this round could follow suit. A minute and 20 seconds to see if you can do something.
And so far, not great. Losing a bit of map control, and CJP, that's a big kill. Gives them a little bit of breathing room. They already know that Detain is going to be flanking. However, Detain doesn't care. Still finds a kill. Won't find a second. Lambie cuts him down. A few kills here for Team BenW. He's going to give them the opportunity to get onto this A point.
An opportunity that they have to take. Looks like you don't get many offered from Noctem Esports. Made over the top though from Detain will be more than good enough to deal with that. 24-23 in favor of Noctem Esports as far as the lives go. We haven't seen either team really find a good solid break. It's been very back and forth. Pinstripe kill feed. Nobody necessarily gaining control of the map, and that's really what it's all about. But that might actually start to help Team BenW. I say that, Kez will find the gunfight. Difficult for them to get anything going here, and every single gunfight that Noctem win just takes that time down a little bit. The time now stopped though. 32 seconds remaining here. Air push is initiated. Noctem Esports will choose to try and defend it.
And here comes the push. He managed to get it done pretty cleanly. I was expecting a bit more of a fight. Team BenW, this may be the last roll of the dice. 2 kills already good. Bance will have to back off. He is super weak as they dive onto the B point and stop the clock once again. And we'll be cut down here. This is going well. They're back onto A at the same time. Lampy with a massive kill. Control over both sides.
He does so well and just needs to try and find a corner to stay alive in. I know that's hindsight, but A is about to be locked in. You can see Noctem Esports happy to just give that up. They're in map control over, well, a complete whitewash in round number 2. That's 3 ticks towards them. BenW very well aware of what's going on here. The call out must have been net. Now this is quite a decent amount of pressure. You can see Noctem are pushed up. If they don't win the gunfights, they're in a terrible, terrible spot, but they are going to start winning the gunfights. D10 will find CJP. Lampy will hop it, will force Noctem into action. Pants will deal with him. So far, so good.
Still doing well. The first tick might come through here. You can see him just playing the angle, but not going to be enough. A two-piece could lock it down as Bance finds it. Still, this game does rest on a knife edge. 40 seconds left to go. Neither side can afford to give away silly kills.
Noctem brought it back, though. They were down in terms of the live count by 2 or 3. They'll find themselves up by 2. Just playing awkward. This is really where your experience comes into it. Lampy will find something, though. Bant's just trying to survive towards the backside, but I think they've seen him jumping off. This is a big gunfight. If you can find it, if you're Lampy, it's massive. CJP, you'll find one as well. All of a sudden, that's B control. Over towards Team Ben W, and it's ticking in very, very quickly. You need to go for the retake. If you're Noctem, this could be the round.
Okay.
That's it.
Trying to get out there, and it is. Too slow. The big push doesn't work. Team Ben W do get a win onto the control ton. And that means that map isn't going to end completely flawlessly, but hey, maybe they'll still get their flawless map count.
Oh, they'll be absolutely furious if they lose one of the last series.
That is true.
Good job, though, from Team Ben W. They just kept that pressure up, and it can be so awkward on attack. On protocol. I mean, you know yourselves, you're sitting at home, and you've got people always in a 2-story building in your attacking spawn. I mean, it's consistent. And Noctem were doing a really good job of that. Team Ben W, though. Got their eyes, cross the T's, make sure their spawns are dealt with, move forward, find the kills. Sounds nice and simple when you put it that way, Bryce, even though it is very far from it.
Dane will actually push through from there, but the rest of the team's going to be here as well. Henry, surely not, isn't going to find that second kill. Clock will be stopped. And keep it on that minimap, because it feels like Noctem are doing the strategy I like to call Team Deathmatch, as they just go for the kills all over the map.
I mean, yeah, it doesn't necessarily have to be around control, right? Slayer where you think they're going to be. Life count does quite often come into it. A capture point underway. Kez going to try and lock this in with his teammates. Overlay is there for the trade. Not quite dealt with immediately, but his teammate is. They're ticking over towards this A side. W's got to be dealt with one way or another. Yeah, to turn around from the flank. Everybody else doing their jobs. Noctem Esports cruising here in this attacking round, feeling like it is going to go their way. But over towards the search and destroy between Ask and Team Twisted, though, on Alpha. Of course, this is the important one. Winner goes through. Team Twisted, 1 to the good.
Here we go, though. Already, you can see, Team Twisted lost a man. Connor goes out to a 3 versus 3, but Blade strikes. And again, huge kills. Dizzy in a 1 versus 3. Not an easy fight for him. That's a huge kill, though. That's going to be the bomb. Instantly getting out of there.
He heard him. And they got a good idea where he is. Watching it cross. Dizzy, I mean, it's just such a hard position to be in because the other gunfight's going to come through as well. Ski spot, find round number 1. Blade finding 2 in that first round. We said it. It can be a massive, massive factor for his team. Finds 2. Opens the round up for them. Pretty much solidifies it.
Here we go. This is an opportunity for them. Ask Esport down in the series, but not out as we've just seen. Huge plays there by Blade, and we've highlighted him before in week 1. Can he be the catalyst? Can he be the man on a mission to get this over the line? That's such unfortunate timing.
It's tough, but look at the aggression already from Ask Esport. Blade's on the flank. You gotta be reading this. You gotta be thinking about it, right?
It's been a while.
Oh, that's a gunfight you gotta win.
And Connor may have just got the blessings of the gods because they hadn't turned around in all that time. And now they have. He's been found and he's going to move and somehow doesn't go down. Eventually he will. And now it's a 1 versus 3. Revenge on the card here for Team Twisted to take this back to 1-1.
wonder what that glass is made out of, mate. It's just stopping that many bullets from killing Dizzy, but irrelevant to the point, Jamal. Not much we can do there. I mean, I feel like a sarcastic answer was probably going to come from you there to say it's made out of glass, but...
Well, all tied up, and I think Blade was in the position, but he probably was expecting there to be somebody a little bit further back, hoping for it. As we tie this game up. Going to be watching Team Twisted now onto the attack. Sorry, onto the defense. This might be a B hit. Look at it. Everybody heading the same way towards A.
Uh-oh.
Hack might have to back off here. It doesn't have the reinforcements. It's a nightmare scenario. We'll find one. Can he get away? Desperately running for his life. Isn't going to be able to make it. And Connor is left all alone.
They're going all the way through towards B. Even if he deals with Blade, this is just so difficult for Connor. Force free for him, though. So that's something to think of. He'll absolutely go for it, but it becomes unobtainable. Never a bad idea to back down, but it's a 1v2. You try it. A lot of noise. Yeah, Blade knows exactly where he is. There you go. Connor dealt with. Ask Esport. It comes down to those 50-50 gunfights over towards Air Bryce. They win them. They win the round. Simple as that.
Yeah, it was always a big hit, and you are right. I think you got to give him credit for doing well, kind of backing up and finding a pick, but realistically, once you've kind of lost that first initial engagement, all the opportunities just drift away. There's just so little you can find after that one. I wonder if they do the same thing. Team Twisted have their chance to get revenge.
Made over the top from Wyvern. Doesn't find any info. Very aggressive on the offensive side here. Connor's not watching it. You think you've got it under lock and key. Pack turns around but runs into two. Jamal is there. Can't find the second. Wyvern was taken down. Can he find a second though? He can't. Wyvern now on a 4-spree. Wasn't the one to fall, and Connor, who was watching the flank, is now left. Like, oh, well, how are all my teammates dead? Well, they got flanked, mate.
We're about to play a game called Follow the Shoulder. We won't fully engage unless they have the advantage. And considering Connor has to make the move here, he might get caught sprinting. There it is.
Yep, just caught out. The big double flank coming over from top glass. Over the walkway, down the stairs. Thank you very much. 2 easy kills. Pack turns round. Heavy finds one. Maybe it becomes an obtainable round. Side of Team Twisted. But right now, Switch and Destroy is looking, well, pretty easy for the side of Ask Esport. Cruising at the moment, Brycey.
That's what we were talking about, though. Just got to find the maps where you can, and once again, Blade, brilliant when they need him the most. They can get this, they'll be feeling super comfortable.
Backing down. Stood on the defensive side here. 3 versus 3 though. Jamal has been taken down. Wyvern on a 4-spree. Blade on a 5-spree. These are things you want to stop happening pretty quickly if your team Twisted. The streaks start to get involved, then, well, things become a little bit more difficult.
Double Chow doesn't get anything. Not a bullet, and they might now go towards the B site here. In fact, I think Disarray has realized that and is going to wait for them.
I mean, it's the right call, right? You start to get a bit of control over towards it. Don't hear much on the front side. You push it out, you find the kill. Do you push towards B? Yes, you do, and you absolutely murder them. Ask Esports. Looking sensational here on the search and destroy. The right decisions. The double child out of kitchen was absolutely brilliant. Sets up the rest of the round for you. And Connor just gets blindsided by that child, unfortunately. Clousy 7-1. Had a really poor map number 1. Paying back for it now, though. Ask Esports 4-1 to the good.
Yeah, just working very, very hard to lock this one down. streaks in abundance. The team Twisted. Is there a way back? Can they find a different rhythm? Zarsk Esports seems to be the S&D specialists. Not a beat really missed for them.
Keeps him moving if you're Wyvern. Is it Wyvern or Wyvern? I don't know, but he's fighting a load of kills. There's number 8 in a row. 2 versus 1 now. Connor's like, right, okay, where the hell are my teammates gone? And it's just so hard in an attacking round to try and do something from this position. You don't have the bomb, you don't have a hope, you don't have a prayer. Ask Esport. I took this one up. Heading into the control. I mean, if you're team Twisted, you gotta hope you close it out in 4, right?
You really do. I mean, some adjustments may be needed. They're gonna have to look at their breaks on this map, especially. They just have let Ask Esport pretty much dominate every single time. I mean, we've seen Connor alive at the end of every single round as he plays towards Paul. So either you have to play around him or you have to find an adjustment somewhere else. For Ask Esport, though, 1 round away from locking this one up.
In a row for Wyvern right now. 7 in a row for Blade. They are absolutely running the show here in the Search and Destroy. Here we go, Hellstorm coming in. And then that is just going to cause absolute havoc over towards this A side. Try and bend it in if you can find anything. Just a bit of information. Finds nothing, but it is going to cause a little bit of chaos on the map. And Wyvern just can come through, can find one. Eventually he does fall after, what, 9 or 10 in a row. Oh, he's still alive. Kill feed. No, Codcaster, please help me out here. Anyway, here's 9 in a row.
2 versus 2. Problem is, the 2 on Ask Esport have not died in some time. Combined 16 streak between them. Connor escapes with his life. Bomb recovered. Ivan gonna go down though. Dizzy finds him. Now Blade in the 1 versus 2. 1v1.
8 in a row. Oh, I thought Dizzy might have just fumbled his opportunity there, but does eventually take a 5-2 now. I was saying this one was done, and maybe I'm just jinxed axe. Oh god, words are becoming a little bit more difficult. Jinxed Ask Esports is harder to say than you would maybe expect. You do get paid to speak for a living though, so maybe it should be easier. But here we are. Ask Esport. Don't win the round. It was actually over towards Team Twisted. 5-2. Blade and Wyvern have been eventually cut down. What was it in the end? 16-17 spree between the pair of them. Fantastic work from them, but Team Twisted now. We still need 4 more rounds in a row.
Just a quick update for you wondering about what happened on Bravo. Well, Nocturne won it. They were 3-0'd the other team. They've gone flawless. 15 maps in the Elite Series. And we'll obviously move on to playoffs.
I mean, that is just a phenomenal achievement. It is not easy to be that perfect in the challenger scene. Perfect is what Team Twisted are going to have to be here in the Search and Destroy, though. Looking like they're going to win this round to make it 5-3. And this is always the scoreline when comebacks start to come through. That gets a little bit scary, Bricey. 5-1, 5-2, you're chilling. 5-3, it's almost that little flip that just gives you a little bit of nervousness. You butterflies in the tummy. Saying that, unless Wyvern could do this.
He saw him. He knows. Comes the Chow, checking the corners desperately. Does he know that both are there, though? That's the key. Gonna be stunned. There's the stun check. Burns more time. Here comes the nade. He's gonna dive for it as well. Disrail taken down. Another round for Twisted.
Scary business. Really good job, though, from the side of Twisted just to get those first couple of kills. Bit of control over towards B. Bomb down, make them work for it. Not quite job done yet. Was 5-1, now 5-3. Team Twisted get another round. It's not just butterflies in the stomach. I think I'd start feeling sick.
Well, probably be alright unless he lost this one. RCXD's out. Going for a bit of a drive. Oh, Dizzy finds it. Dizzy finds the first blood. There's going to be a stun check. Doesn't actually get the hit mark of the stun. Gets away, but Connor will find Clousey.
Uh-oh.
The 2 versus 4. It's a 1 versus 3. Clousey last alive. Finds all one, but doesn't get the kill, and they hunt him down. Eventually will be killed. And now it's a 5-4.
Bile starts to build, Brycey. I'm telling you, they're feeling a little bit sick right now. Ask eSport. You're starting to fall apart, and if your team twisted, you're getting more confident. 5-4. They brought this back. They've roared back into this one. Still need 2 more rounds. Not long ago, they needed 5. It's changed in the blink of an eye. And to be honest with you, the majority of the rounds have felt relatively comfortable. But you found opening picks. You put yourself in advantageous positions. Can you do that again? A bomb plant early does. Over towards A would be one of those positions.
Here we go. Can they hold off
Ascar
from the retake? First blood. 3 versus 3. Oh, they've got another one though. 2 versus 3. Dizzy's away. That is a massive stun check. Gets away with it though. Oh my goodness, Dizzy! That is unbelievable to bring it back to a 1 versus 1. Connor waiting on Clousey. Hold the irons, and there we go. 5-5. And that Dizzy is definitely going to hit one of the replays. That was ridiculous to find it after being stun checked.
I mean, he's stunned and finds the first. He's already done phenomenal. Omni movement out into the middle of the map will have you as well. Finds the second, makes it doable. Sound the gong. Round 11 we go. Ask eSport were 5-1 up. We're into round 11. Disarray with the RCXD. That could be a crucial informational tool. Or we just send it towards here. Let's do it.
Going in for it. All that work though. What a disaster. What a disaster. So much work to bring it back, and now a technical 1 versus 4, 1 versus 3 currently here for Pack. Finds one, not going to get it. Unbelievable way to end it. They send it and straight into the bin.
I mean, yeah. All of that for that. When you forced it to the round 11, 5-1 down, and you just get wiped like that. I think use the RCXD, like, make it difficult for them. You know, put it forward, put it in a position, ask those questions. I don't feel like any of those rounds that Team Twisted just won were these 50-50 fights over towards the site. It never felt like that way. It felt like the way that they were playing methodically to a certain degree. They were trying to pick them apart. They were doing such a good job. I mean, they're unfortunate that as Ask eSport, to be fair to them, they've just lost, what, 4 rounds in a row, and they say, yeah, you know what, we'll challenge them over towards A. We'll just hit it. And they get away with it. Brilliant work from Ask eSport to find that initial lead. They were absolutely cruising. I mean, at this stage, if it wasn't for Dizzy, 6-1, job's done. We're probably halfway through the control right now, but as it goes, Team Twisted bring it all the way back just to get bodied in round 11.
Yeah. It was such a weird final round. They sent it. They paid the price. As we go through the highlights, you're going to see it. This is the one moment here. Dizzy somehow alive, even though they knew where he would be. And then Pack was like, oh, God, all that work, everything we've done here, it goes down to this. And doesn't end with a bang, ends with a whimper, really.
Yeah, I always hate it when that happens. I will let you all know my head was in my hands when they just got wiped like that. I was actually good because I love to see these. I wanted the 1v1, bring it really down to those 10 search and destroy rounds. You know, you set it up. It's been this whole long marathon of a search and destroy. They brought it back, and then they send it and get gunned, and now all of a sudden it's 1-1, just like that.
They certainly did. Well, that map's over, but fortunately still much more Call of Duty to come. Map 3 and everything that comes with it will be right after this break. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in just a few. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to Challengers Elite here in Europe. We are approaching the end, but in a good way. It'll be playoffs next. This will be the last round of games we get to. And as you can see, as we go through the standings, in Group A, which is done and dusted and put to bed, Team Notorious went flawless. Not just in that, though. We've got Katana Gaming, who are going second seed, then Notorious Gaming, who went 2 and 3, and Avenge Esports, who went 2 and 2 as well. So a good time from them will be had, as they will all go through into our playoffs. And Glorious and Voltage will have to try again next time, Ton.
Yeah, no joy for them. Avenge Esports just scraping themselves through in that 4th place, of course, with a 2 and 3 record alongside Notorious Gaming. But over in Group B, which we've been watching go down, Noctem Esports closed out their game, not just 5 and 0 in their group, 15 and 0 on map count. Absolutely phenomenal. Exceptional Gaming were, well, I mean, the only loss for them was against Noctem Esports. They're through in second. Third is locked in from Team Ben W, but that 4th spot is yet to be decided, and we have a series all tied up between the two teams who are fighting over the spots. Really nice position to be in if you love watching Call of Duty, because we have 2 or 3 more maps to come here between these two teams to determine who is going to come through in 4th place and into the playoffs tomorrow. You don't want to miss out if you're at this stage. Ask Esport, by the way, just to remind everybody at home, if you weren't watching, we're 5-1 up in that Search and Destroy. Only won at 6-5.
Yeah, very different
scary
scenario.
spot, but they got the job done.
Imagine if they had managed to make that comeback. We're talking about a very different game right now. You'd say this would be Team Twisted all the way, but back on the respawn, and they certainly do seem to have the advantage in some spots as they now absolutely destroy Ask.
I mean, you watch them on map number 1, just run through them, these run and gun game modes. Would it be fair to say Ask Esports are a bit of an S&D team right now, Preston?
I think it would be, but God, that comeback. I mean, I kind of wish we got a better round 11, and we'll probably talk about that again at some point. But right now on the control, Ask Esport really struggling to get off the starters blocks. There's a few kills now. It should get some map control and at least stop the clock.
A little bit of a glimmer of hope for Ask. Team Twisted though. A bit. He's right here. Big kills coming through. Can't find the second. Looking for another. Pack is there to pick up the pieces. Clock has been stopped though. Ask do have themselves a touch over towards A. Dizzy is just in prime position. I mean, you just need to clear this out though if you're Team Twisted and the Team Ask Esports even. You do start to find those kills. Back in disarray though, combining so well. There's 4 dead, and that may well be the round.
Last push. Disarray almost shooting fish in a barrel. Doesn't get any more than 1 though. Dizzy comes to get his pound of flesh on the flank. They can't even afford to check for him. Down goes 1. Down goes the second. He will be traded out, but with 2 seconds on the clock, I don't even know if he can get there. Cannot. And Team Twisted take that round. 1 tick only for Team Ask.
Brilliant job from Twisted. Just put them to the sword over and over again. Just felt like they were always finding the flanks when they need to. Holding down their own spawn really well. You seen towards the end there, I think Pack and Dizzy just made sure they were getting those kills towards their own spawn building. It's just about that control. Really what it boils down to, because then you can dictate what happens over towards A and flow seamlessly over towards B if you still have that control. But no joy for Ask Esport. Team Twisted now looking to try extend this one, just get themselves onto the hardpoint, which they were so proficient at in map number 1. They're only 2 rounds away from doing so.
A little bit slower here. Waiting to make it, and a little bit slow there. Might have cost his teammate. Will eventually find 2. Just couldn't quite get that gun to swing.
And that was momentarily 4 dead. If Kazi finds something there. Team is a little bit slow to get there with him, but the trades did come through. They're coming in off the respawn. Mark can't find the pick. Sorry, Kazi can find the pick. No way. He survives this. How on earth has he found that kill? He's pulled Connor's pants down. Number 5 incoming. Not quite. Kills traded in favor of Ask Esports still, though. The lives remaining on their side. In half a Team Twisted to really get out here. Nearly a second tick into B, though, through all of that.
just a slow boil for them. Again, clock stopped. Klausy. Oh no, watch. He's going to dive into it, but does go down. And they've got B secure here. A couple of kills now that go towards Twisted will allow them to grab this round if they can get onto A, but they have to win some of the trades. Disarray looking for his second. That is a 6 streak for him now. Trying to keep the players back in spawn as much as possible. And down they fall. They're trying to get onto the point here, but trade's still going well enough. First tick done.
Should be A. Should be A, unless Klausy can do something about it. Not looking likely. He's trying to make their lives very, very difficult. The rest of the team will probably back on down. No, they go for it. Cannot get their team Twisted. Secure it. 2 to the good. Ask Esport, nothing to be said here in the control.
Wow. Looks like respawns are all Ask Esport. Well, so sorry, Twisted, because this is feeling like the Hardpoint again, Ton.
Yeah, it's very, very dominant. Not much to be said from Ask Esports' point of view. Good job to get the search and destroy. Problem is for them, they do need to win a respawn to make this possible.
Bit of pressure here. Ask Esport doing well. Disarray. That's another massive kill for them. It's just in the spawns coming there in real time. I would have called that out. Connor on mid gun. At the moment, just going for this mid map control before somebody pushed into the spawn, which, as we know, will happen. You could even see Ask Esport looking for it themselves, but these are incredible shots.
Yeah, Twisted just running away with these respawn game modes right now. Just seem to be doing everything correctly. Dizzy, nah, not going to win that gunfight, but relevant of that damage done, still forced back. Maybe a little bit overzealous from Connor to be jumping out there, but irrelevant of that, the rest of the team is still here to pick up the pieces. Disarray's going to find one. He's probably going to find a second here on it. Jamal as well as Snap. Oh my goodness me, Disarray. 4th as well? Yeah, well, maybe not quite, but that's 3 of the best from him. Team Twisted absolutely cruising here. Ask Esport just cannot do anything. They are getting run over.
And now maybe one last flurry. One last flourish. Check the wrong corner. 2 of them go down. Still not able to stop the clock. Eventually get the kills. They're just going to pile onto A. They have to. Dizzy on Overwatch. Finds the first. Not the second. The slide is good enough to get them out of there. There's a tiny chance. Never mind. Teammates stole the kills. Dizzy's actually Dizzy himself, looking for the players who've disappeared like smoke on the wind. And Team Twisted just ran through Ask. Respawn is all one way.
Sensational. Once again. I mean, when you're seeing Disarray do this, yeah, head glitch, yeah, whatever. There's a 3rd as well. Snap onto you, like nobody's business. Sensational work there from Team Twisted, just getting the job done in these respawns, which seems to be the case. Ask Esport, they seem to have an option with the search and destroy, and yeah, okay, they got it done, but I almost wonder that if they had won that second map comfortably, would it maybe give them a little bit more confidence heading into this one? Yes, okay, to get the map win is great, but in the manner that they got the win, does it maybe take some wind out of your sails? You beat them 6-1, you're roaring into the next map, you're saying, yeah, protocol control, let's get it, let's see if we can do something. And, well, you go 3-up. So now you're heading into a hard point. Map number 4, where, I mean, if we're going to draw any similarities from map number 1, you would expect this series to be over pretty quickly. I was dominant from Team Twisted. It was dominant in map number 1 as well. Are they going to be able to replicate that in map number 4?
I'll be honest with you. I'm going to say yeah. Team Twisted have looked so good in the respawns. And truth being told, pretty good in the second half of S&D, apart from that one final round. You have to think they're the hot favourites for this now. There's no other way around it. They have just looked better every time the respawns have hit. Hacienda should be the end of it.
You would think so. You would think so. But what they will have in the back of their mind is search and destroy was tough. Yes, okay, we know they brought it back. But we were 5-1 down in that skyline. You don't want to go to a vault. You do not want to go to a vault, especially that map in particular. It's so mixy over towards that bomb site. Down low, inside the vault is just not where you want to be for a map 5 to qualify for playoffs, especially. You want to close it out here in Hacienda, and you have to make sure you do. Because it's a coin flip heading into map number 5. You know you had the advantage here in Hacienda. Make sure you close it out here. That's what they'll be saying to themselves right now.
They certainly will. Well, we'll find out what happens in map 4 just after this. Don't go anywhere. A short break and the action continues. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to Call of Duty Challengers Elite. The end of the rounds, the groups is upon us. The bracket lingers. But only one of the two teams we are watching can make it. So far, Team Twisted, unbelievable on the respawns. Skyline Search and Destroy, though, a very different story, Ton.
Yeah, Search and Destroy was, well, it felt very one-sided for a long time. ASCII Esports dominated that one until they didn't. Got forced to a round 11, but they get the job done. Other than that, though, you are very, very right. These respawns have been all Team Twisted. And we're heading into another. Hacienda Hardpoint is going to be coming up in just a second. We're looking to close it out here, but the elephant in the room is, if we head to a map number 5, it is a dangerous prospect of a Vault Search and Destroy. But a reminder, qualification to the playoffs tomorrow. You want to make sure you get this job done. You want to make sure you're in with the best 8 teams in Europe. If you're Team Twisted, you just need to win this map. If you're ASCII, you need to somehow steal this away. Go to your favorite game mode and get it done. A lot of Call of Duty still to potentially be played here. Into map number 4 we go. Hacienda Hardpoint should be a banger.
All right, let's find out. Our Team Twisted, just the better respawn team, will slay their way into the playoffs. Do ASCII Esport have an ace up their sleeve, or just an incredible team talk? We'll have to find out as both teams go towards this number 1, and, well, proceedings have been opened. Connor finds 2.
That's the kind of thing you need from Wyvern. You need him to be able to find these kills up top. Team Twisted getting things up and running. Any time is good time at P1. Lanzu and Jamal, though, combining together, trying to get something going. Back to disarray. Dizzy still continue to cause a little bit of a problem up top, but they will eventually get wiped. ASCII Esport now in a position to pick up some good time, in a position to do something over towards P2 as well. Setup is there. 14 seconds. We'll be heading over towards Lambo, McLaren, whatever car you want to call it incorrectly. They will be the first ones there, but a big gunfight here. Actually, Dizzy wins it, and there you go. He's all of a sudden in a position to do something towards this backside. He needs a little bit of help from the rest of his team. Just times that so perfectly. And his team walk through, and for all what felt like a P2 rotation, the side of ASCII Esport just develops into nothing.
This could be a big hole, but Dizzy's already gone down. Pack's trying to hold his way. You can see the pressure mounting here. Big swing because Team Twisted, they're spawning out. They have to try and make some kills, and Wooten finds 1. Connor still alive on a 2 streak. They've completely turned this around, but they still have to hold off with these trades and somehow staying alive. Not going to fall at all. A 4 streak for him.
And she will drop. Jamal is there to pick up the pieces. 15 seconds to play for here, though. ASCII Esport will take this time, and say thank you very much. Rotation over towards fences. Is potentially a little bit of a mixer. You can see already, or actually it was disarray. Spawning over towards that side, so I think they're in a little bit more control than maybe they are. A lot of presence here from ASCII Esports, and that's coming to the forefront now. Blade will find 1. Dizzy needs to stay alive.
Disarray, not able to get it, but fortunately reinforcements is there. The spawn towards the back, they've got to turn around, and Pack does, but a little bit too late. And now Dizzy's under pressure, hoping for reinforcements. Will we cut down as well? Massive plays coming in of ASCII Esports as they rebuff all this pressure that's been put on them as they cut them to ribbons. Players from every single conceivable angle.
I mean, this feels like the closest we've really seen the two teams on any given day when it comes down to these respawn game modes. Holding it down if you're ASCII Esport as well. Malkazi combining well. Only 1 kill to be answered for. And immediately traded, but Ivan finds 2 himself as well. That's 3 in a row from him. Rotation over towards P4. And holy course, Bryce. ASCII Esports are in the lead and maybe doing something a little bit more. Blade starting to pick it up. Over towards P4. ASCII Esports in the lead on the hard point.
Certainly feeling it. Having a good time, and you are right. I think they only got 133 in map 1, so they're on course to get that very, very quickly. A much different respawn team trying to send us to a map 5. And Blade correctly calls the pinch there as well. They are slaying out.
Staying alive. 5 on a 5 spree as well. Blade finds another. Feels like Team Twisted just panicking a little bit now, trying not to put themselves in a position. It feels like every single time they've wanted to have their way in these respawn game modes, they've been able to. Right now, Ask are the ones dictating the play, and I don't know if Team Twisted are dealing with it that well. These kills all falling their way. Momentarily, Ask Esports looking like a completely different team. 13 seconds to play for here. And they're starting to turn it on.
Every bullet hitting flesh. Wyvern continuing the move as we go back towards this P1. The Team Twisted, a little bit of a head shake. Try to get back into the momentum of things. Well, just looking to lock down top. Calls it correctly. Unfortunately, a double chow comes through and takes him off. And for Twisted, just a little bit of a bleed here. Getting onto that P1 to begin with. Trying to get as many points as possible. And a slight slowdown for Ask, but they are still in the lead.
Wyvern can't do anything wrong right now. Eventually, he does get cut down. Team Twisted need to think about a good hill to bring them back into this one. Miraculously, they found themselves around 50 points behind. Disarray on a 5 spree, though, is going to help things out. And there you go. That's a nice wipe. I mean, this might be one of the reasons as to why Team Twisted are struggling. Pack is 3 and 13.
Finds another kill there. This will be a big hold for them if they can get it. Twisted really do need it, and they've committed for it as well. But keep an eye on that minimap. There are players everywhere. They're going to know this spawn is the other way. This is a difficult hold at the best of times.
They can keep this locked down, though. Find themselves in a lead. Esports may well just be the team starting to panic. Disarray can't find that gunfight, and well, looking the rest of his team. One and not the second for Connor. Pack still really struggling, and I mean, considering he's 4 and 15, the fact that Team Twisted, I mean, how is he potentially even 5 and 15 at this rate if he's shooting like that? Yeah, okay, make it 6 and 15. Let's go on a generational run. Can we have another one? Yes, we can. 3 in a row, just like that for Pack, and all of a sudden, oh, okay. Oh, right, okay, you just need to warm up, Ricey. Never mind, he's 9 and 15 now. 5 in a row. Pack starting to heat up. Team Twisted starting to gain some points.
Huge run there. Doesn't look nearly so bad anymore. It's had a bit of a resurgence into this game, but still going to be tight. It's going to be 33 points between the two of them. I say this, Twisted aren't on the point. They've pushed forward. Dizzy's going to have to cut back and burn themselves a little bit of time there and not really got the positions they want to be in. Dizzy now a bit worried about the pressure. Doesn't have anybody here for the trade and is going to fall. Ask Esports waltz into this point.
Back down, trying to continue on the spring that he found himself on over towards P2. Interested in control, though. Numbers really are here for Ask Esports. Let's do something about it. Whilst we do have those numbers, they can't do that. Team Twisted hold it down. 2 seconds to play for here as well. You can do with getting rid of Wyvern, you do. Pressure coming in now from top plat. Getting that office control. All of a sudden, yep. Ask Esports are going to have to walk away licking their wounds. This is going to be, what, a 4-5 point game by the time we head over towards Rock. Dizzy now starting to heat up over towards this hill if he can. Wyvern will deal with him. Disarray really having a sensational game so far. Ask Esports, the ones here when they need to be. They've got a good amount of time to potentially lock down here. 50 seconds to play for, people.
Need to find the kills though. Disarray finding 1 or 2. They trying to hold them at bay at the door. Pressure still mounting. Trying to get into it here, but this is what happened last time. Ask Esports just excellent at keeping them at bay, not losing a gunfight on this point.
I think for Team Twisted, it feels like they could be in a position just to contest, and they go for the kills. Mal's going to pick up one onto Pack, but the kills on the forefront have actually went the way of Team Twisted. They should be able to get some decent time here, but here they come on the respawn again. Ask Esport back in control, back inside of the point, trying to hold it down. 7 points away from breaking the 200 point mark. Team Twisted just a little bit further behind. It's going to be about a 30-35 point difference, although that's going to help from Dizzy. Close that gap. Get it down to a reasonable offering. You're only 25 or so behind now, and then you're starting to find the kills over towards P1. You can get some good time here.
It's just that P4, it's been such a massive difference. Don't think we're going to get there again, or at least we shouldn't. And the big gunfight's going down on the P1. Team's looking to bleed as much of this time as possible. Disarray knows he's going to be chowed, and even when he's 26 and 15, it's still not enough for this team to take the lead back, and Connor gets stunned out of his mind. For Team Twisted, they're going to have to commit to getting onto this point. Ask Esport crossed the 200 points mark, and they're slaying out.
Ask Esport have been in the lead for a very, very long time. It's that P2 to P3. In that first rotation of hills, to be honest with you, they've been sensational. Team Twisted starting to come back into it a little bit more now. Pack trying to lock down towards the backside. That's a gunfight. You just need to win. Gets gunned. Jamal was behind him, actually. He didn't get gunned. He just got shot in the back. Now Dizzy trying to find that spawn. He did so well on the first rotation to do this. His team got broken there, but can he do it again? Can he lock it down? Not going to happen. Twisted are inside of the point, but Ask Esports with a better spawn and the kills falling their way. Big opportunity to find a break and some really good time.
And Ask Esport are in. Here comes the break. They're trying to get through. This is a difficult push for them, but they've got to make it work, and they don't. Nothing appears for them in the end, and kind of moves at the last second. Will find one, but it's not going to be enough. It's a reset. It's a headbutt. Ask Esport can win it here, and they have remained in control for the majority of this game. Disarray, that's a huge pick already. 2 more kills going down. It's just Wyvern left into the point, but the nade will save man. He finds a way! 3! A 6 streak may have just sent this game to map number 5. Unreal. There's no way he should have got 3. And now another headbutt coming in. He continues his streak with 7. There's going to be number 8. There's going to be number 9. It's all good all of the time, as the rotation will hit with 2 seconds to spare. Here comes the reinforcement from the sky.
Oh man, that is one of the best things I've seen in years in the challengers team from Wyvern. That is absurd. 9 in a row. Doesn't matter. Doesn't even get the opportunity to make it 10. We're going map 5. What on earth was that?
And you have to give Ask full credit. Oh, massive hold, massive breaks. Yeah, they were just better, realistically. I mean, P4 was a masterpiece in how to continue to push down both sides of the hill. That break on P2 obviously got them into the point. And then Wyvern, what can you say? That shouldn't be allowed to happen. It was 3 versus 1 on the point. Obviously a nade from a teammate helped, but ridiculous.
I mean, insane plays from him towards that last hold. I mean, the game looked done at that stage anyway, but how about you put a pin in it like that? We're going to roll the highlights, but my God, just give me those last 9 kills from Wyvern. That was absurd. I mean, they just had such a good start, though, Ask Esports. You've seen it from P2 onwards. Kind of in control of the game. Team Twisted didn't really have much to speak of. The moment they started to come back into the game is when Pac went on a 5 or 6 spree, having a really, really poor start. I think it was 3 and 13, 4 and 14. Either way, not great. He starts to come back into it. They start to make it possible, but Ask Esports never lost the lead. They never lost it once. As soon as they had a hold of it, wasn't necessarily plain sailing. We're going to get to see it here in a second. I mean, Wyvern knows that's coming. Spins around, knows there's one behind him. Spins with the pistol as well. And he's calling it in as the game is done. Do yourself a favor, go watch the last minute of that. Wyvern, that was absurd. 24 untraded kills. Big game from them. And then they did what we said they needed to do, which was steal one of the respawns away. Give yourself an opportunity with the search and destroys. They just about got it done in map number 2. We head over towards a vault. Quite literally, for all the marbles, Brycey.
We certainly do. It is going to be exciting for sure. These two teams have battled back and forth. For Ask Esports, hope was almost a 4-letter word too far. We didn't think they could do it on the respawn. They turned up that time. They almost lost it on the S&D, but managed to get that round 11 done. And now these two teams will show down on a map number 5. The winner will go into playoffs. The loser will try again next time. And here's the truth. The honest truth of it all is both of them deserve the opportunity, but that's how it works.
Yep, top 4 gets you through, and ultimately it's come down to both these two teams have only found 1 win in their previous 4 games. Comes down to your 5th up against the other team who've done the exact same thing. I mean, it's just written so wonderfully. I love it when these games come down to these final maps. Round 11 would be maybe a push too far, but let's see if we can see it.
Well, I've been told the game might just be upon us. Wait to see if the lobby is all good, and we might go to it. But yeah, realistically, Tan, I've got to ask you for your predictions here on this one. How are you feeling?
I think we put a lot of our basis on Ask Esports Search and Destroy based on what we've seen when they went up against Team Exceptional, and we've seen in the Search and Destroy they did actually lose Vault Search and Destroy up against Exceptional, but Exceptional very, very good roster. But the guy that made it possible for them, that sent them to a round 11, was Blade. Now I want to say he's been relatively quiet in the respawns, but we've seen him go on a crazy spree. Him and Wyman both going crackers in the Search and Destroy in map number 2. We need to see that again. We need to see the clutches from him. I think he found a 1v2 and a 1v3 back to back. Are they going to need those moments based on what we've seen in the map number 2 in the Search and Destroy? I'm not too sure, but let's see if they're going to be able to find them if they need to. They are the stronger team in the Search. I think they might take this one in a map 5, Brycey. They were cruising in map number 2 and only just allowed Team Twisted to come back into it, but they got the job done. I think they'll do it here in map number 5.
All right, well, let's find out. We're going to go do a quick break while we set up this very final European group stage map. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you right after this. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to Call of Duty Challengers Elite in Europe. Well, it comes down to a map 5. Ask Esport and Team Twisted Ton are looking to make it to playoffs.
Yeah, I'm very surprised that we've ended up here, especially with the route that we have them. We always said Ask Esports, it feels like they are more Search and Destroy orientated. We got to see that, well, at least for about 6 or 7 rounds in map number 2. They started to lose their way, but eventually closed it out with the round 11 stomp. Got smoked on maps 1 and 3, but somehow get the job done in map 4 to find that map that they needed to steal to send us now to a Vault, Search and Destroy. I said before, the Hacienda Hardpoint, if you're Team Twisted, you do not want to see this Vault. That is a dangerous place to be. Ask Esport have shown proficiency on this map. Don't know if I've seen it from Team Twisted yet. It's one of those Search and Destroy maps. I suppose you could put, you know, the shoe on the other foot here. For Team Twisted, Vault Search and Destroy can be cheesy at times. If you can find a couple of gunfights here or there, you will find a couple of rounds here or there. And we've seen they're able to do that against Askies, but we've seen plenty of examples of that from Skylight. Are they going to be able to do it here on Vault? This is not where they would have wanted to be. They would have wanted to close this in 4. They did not get the job done. And now we go to the coin flip.
Wow. So much on just an S&D. For one team, a chance to prove themselves next time in the playoffs. The other team just leaves with a 1-5 record. The time in the Elite will have been brief, and it will not be noteworthy. It all hinges on this map, Vault S&D. The only thing in the Vault here is going to be that playoff ticket. Who takes it now? Ask Esport have looked great on the S&Ds. Team Twisted did look great on the respawns, though, and that didn't work out in the last hardpoint. So, never take anything for granted. Time is not yet ridden. But here we go.
So into the Search and Destroy, expect a lot of action over towards this A side, as we so often do see. It's going to be about these first engagements. It's going to be about these attacking teams taking onus when they are able to get in and get in cleanly, and that is a great start. Pack will find the kill on the Wyvern. This should be a plant over towards A. Bomb down with advantage. Ask Esports. A lot to do here in a 3v4.
Is he not making a move yet? Just throwing the shoulders. Shoulder. Pack very deep in the spawn. Takes a few shots though. Gives his position away. They'll look to shut him down if they can do it in just enough time. Blade's already found one. Pack though finds one as well. A 2 versus 3. He will try and get towards his team now with that bomb ticking down, but down he falls. 2 versus 2. This is going to have to be a hard hit, Tunt.
Have to be a quick one. So he's going to try and put them off. That grenade might just slow them down in enough time. They've got to go. They've got to go now.
Ray's found one, but on the second Blade will find 2, and the timing, that should be a defuse. He got there in unbelievable fashion. They were both in the sight. An unreal retake. All 4 for Blade.
I hate to break it to you, but it was Wyvern. Started off where he left it. It's an ace and all 4 kills. After his heroics on P2 to close out the game for his team, he gets the job done in round 1 in what felt like an insurmountable situation. Later, someone we talked about. Wyvern, though, remember, a 9 spree in map number 2 to set ASCII Sport up in such a good position. He was on a 9 spree at the end of map number 4 to close it out as well. He's just kicked off his Search and Destroy in map number 5 with 4 in a row.
Oh, looking for more, though. That's an aggressive push all the way through. Keep an eye on that mini-map. It will fall.
Another first blood for Pack.
And if your team Twisted, that's going to be really disappointing that you lost that last round. 0.6 of a second. Oh, just taking a stun to the face. A few more nades popping out of that break in the wall. I will say this, though. Team Twisted are in a little bit of trouble. They don't have the they do have the numbers, but they're just being pinched ever so slightly.
ASCII Sport haven't overcommitted to this. Ball is meticulously making his way around over towards the B side. This Pack is going to intercept this, though.
Is he going to see him?
I was unopened. He's got an inkling of what's going on, though. He probably heard the trophy go down. Going to pick it just a little bit late. Trophy will be rid of, and all of a sudden, yeah, okay, you still got the numbers. This retake is doable, but it's a difficult one.
They don't have the position.
Look at
this
Blade.
Is going to be all about the trades. Who sells their life the most expensive? Time is burning. 27 seconds left. Pack is looking for the players, and they've basically hidden them. Wyvern will find one. Pack will get it back onto it, though. Klausy and Blade left in a 2 versus 3. Time is on their side. They have to hunt them down. They're looking for him. There's Blade. He's going to fall. Klausy in a 1 versus 2. He doesn't see the bomb. The bomb's being defused in his face. That's a ninja defuse.
They jump on it. They get the defuse. Just not set up for that position, was it?
He must have got onto it without him seeing.
I wonder if just a little bit of timing, but I cannot tell you how important of a gunfight win that is for Disarray. I think Pack probably picks it up anyway, but if he makes that a 1 versus 2, it becomes a little bit more of a doable situation. It makes 1v1 a little easier because you're able to push out. You're able to make the push for it. Just think, okay, I've got a 1v2, not a 1v3. I don't have to look in 15 million directions. I only have to look for the bomb and then for the next one. So a big win. Ivan will find first blood, though. Pack has found first blood in the last 2 rounds. He ain't finding it this time. He is first blood. This array up. We'll get this bomb down. It will be a 3v4 situation for Ask. Try and find this retake. Make it a 3 versus 3. Jamal's dealt with it. Oh, on the other side of the map, actually. Big gunfight win, though. 3 versus 2.
There's one. Needs to find a second one. That is unbelievable movement. A 1 versus 2, though. Blade. Oh, he's been spotted. He's going to try and make a move over the top into the point. Down. He falls before he can do any more.
Team Twisted find themselves in a lead here. It's just that kill comes through as soon as that bomb goes down. You make it a 3 versus 3, and you're always favored on this site. The setup was really nice as well, but you've seen actually from Ask Esports, they sent one player very deep towards B. You'd be expecting some action over towards that side of the map. We didn't get to see any of it, and all of a sudden that player is pretty much wasting his time. So Twisted, 2 onto the good now. It's a round where you were at the disadvantage to find. There was a round in the previous round before that where you had to retake over towards B. So they're going about it the hard way, but they're getting the job done. Oh, here we go.
Another first blood. And backpedals, but that is a fast plant. This array. Wondering if he can make anything of this.
Jamal, you would expect to probably have heads up here. 1 player watching lower vault, 1's in the side door. That stun's going to cause havoc. Didn't hit.
Biggest issue they've got is information. They're not entirely sure where everybody is, but it's been found. And they've already got it down to just 1. That place to behind the door, he dives out there as well. Whoa. Almost omni movement to death, but too many bodies, too many players. And Team Twisted get another round ton.
How Blade finds that second, I will never know, but irrelevant of that. Team Twisted 3-1 to the good now. I mean, it's just their big push over towards B. Felt like a bit of a Hail Mary. Just straight off the rip. Only in round number 4. I wonder if Ask Esports are feeling the pressure here. Moments like that where you maybe just need to go to the tried and tested. It's been working, well, relatively towards it. You hit a hard one over towards B. But I really want to give him some credit. After a really poor map number 4, Pack has found 3 first bloods out of the 4 rounds we played. Having a lot of luck over towards this B side, and they keep entertaining them.
Big push coming underground here. A lot of nades flowing in, but there will be a first blood. Looking for another one, and oh no, not going to get it. Oh, so many kills going down. Ask Esports, we're ready for that.
Is he stunned up? Really can't do anything to help his teammates out. That has to go for the child. Think he can try and win an unlikely gunfight. An unfavorable one at that. That caught running. And there you go. That's a very quick round to get back. If you're Ask Esport, the type of round when you get those back just feels like an extra 0.25 of a round, doesn't it? It feels like that extra little bit of momentum. 8-3 if you're Wyvern. But another great game. I mean, he opened it up. What was it? 4 kills in round number 1. The ace. Slowed down since then, but it would have been, well, difficult to keep that one up. All is dealt with. Wyvern will get this bomb down. Another first blood for Pack.
Should really be converting every single one of these rounds, but Ask Esports even being in this game after losing so many first bloods is ridiculous. Here comes the push. 4 versus 3. They have to trade effectively. Oh, this way going to go on by themselves. This is what they're waiting for. They're trying to work out where everybody is. Trophy working overtime there.
Blade's waiting for the push to come from the other side. It's all 4 through the front door, though. Pack is going to find one. Disarray, another Blade left all on his own.
Too many bodies. Too many people going to be watching over that one. Team Twisted waited until they had the information. That's the thing you may have missed on the minimap. They were just checking a few angles, wondering where the last players were before they committed. And I got to like the advantage of basically sending it a 1 and 2 formation. First player goes in, slides hard, and the second two follow up, pulling aim all over the place.
Send them in for the info. Everybody else goes in, knowing where they are. And that was unfortunate because I mean, Blade has to cover that angle, but I wonder if you cover it from inside the vault, it maybe gives you a bit more of an opportunity if they hit it like that. But of course, we know exactly where the other players are. You don't. Team Twisted, 4-2 to the good, still that 2-round advantage. Well, for a little while now. 2 more rounds, and we'll see them tomorrow. Pack is having a hell of a game here. They need to stop challenging him down this B street because he has won it. 4 rounds out of 6 now. And those 4 rounds have went Team Twisted's way. Another first blood in another round looking likely. 3 versus 2 now in favor of Twisted.
Oh, on Overwatch. Connor waiting. Just trying to keep them at bay here. They haven't got this bomb down yet, which isn't the best, but all they got to do is try and trade this one out. You can already see they're making a move as a group. Wondering where everybody has gone. Oh, is this a bit of time? I think they've seen it. They have seen it as well. It's now a 1 versus 2. Wyvern is running.
I mean, he's 10 and 4. He's been that guy so far for Ask Esports. He's had to be. You think of that 1 versus 2 and ace in round number 1. Without that, Team Twisted, you're on match point. It may well be. In around 45 seconds time, that bomb's gone down over towards B. Wyvern gets the info, fires the shots. He gives the info straight back. The shots are in. The round is in. Team Twisted are 1 away.
Just enough to make it work there. And I've got to say, congrats on, I say congrats, say well played on not planting at that site. Flank might have come in, might have gone down. Wyvern tried everything he could for it, but the truth of the story is this S&D has to be about Pack. The first bloods have been ridiculous. You should not be picking them up as many rounds as he has.
I mean, that's now, well, he's had 4 of the 5 first bloods that Team Twisted have had. And I mean, if you want to translate that into rounds, it's there for you. The first bloods have made the difference. It hasn't been every single round that a first blood's been found by a team that they've ended up finding the round, but it has made a difference. Dizzy, there's another one. 6 now for Team Twisted. Number advantage has been with them the entire time, Brycey. And they have a 4 versus 3 retake to take the match and a playoff spot.
Again, you can see Team Twisted are looking for the information. Where are these players? Where have they gone? RCX key is going in, but they don't get it. And it's down to a 3 versus 3. Opportunity here for us. Down to a 2 versus 3. Now a 1 versus 3. It's Blade. He's not had the greatest S&D, but it could be glorious if he can make it. And down he falls. Team Twisted run through. Ask Esports are out of here. They don't even finish the map. Beautiful retake. And Twisted will go to the playoffs.
Story of First Bloods once again. I thought it would probably happen in towards the bomb side, but there was just a lot of numbers games played by Team Twisted so well throughout of that. You seen Pack pick up, what was it, 4 of the 6 First Bloods that Team Twisted managed to get a hold of, a minimum of 4, and that is phenomenal from him. Give his team those numbers advantage every single time, and they made it work. Ask Esports ultimately disappoint in the final map. I really thought it was theirs to throw away based on prior performances, based on map number 2. They do not get the job done. Too many First Bloods towards Twisted.
Yeah, that is absolutely the case. Absolutely the case. The First Bloods were the difference maker. But this is how we've ended up. Group A, headed by Team Notorious, then Katana Gaming, Notorious Gaming, and Avenge Esports. Commiserations to Inglorious and Voltage. They do not make it through the playoffs. In Group B, Noctum Esports, also 5-0. Then we've got Exceptional Gaming, Team Ben W, and Team Twisted, who we saw just clinch that last spot. And Ask Esports and Resu.
It will be a next time for them. Hopefully, we'd like to think. Let's see how things are going to go down, though. And we're looking at the schedule for the rest of the night. Final rounds coming up for the NA side of things as well. You get to see these close games we've just seen here between these two teams. These finite moments that make the difference to get the playoffs. Well, you get to do it all again with Shift and Stud over in North America. Should be some cracking games coming up there as well.
It certainly should. They will certainly be taking care of you across the pond for all more COD action as they start to settle who's going into their playoffs, Tom.
Yeah. Corkos, we've seen plenty of round 11s. We've had some really good games. Just to close out the group stage, though, Bryce, we've got the playoffs coming up. We start them tomorrow as well. Really excited to see how they shake out. And honestly, I think we've got the best teams though, Bryce. I think it all does kind of make sense. We've got some new up-and-comers, we've got the regular starters in there, but teams who maybe haven't performed as well as they would have liked in the groups, looking to make a move in playoffs, and we'll get to see it all start to unfold tomorrow.
We do. One stage of this journey is completed. The next stage will be upon us, and there'll be much less room to have a bad game. But we'll find out our champion over the next few weeks. If you've not had enough Call of Duty action, of course, North America is coming up on this channel in just a short time. You don't want to miss it. They're going to have just as much fun finishing their groups. But it's all from us here in Europe until tomorrow, where we will catch you again for playoffs. So thanks for watching, and we'll see you then.
We love when we don't have big breaks between our regions. Wow, EU fiery in those last couple of round robin matches, but now we get to find out who makes playoffs here in the North American Challengers Elite Season 1. I'm Halt Shift. With me, of course, I've got Jeremy Studdy. Brother, this has been nothing but game fives for us thus far in the main broadcast, which leads us to believe that we have one of the most competitive seasons of North American Challengers Elite ever. I know that I said that every single Elite season we had last year, Jay, but I think it's probably going to hold true again this year, too.
No, yeah, without question, man, because we've gotten the surprise factor so far in Elite Stage 1. Like, the FC Stallions came out of absolute nowhere. These are young guns that are sitting top of Group B, flawless 4-0 with reverse sweep versus some world champions on the opposing side. There's just been a whole lot of mishaps, a whole lot of crazy stuff throughout Elite Stage 1, and I'm excited to see what today has in store.
It's going to be a fun one, my friend, because like we already said, it is qualification day for a lot of our teams. Some have been eliminated, others have guaranteed their spots, but for the majority of our teams, there are a couple of head-to-head matches that will determine who makes it out of their group and into the double elimination bracket. Let's start with Group A. The top 3 squads are locked. You get 3 wins, you're good to go. So for YFP, Emit, Brooklyn, and Paranormal, they're cruising. But Royal Spartans and Luxury Exotics, both at 1 and 3, play each other today. So that will be a winner moves on type situation. And then over in Group B, the FC Stallions, you already kind of hinted towards the J, flawless as the young guns into the mix. Vegas Academy started hot at 2-0 but lost both of their matches. So we've got a huge slog here in Group B where multiple team tiebreaker scenarios could come through today.
Yeah, and it was due to the fact that Cabal Gaming, they went 2-0 last week versus teams like Loyalty and versus teams like Vegas Academy, who we thought when we were able to put Vegas Academy on the on the Alpha stream, we were gonna see some gunny, because those guys came out and they beat the hell out of those good teams that we saw in week 1. Then we saw day 2 and they were just a completely different roster. So now they put themselves in a situation where there's 4 teams tied at 2-2. All these guys gotta win and get in situation.
Love it. Absolutely love it. Win and get in. That is what we want. It puts all the drama right in front of us without having to do too much math, which we know how casters do math. It's pretty much the equivalent of a second grader's class. Let's take a look at what we have coming up here for the entirety of the day. Again, you already kind of saw what happened with EU. Bangers all the way throughout. But Luxury Exotics, Royalty Spartans, that is going to be a massive matchup. Both teams at 1 and 3. You win, you're in. You lose, you're out. Vegas Academy, FC Stallions. Again, the situation is you win, you're in if you're Vegas Academy. You lose, you start to hope for multiple team tiebreaker scenarios. So maps are going to be extremely important throughout the entirety of that second block when we do transition our focus into what Group B has to offer. And of course, we also did make sure that you know that this is just the primary stream. We've got the Bravo stream live on youtube.com/COD Challengers. We also have matches that you need to be keeping your eye on. A little battle for the top between YFP and Paranormal, but then again, another tiebreaker situation, Jay, between Cabal and Pioneers.
That should be a grueling matchup. Both teams sitting at 2-2. Obviously, you want to win and get in sort of situation. If you're a Cabal gamer, you want to ride that hot streak that you had to develop off the day number 2 last week. So obviously, every single matchup that we have today, Alan, is going to be a grueling one. It's like, who really wants it? Because, if you're the team that's already locked in, like if you're Stallions, you want to go 5-0. If you're YFP, you want to go 5-0. If you're the other team that's playing YFP, and who's playing them today? Paranormal. If Paranormal beats them today and they have an opportunity to be number 1, there's a whole lot of stuff today where you want to dictate where your seeding is going into playoffs.
It's going to be a lot of fun, my friend. And I think the thing that's really fun about this week in particular is that now we've had 5 days worth of a break between last week's games versus what we're going to get today. So lots of learning has to be done. You also got to keep in mind that this weekend it was a Pup Cup, so these teams did not play throughout the Challengers Cup this weekend. They're not allowed to. So how much rehearsal were they able to get previous to us seeing them from before? Let's take a look, though, at this opening matchup. You can kind of see it right at the top over here. We're going to start off looking at the Luxury Exotics roster. Interesting, because, again, this is another squad that's coming in with very limited to essentially no experience at this level of competitiveness for Challengers, but they were able to win one of their matches last week to get them in a spot where, again, you win and you're in.
I feel like when we watched Luxury Exotics, when they jumped on the Alpha stream, they were down by 100 or getting blown out in the beginning of the games, and then we jumped right back into it, and they were only a 10-point difference. Like, these guys started off slow last week, and somehow, some way, were able to keep themselves rallied up to where they were able to take down Rally Esports for their 1W, and now they find themselves in a position to where you're going up against a powerhouse team in the Spartans. I know that their record doesn't look like that because they're sitting at 1 and 3, but you have an opportunity to make it in the playoffs in your first time ever making the Elite. So come on here and bring it today.
that's one of those things that we could take a look at the Spartans roster just to really build upon and what you're talking about here. The thing is, like you mentioned, this team, lots of experience for the Royal Spartans. Name change away from the Houston Spartans. Doesn't seem to make the difference. It's just a name at the end of the day. But like you said, we've got world champions on this roster.
Yeah.
We've got our cities over here. And the fact that they only have a single win is a bit concerning. And then the other thing about like this matchup and what happens like post this game before, you know, I think you're happy to make it to the first elite. It doesn't necessarily lend you towards believing, you know, again, first elite that a lot of these guys have seen. Like, are they actually going to make major waves? Tough to really build that premise up. But on the other side for the Royal Spartans, if you don't make it into playoffs as a team that was continually top 4 in North America last year, essentially, you start to talk about major roster changes, which Challengers always goes through. It feels like once every 72 hours.
It's just insane, though, because when you look at this roster, you don't believe that they should have that kind of record. The tough thing for them was that they had to go up against Omen Brooklyn to start off last week, day 2, and they lose a Game 5 series. That's very tough. And then you wake up, and then your following game at 6 o'clock, you got to spawn in against YFP, who have only lost 3 maps this entire league so far.
Exactly.
So you played 2 of the top teams, and obviously you fell short in both, but you have an opportunity today to right the wrongs for that. Get yourself at the playoffs, because like you said, anyone that gets to the playoffs, it's anyone's game.
Well, see if they can kind of turn things around. Again, big composure moment, I think, when it comes down to playing last week, getting into a bit of a slog because it is back-to-back days with 2 games each day. You've gotten some time to look back upon that VOD, figure out what's been going wrong, and try to lock yourself in. Because I think the other thing about this is, and we you know, I think we're going to talk about this weekend as well with the CDL, is like, for some of the teams that exited Minor 1, they got to play 1 game since they had played back in December. There's a lot of learning to be done on this quote-unquote new patch, and that still extends to these Challenger teams, even though they've had more competitive reps on it compared to some of the CDL teams. So I think that is a big focus, the learning part about it.
Yeah, no, it's always fun to learn, man, especially for teams who didn't really play Black Ops 4 back in the day. You're spawning in Hacienda, learning the little things about playing ahead, rotating early, blocking certain spawns. That's stuff that excites these young guys. So if they continue to be excited about that, about learning the game, that means that they're grinding the game. So it should be a fun series for all the young kids that are continuously putting in that work to just be better with their craft.
Should be fun. We're loading on in, though. We're going to have red card for the opening hardpoint, Skyline for the search and destroy, and then protocol control. We've had a lot of control not played on Vault. Actually, I think we could just say it's been mostly played on protocol because we saw, one Hacienda control last week. So it's interesting, I think, to see teams kind of electing to go this direction. It definitely feels like, I'm going to go all the way back to Vanguard. I feel like we saw more Gavudu control in Challengers than we ever saw in the league early on. And I think a lot of it is like Challengers players are sitting there saying, we're happy to roll the dice. We're happy to see if our SMGs in this specific instance can just outperform yours. And that's what this feels like when it comes to a map pick.
Oh, yeah, especially on protocol, where you say it all the time, we say it all the time, SMGs tend to get lost, and when they get lost, they have field days. So enough of us talking. Let's just get into the series. You win, and you are in Group A at that 4th seed. Luxury Exotic versus the Spartans. Red card to start us off.
Should be fun. Royal Spartans in the red, Luxury Exotics in the white. Dilo Hitman, first 2 kills, nice. AR presence, very well established. Riz is going to make sure that this hedge position stays at least contested. That's like at worst contested. Spart has to go underneath the stage. Nice team shot starts to come through for the Royal Spartans, but is there enough focus them to get and control the hard point? Sure seems to be. Dilo up top of the windows just can do nothing but watch.
Yeah, he just wants to take his time here. He wants to make sure he controls this side of the map going into that next hard point. Try to contest it from different angles. Able to find the player in our cities on towards the hard point. Hitman with the 3rd. You can already see on your mini map they're trying to force him out to spawn in towards the back, but Capsule still gets the read. Dilo sitting up top. Freebie for the 2-piece. We have the control of stage. We are set up properly for that next hill.
Looking solid for now. Macro game definitely coming to play.
Hello?
Oh, he just runs right by someone next to him. Again, he's focused on what's going on in the back of the hill. And he does enough to allow Pro Loot to snap from 1 to the 2nd. No worries there. Spawns now starting to move just a touch with these eliminations coming through, and the Royal Spartans should be able to retake their lead. This comes down to can they receive this next break, which is on the way.
Yeah, because the pressure's already on, and Prolo's just going to have to back on out. Not easy to fight from this side of the hill for this P2. Driz starts it off with the first. Hitman with the trade. Hitman finds a double, and that's 3 dead. Make it all 4. Luxury soaking up this hill time. And I love this map pick out of Luxury because I feel like whenever you're talking about red card, even though the map seems so big, Alan, there's so many engagements that go on very, very quickly. So for these young guns that love to play these fast-paced maps, this is perfect for them.
Sure feels like it, at least at this point. I mean, yeah, the first hard point, a lot of ARs in hand, but now that we start to rotate from 2 to 3, and especially 3 to 4, what you can do in the middle of the map with the sub can definitely control the tempo and pace of how this map is moving. Rispy, in particular, trying to play backside bus. He's been stunned. Shakes it off. Has Prolud in front of him. Hitman for the first. Now it's just down to finding who else is around the outside of this play because you're looking for Capital. He's stuck around the back. There's an opportunity for Royal Spartans to break, and they find the first 2 kills cleanly.
And that was beautiful trigger discipline right there from Capital. He could have shot a long time ago just to find that 1 kill, but he was waiting for his teammates to get into the play. And that leads to him now on 5 in a row. Trying to play for this early Hellstorm. Potentially a lead change on the cards, but not going to read the pressure from the steps. That's 3, make it all 4 dead. Clean break from Luxury.
Looking solid. Back and forth, little tug-of-war game over the top of this last 20 seconds. And it looks like for the Royal Spartans, more focused on just making life difficult on the exit from old to new. Nice catch of Hitman. He takes care of 1. Rispy, a little bit of trouble here. And how about it? I thought for a moment the Royal Spartans were just going to try to suffocate and maybe try to hold the exit. With those eliminations, they're actually able to break back in for a little bit of scrap time while still holding on to favor for the new rotation.
Yeah, it's perfect plays right there from the Spartans. You beat the aggressors, trap them in towards the backside of lower Eskies. You knowing that you're already blocking the spawns for next, but with the aggressive play coming in from Capsule, all the way pushed out towards Bus, he's going to spawn 2 players behind him. It seems that as far as I've gotten a read on it, because Raspy is yet to cross.
He's able to get up top, at least on the stage. Trouble when it comes to determining where the next members are, but he's able to lock shots onto Arcides. Great comes through, but it comes at a bit of a cost from Prolud. Wow, what a game he's had. Just 8 and 8, but a couple of these have been major strings of kills. This now 3 in a row. Give them all 4. Prolud off 4 in a row. Royal Spartans with the break thanks to it.
Man, it's a good 20 seconds still to fight for here. All great shots, though, from Driz. Able to take down Prolud off of that streak. Final 15 in favor of the Spartans. Gonna find himself up by 20 points. A little bit late off the rotation, though. You have to make up it with kills. RC starts off with the first. Rispy there for the trade. And it should be Luxury set up here at the new Hardpoint. But you know, this is one of those hills where it tends to get scrappy at all times.
Yeah, and you would expect it to, again, kind of be like it was at P2, where it was a lot of you break, we break, you break, we break. Whatever happens based on how the exchange of eliminations go. Nice first from Spartan Arcides, combining for team shots to clear off some space here front bleachers, but again, still, Pinstripe goes to kill, back and forth the elimination. Spartan trying to get aggressive, but punished. And the same can be said for Prolud here, down to a single point of health. And another one of those moments where you look at challengers and players and you say, you would never see that in the CDL level, just too aggressive.
It's because you're chaining those kills with the hill time. The hill was white for 30 seconds. Like, they were just playing gunfight after gunfight, and it tends to be like that around this B5 area because they're instantly just spawning right in front of you. But finally, Luxury, they get a couple kills. They're able to soak up the remaining 30 seconds for another potential lead change and the map control in their favor. You already have presence over towards Hedge. You know exactly where they're coming from, and that's going to be Eskies. And Rispy here at least on 2, make it 3 in a row. Unfortunately, we'll get shut down, but Luxury in the driver's seat.
At least for now, get us back to a tie game. Elo, good read on the Capsule, trying to play through Ticket. One more member to find, but RC beats him to the punch. Big gunfight for Rispy. Able to win some of the presence over towards Hedgeside. Prolud in trouble. Driz trying to chase him up, but once again, punished for the over-aggression. D'Lo inside Ticket, though, keeps things contested, and D'Lo with the double. Now over towards Hedges. How about 3 for D'Lo? Hitman finds the 4th.
And that's 4. Now we have to, if you are Luxury, be aggressive on this side. You want to spawn them behind you. Going in towards his P2, and Driz with the perfect flank at least is able to find 1 before falling. Soaking up all this hill time, creating those layers. Now throws himself a nice little 20-point lead. Just want to try to keep the Spartans off of this hard point as long as you possibly can, but get them out of this side of the map.
Well, Rispy going to be held just a touch from playing much further forward past the hard point. Teammates, though, are owning over towards stage side, and they should know that Royal Spartans are coming out from behind, especially with the off spot from Grizz, and Rispy's in a perfect position for it. Nice clean shots for the double, and now he knows for a fact that they've got the Royal Spartans pinned in that back spawn.
Yeah, but you just can't allow Arcides now, the player who made it behind enemy lines, to make this kind of play. He is going to be able to find the first kill. Rispy, you have to get a double if you don't want to swan in towards the back. But at least you do have Hitman. Still trying to maintain over towards stage shot. A 20-point game, but those back swans for Luxury is going to cost him.
Elo doing what he can from the high ground, tries to drop into the point, shut down, and the same can be said for Grizz. So looks like the scrap 20 could be relatively controlled by the Royal Spartans. The big issue here for Luxury Exotics is, do we want to push through old or take the long route? They're trying to do both at the same time, and it's not working on either front. The war is being lost on both of the aggressive fronts, and this is a dangerous moment now all of a sudden for Luxury Exotics, with the Royal Spartans reclaiming the lead and winning the rotation to new.
Yeah, because it's going to be like 10 seconds before they can even contest it here at P3. They already have Caps looking for Calm, one already crossing towards the back. And have teammates prepared for that gunfight, but he's somehow, some way with 5 HP. He's able to get the better of D-Lo. Spartans currently in control of the hard point. You are finding every single kill in the feed. We're swanning them exactly where you want. This game can get out of hand if Luxury don't find a break early.
Yeah, and it might get out of hand right here. So let's see how they can do. Crispy, nice first. Oh, a little bit held off here. I thought for a second he's going to be able to fly forward, but not the case. Now means that Spart from inside the hard point has to do what he can find. 6 in a row for him. Looking for 7. Oh, and just a little bit too much railing in between him and his opponent, but Capsidal follows up, and he's got a double. 26 and 19, KD leader in the lobby.
And now this is where Prolo's going to make that big-time play for the Spartans. He's the player that works his way out on the overextension, try to flip him out towards the back end. He at least watches one player crossing towards stage. But Prolo's going to have a lot of players surrounding him. Reading the pressure, and is able to find that kill on D-Lo. Such a massive one. Now you can collapse on the hill.
Gun check. D-Lo not hit by that. Hold on a second. Prolo may get caught by surprise here. Head on a swivel. Nade will land. And that will give him a bit of luxury, no pun intended, to try to sniff out where exactly this hit's coming from, and makes good use of the info. 22 and 17 from Prolute. After that 8 and 8 start that we already commented on, he's still providing massive moments to the Spartans, including maybe a 1v1 win there, but our city is able to confirm his trade, and that'll get the Spartans over 200.
And now Luxury basically have their last push here. Gonna be down by 60 points. You need to make sure that you're rotated early over towards the next hill. They find a double for an early break. But Prolo's not willing to give this one up for free. Still gonna try to contest this. He knows that his teammates are thinking about the new, and he's able to pull a double out of nowhere. Make it a triple. Give me the reload. I'm trying to get all 4.
He's a good ball. Let's say almost good for it. Was definitely fighting for him, but doesn't make much of a difference. The Spartans are still wiping the field behind the initial play. And all of a sudden, this has gotten a bit out of hand. But it's really just come at 2 key moments. We talked about the rotations from 2 to 3 initially, and now here from 3 to 4. A lot of pressure on Luxury Exotics trying to get some time at bleachers.
Yeah, they find a couple kills in towards the feed. That leads to all 4 dead. They know exactly where all the Spartans are going to approach from. So the 50-point difference. Freebie at least on the cards for Capsidal. Sparty there for the trade. They have the numbers in this scenario. Just got to try to trade it out. Arcity slides on in. Hitman, you got to play your life.
Trying his best, but not able to survive. This now puts a lot of individual pressure on the members for Luxury Exotics that are closest to the hill. And this is good patience from the Spartans, just making sure they're not getting hit from weird routes. This last 10 seconds largely going to the game clock here, as the Spartans are just trying to win mid-map and see if they can just get the time on new. And with that full wipe, they should be able to do just that.
Yeah, they're going to set up already around that P1. I don't know if they're going to be able to read this pinch spawn coming in, but now you get the indication. Prolute falls. Sparty's got to turn around, assist his teammate, give me the double, line up the triple, pull out the pistol. Come here, he's able to get it. With Driz there, instantly forward the double on the response. The Luxury keeping themselves in it.
What they can. Flipping, chewing, trying to keep this as contested as possible. P2 has to be where they find their biggest catalyst for this comeback. You have to be able to contest this last 30, not just on the hill, but behind it. And maybe easier said than done is Capsidal. With the combination of Spart, will clear off the hard point, give numbers to the Spartans, but D-Lo, another miraculous double, keeps this 50-50. This comes down to, can they keep eyes on the rotations and new? Because now, all of a sudden, you're starting to fall. Spawns are still good, though. 12 seconds till we rotate.
Yeah, it's about this fight over towards Hedges. Got to eliminate this player over towards stage. Job done, at least for the first. And D'Lo miraculously is able to catch a double, set up his
Fake
teammate for the
flip.
third. So now you're able to flip the spawns out. This is perfect if you are Luxury Exotic. You have them trapped in towards the back. You can get yourself, you're only down by 40. Get yourself right back into this game because there's no streaks on the opposing side.
Yeah, those last 2 kills were the most massive in the midst of that spawn flip. 200, 232. Spart up close and personal. Nade, stuns, all being thrown in. Rispy trying to follow up, but can only find one. Here we go, back and forth. Spawn's moving again. Uh-oh, and the Luxury Exotics do not get a read on it. Now it's just down to can they survive? Driz, Rispy, inside the hardpoint, have to take this 2v2. Trophy system down for the Spartans. Elimination starting to come out for both sides, but again, the advantage for the Spartans seems significant enough. Hitman trying to hit her out, not going to be able to. Last 10 seconds, can Spart stay alive? Help is on the way, but Driz and D'Lo clear the hill.
Yeah, you got to get it to the next hill. You got to get it to the next hill. Once you don't lose, everybody think about that rotation. You have them trapped spawning all the way across the map. You can no longer lose it here. So Luxury have an opportunity now. With those players falling, you're still going to spawn in towards the back. You're fully set up here at New.
But they're not able to bump the hard point. That's the only downside to this setup. Very vulnerable. Nades and stuns once again coming Drizz's direction. Backside
Opening.
busting, he will fall. Now all of a sudden the opening is here for the Spartans. Move around the backside. Rispy almost slides over to find 2, but the kills are in, and the Royal Spartans will get their break for the map 1 win. Unless Driz can do something here, unable to break it, and that'll be the Spartans taking map number 1.
Whew, but that wasn't easy. That was not easy for the Spartans. Luxury gave them a run for their money. And they were able to at least force it to the next hill, but you hit it on the head, Alan. Being in that tight setup in that kind of moment, no trophies down. They find an opening with the kill. They start off the trade effect. They're able to flip them out with all that pressure through the front side. So Spartans start off 1-0 in that series. But over to the Bravo stream, we got Paranormal Esports going up against YFP. Potentially a battle for the #1 seed in Group A, and we're in a grueler.
Yeah, that's exactly what's at stake here for both these 2 squads. Again, the seeding kind of here or there, but you are in a spot to own some control over your destiny as you get to the playoff bracket. And so far, very tight game between these 2. They still on 5. Could possibly build towards streaks, maybe give a little bit of an advantage to Paranormal. But Assault trying to join the party. Up towards Hedges is held back, and Cruz will find a chance to get a double. Little pinch from Wiz on the way, and that'll be a full wipe with YFP in the hill with 13
That's fantastic right there from YFP. Darkside at least takes the player off for the hard point, but he should be instantly traded. And YFP should work their way back into that objective. They have a lot of presence over towards stage. Dax sees a freebie onto Darkside. The team shot's good enough for the second out of him and Cruz. But still, the hill time is right. Just to play to the end.
Yeah, it feels that way. Here we go, now onto the rotation. YFP still winning in the kill feed. Wiz timing here, good. Has to back up, has Darkside in front of him. That'll work out for a double now for Wiz, down 5 in a row. Back into the hard point he goes. Chance to likely get this thing close, if not over 200 points. But all of a sudden, Paranormal start to put some presence in through mid. They've got some high ground control. They can maybe try to flood on this. Wiz steps up, though. He's going to get kill number 6, and almost snaps for 7. Lots of damage tally. That's enough for Cruz to commit for the trade, and YFP still fighting from inside the hill.
Oh, that's a bad child right there. If you are Cruz, you don't need to commit on that second gunfight. You just want to try to soak up this hill time. But with only 27 seconds left in the game clock, basically trying to play a little bit of keep away. If you are Paranormal, you got 2 tasks that you have to worry about. Rotation and keeping them on that hard point so the game clock doesn't come to a pause. But Paranormal, they were able to flip the spawns out. Now they have an opportunity to basically tie the game up and have the rotations anew.
Yeah. Well, back and forth. These last couple of eliminations come through. 34 seconds on the game clock. Keep that in the back of the mind as we rotate over. And there's going to be a chance here for Wiz to possibly play Spoiler. Oh, they do not know that he's playing just outside the doors. Wiz finds the first, but doesn't take the second. Clock pauses at 17.5, and Paranormal are in.
15-point difference. Tight setup again. All the pressure coming through the front. Get your trophies down. Find a couple opening kills. We have to get a couple if you want to stay this alive. And unfortunately, if you're Paranormal, not able to find any. So if you're YFP, you can decide to close it out with the game clock, but looks like they want to get 250.
Yeah, they very well may. These eliminations are coming because you have to know for Paranormal off spawn, it has to be just a run and dash on in. Now, the quicker option for YFP is just to finish this game off. Not a guarantee, especially if a contest comes through. But Wiz just continues to hold this front door, and there has not been a paranormal elimination for what feels like 45 seconds. Now they're spawning in the back, completely trapped up. Wiz looking for his 35th elimination. He wants it, but Assault shuts it down. It may not make much of a difference. 250 will be earned, and YFP will take the opener on the Bravo Street.
Man, YFP just have way too much aggression on their lineup. Between Dak and Wiz, the routes that they're able to hit, the playmaking ability they have, they're just very, very tough to keep track of. And when you're thinking, okay, that guy's one shot, I'll slide on a child. Once you allow him to get that two-piece, he's relocating and then finding another two-piece. That's the kind of pressure these SMGs apply, and they showed in that map number 1.
Really clean stuff. Again, that's a battle for first you can find on the Bravo stream, youtube.com/COD Challengers. We're just in Group A, only 3 games going on at once. There's also a community stream going on, airing the 3rd match if you want to keep your eye on that. And then, of course, in our 2nd slot, we will be purely focused on Group B, where, again, there are 4 teams at 2 and 2. So there is going to be a lot of battle happening in that 2nd slot of matches. But let's go back and just reclaim and focus up on what we have on our primary matchup, the Luxury Exotics and Rural Spartans. This is a win and in, lose and eliminated matchup here between 2 teams that are 1 and 3. And I think initially you kind of look at both these 2 rosters. You say for the Rural Spartans, we've said this a couple of times, how they've only won 1 game. This is a team that was continually top 4 in North America last year with a world champion on the roster, Challengers champion from last year as well. But on the other side for the Luxury Exotics, you know, the premise of them possibly finding a win and getting to their Season 1 playoffs for the first time they've ever been Challengers Elite would also be super impressive. So, you know, again, it's kind of like a nothing to lose situation for the Luxury Exotics, whereas I think the disappointment would be pretty stark for the Royal Spartans if they were to miss out on playoffs.
And sometimes that's a scary recipe, Alan, like that nothing to lose mindset, because they feel like they, obviously as players, you should be where you want to be. Like if you worked hard, you should be there. But for everybody else, they're probably thinking, nah, Luxury, like they just snuck on in. Like those guys don't really deserve it. But now that you're here, with everybody basically counting you out, like just show up to what you usually tend to do. And I feel like that's what they need to do here in the Search and Destroy. Because Hitman, he's been a guy who's been around the Search and Destroy team or Search and Destroy scene for a really long time. So if you want to stand a chance of taking out as far as potentially moving on to the playoffs and only growing your stock more as a player, gaining your confidence more as a player, it all starts with this Search and Destroy, man. You need to be able to take down this powerhouse team.
Yeah, I totally agree with the take. And so far, a battle. 225, 250 was the opener. Again, pretty tight throughout, but I think the difference makers were Proloop, a couple of moments where he put together 2, 3 eliminations. Yep. Capsule also 37 and 31, but don't sleep on the near 4,800 damage from Spart with a minute 14 in the hill. That is a mammoth of a stat line, nearly 1k damage above the next closest, which is Dilo on the other side, and Prolude on his own team. So really impressive stuff from Spart. And, you know, we talk about this a lot, Jay. When you look at the 4 players in the bottom of that scoreboard there, all players that have seen the CDL. Yeah. I would say at different moments, all players that have had obviously great success in the CDL. Spart winning a major, RCD's world champion. Prolude kind of saved Vegas in certain ways when he played them for Vanguard. And then, of course, you've also got Caps, who's been in and out with moments of, I think, high success when he's playing on teams like Boston, for instance. What do you look for out of those 4 players in terms of kind of their future premise towards trying to rejoin the CDL?
I think it would be a lot easier for AR players than there is submachine guns, besides Capsule. I feel like Capsule, with just the pacing that he's able to have with his SMG, he can fill in on any team. Because if you're wanting a guy to go in first and get a kill, that's who that kind of player is. Prolude's more of like a brain-thinking guy. He's a guy that can dissect setups, dissect kind of play call, and be the leader in Search and Destroy, because that's where he tends to shine most of the time. And then when you're looking at RCDs and Spark, these guys are capable of being some of the best ARs in the game. We know what RCDs has done throughout his career, multiple-time world champion. And then you have Spark, who, like you said, spawns in on a team 2 weeks prior to going to an event and is able to win MVP and win the whole damn thing when everybody did not think that they had that chance. So these guys already are established players, but for them to like work their way back into the league, it's about hitting that next level. And it's sometimes when you're already there and then working your way back down, you feel like there's no other level to be breached or no other level to be reached. And it just tends to get a little bit difficult because at this point, there's certain players that like to play with certain players. So then if the meshing and the teamwork aspect isn't going to be there, or you guys are not really cool out of the game, it just makes it difficult for these guys to even open up opportunities for themselves.
Yeah, it's tough once you've been there before. And I think for all 4 of those players, it's not that they've just been there before. They've been there and had a couple of opportunities.
Yes.
You know, it's Do you have to have an individual season where you're just like, wow, this guy is everything on this title? Because that's what it feels like at times.
I feel like that's what it is, because if you look at what Dashi has done compared to what he did last year, Dashi was a phenomenal player last year. But so far this season, he's probably the best AR in the game. Sometimes it's just title to title for certain players. And for these guys that are working through challenges, they can sort of feel that. Especially for these YFP guys who were thinking, okay, last year we were up and down. But so far, to start the Elite, we're potentially going to go 5-0. No one is contesting us. This might be our game. And if you can find that rhythm early into a game, you tend to have a lot of success that season.
I'll see how things go as we jump into the search and destroy here. You look at players like Prolute, for instance, as being kind of that search and destroy linchpin, and at the moment he is already up and in the battle. Only finding one, though, at the moment. Spart trying to join in the party. And D'Lo holds it. Nice, really good patience right here from the defense from Luxury Exotics. Leaves Arcades by himself. First couple of shots are decent, but the number is too much to deal with.
Yeah, right there, the Spartans are probably thrown off guard. They're thinking, okay, early round at A, going into the skyline. They're not going to have any trophies. There's no way in hell they're going to contest us towards bottom bar, but Luxury said, no, we're going to be there to stand strong on our A setup. And thankfully, you saw the beautiful crossfire. When he was trying to push out towards the backside of Grill, D'Lo was just waiting there, baiting his teammate, but wasn't really baiting because I got your back. You're not going to die from that angle.
Yeah.
So I love the approach early on from Luxury to contest that and not give that up for free to allow Spartans to start to run away with that solo gameplay.
Prolute also just trying to break the defense apart, only finding one. Pretty key in terms of Luxury Exotics, stacking the box, so to speak. And now, how about this? Whoa! Prolute just drops down over towards bar side. Spart there kind of with him. That was Capsule. Again, the scoreboard breaking is not going to be confusing at all. But regardless of a 3v2 situation, D'Lo good look up top. He'll be able to find Arcades. And now it's just down to Spart. Nice finesse from D'Lo. And Spart is stuck. There's just nowhere for him to go. Good patience again from Luxury Exotics.
Man, they're taking it to him in this search to destroy. This is exactly what I was looking for in the response to that map number 1. Just being the aggressors through the middle of the map, catching Capsule as he drops down right into your lap at bottom, Jim. The trade effective on Prolute. And D'Lo with the snap on both AR players on the side of the Spartans. Able to take care of them with a little bit of finesse at the end. He was swerving that corner. Whoa, made a play there.
I'll say. Really clean. Okay. What do we have next? Good patience from Luxury Exotics on both sides of the bomb. Little three-man stack once again over towards it. Nades not over the top, instead towards the interiors. This time it doesn't work out. Nice long-range shots coming from Spart, but D'Lo holds his ground. Gives Rispy maybe a chance to still isolate, but it's only a single trade. We have a 3v2, but Driz comes up from behind and almost gets a little bit of a lineup. But the damage has been mitigated. It's just down to D'Lo.
Yeah, D'Lo in a 1v2 on 5 in a row. Has an opportunity. Potentially gets a freebie here from top plat. He's able to line up the shots for the first, but not able to get out. He knew that the pressure was going to be on him. In the 2v1, you got to expect the double chow. Was just not able to finesse versus Capsule. He's able to secure that one-on-one and put Spartans on the board.
Love it, love it, love it. Another moment, though, you kind of look at and you say, almost a chance right there for Luxury Exotics to kind of hang. Not fully the case, though. Now we move into what comes next. And can the Royal Spartans find a way to either hard punish Luxury Exotics or try to play a little bit more stacked up? Or will they get kind of ran through again? This time, no nonsense. Luxury Exotics quickly over towards the A site for an immediate plant as well. And I don't think Spartans have even realized this yet. Yeah, Prolute's a little bit late to the party here. He gets caught, bomb planted, 3v2. Capsule up top, able to find one, but he's isolated now. What would have to be a 1v2.
Yeah, Rispy was able to catch a double on towards the objective. Now Capsule with the timing, can at least turn it into an over one, gains the info.
Not fully there. Wow, this has been a really interesting dynamic of tempo so far for Luxury Exotics. The first offense, stacked through mid, very patient, trying to just isolate. That works out this time. It's not even just a full commit to A. It's a full dive, immediately commit to plant for A. So just putting a lot of pressure here on the Spartans defensively through 2 rounds.
Yeah, and that tells me right there that Luxury are playing their game. They said, we don't really care what your setup is looking like. We're going to go with what worked for us in an instant bomb plan over towards A. Allows us to start that trade scenario. And it's Rispy who was able to catch that double, turns it into a triple to secure the round. Luxury at 3 on 3 rounds. Rispy going to decide to hit the secret route through on the ground, and he's just hoping that his teammates can give him some call-outs, because here I go on the pitch.
Yep, exactly right. Bomb planted. Rispy able to find Caps on the long route. That's good for first blood. Now it comes down to how do you want to retake this if you're luxury side. Lots of focus in the middle of the map here. Whoa, nice shots from Rispy through the glass. And now it just leaves one player by themselves. And that will be easily collected. Wow, luxury exotics. This has been really clean from the search and destroy perspective. Really impressive stuff.
Yeah, you could tell that these are strats they are used to calling, because right there you have Rispy, who goes down low through bottom secret. He doesn't push out until his teammate that is sitting at piano steps puts down shots onto the player towards top plat, then instantly flies out, finds that first kill. And then you love the patience out of him. He realizes the situation at hand. I got one player on my team going from our spawn, 2 players attacking from mid, so I have to work this cobble way. And he jumps over, hits the movement with the Omni, and was able to win that insane gunfight while dropping down for his second kill of the round. And it just makes it so much easier when you find that initial first blood, because you know that everybody else is trapped in towards A. We just got to trade it out. Luxury at 4.
And here we go again. Quick plant on the way. Play through the top hallway, though, here for the Royal Spartans with multiple members. Problem is Hitman's watching it. He doesn't expect a second, though. Caps quickly back over towards the bomb site. Rispy, that's 6 in a row for him. He's able to earn the Hellstorm, but the numbers are looking a bit menacing here as the Spartans will jump on, try to get the defuse. I think D'Lo thought that stun may be good enough to check to see if anyone's on the bomb, but it will not be. Little shimmy, little shake. Not going to get there in time. The Spartans will get the round, but Rispy will get the streaks.
Yeah, Rispy will be able to get that streak. Instant bomb plant, and also gets a kill. And also is going to be earned, but that time it was a double play chow out of the backside. Like the fact that Capsule drops down, basically baits himself, sets up Prolu for that first blood, and then at that point you're panicking a little bit. If you're those players sitting around bedroom, because you know that there's multiple players already surrounding that A site, they can potentially be defusing it. And when you turn it into a 2v1, you trap them over towards P1. Yeah, you just somebody stick it. You head glitch the bar. Easy round there for the Spartans.
Yeah. Okay. Nate's on the top this time. Hard 1v1 with D'Lo. Rispy again. He has been all over this front kitchen play. Oh, but this time Prolu takes order at the bar. No problems there for his double, and it's a quick round for the Royal Spartans. Good bounce back, bringing this thing within 1.
Yeah, this is where, you know, you're going up against some veterans. They start to make those mid-round adjustments, and they realize, okay, they're not going to stop that pressure. So this time we're going to use a couple stuns and nades to potentially get them weak, even though Rispy was able to find that first blood. Sparty knew that there was 2 players, half HP in front of him. Was able to line up the double, put themselves in the advantage, and then all the other kills around the map went down in about 2 seconds. So the Spartans, 2 rounds in a row, keeping themselves in this S&D.
When do these streaks come into play? Prolu's going to start us off with the RCXD. Keep your eye on the minimap. A lot of respect for the luxury exotics. Just going to give the space up. Spartan's going to get aggressive through bottom bedroom with that. And at some point, the luxury exotics are going to have to make a play of their own. And if they try to counter the RC, Caps could possibly try to dive forward.
Yeah, and the Spartans use this RC to basically tell you, yeah, I'm sick and tired of you guys rush planting this bomb over towards A, so we'll make you guys play a little bit slower. But once that gets taken care of, objective is going down. Capsule was in the first position to potentially catch an opening, but positioning now, no. Now you got to fly on in, at least play the trade. Numbers, luxury.
Yeah, Hitman gets 2. Will follows up, no trade allowed, and wow, dude, every base is covered here by luxury exotics. Like, you can see what the Spartans are trying to do. They're trying to pick this apart here and there, but everything's covered. It's just another moment where you kind of have to give a lot of credit to this luxury exotics team. They've played with tempo on both sides of the spectrum. They've done it well both times.
I would have liked to see right there at the Spartans, though, with that RC, have multiple players take the map away. It shouldn't just be Spart taking away top plat, because once he finds himself in that position, you already know that they're not contesting on that side. We have an RC car that's contesting over towards A. They're not pushed up on the site. So we can take all of mid-map away, but they decided to play a little bit slower. And it came back to bite them, because once that RC went down, that bomb got planted, and they did not have an opportunity to retake it. Now backs against the wall, down 5-3. Sparty finds the first blood.
Yeah. Rispy, though, going to hit a different route this time for the defense. It's going to take a lot of time for him to make this come to fruition, though. So it has to be focused over towards Tristan. Oh, no, Spart's taking himself out with the nade. That's not good news. So now, all of a sudden, this timing for Rispy could be great, but he's been seen. Shots from our cities will keep him at bay. And more importantly, Caps can actually hit the pinch and stall it from the other side. 1 for 1 is fine. Now it's down to the time, the clock, a big issue, and that gunfight is not a favorable one for Rispy. Last one left alive is Driz. And we're going to see another round of search and destroy here, as there's just not enough time for him to find the kills and get the defuse.
Yep, shoulder, shoulder, shoulder is all you really need to do if you're the Spartans. But it all starts with Spart finding that first blood. And I also love the commitment out of Capsules to not give up that pinch. You know that he was able to at least spot Rispy, go up towards top plat, but holds down his angle, commits on it. Was able to win that one-on-one. And just not enough time for Driz to dissect the setup or even think about that defuse with 2 players still alive. Spartans forced around number 10, but they have to have an answer for this rush plan today, because Luxury, whenever they get it down, they're successful on their post plan.
Yeah. Especially with the tempo that they've played with, where it's just been an instant plant. Looks like they're going to try to feel this one out. Touch it, and one carrying the bomb. So, here we go. Everyone's trying to get aggressive, and Prolute gets a little bit of cross-up. Follow up in towards Jim is good. That's going to stretch this defense completely. Although, Capsule may have been in a position to try to cut that down. Not going to happen. Blink and you miss it on a handful of these Luxury Exotics offensive rounds. And again, there's no gaps. There's no vulnerabilities. They're playing some clean search, and they will tie up that series 1-1 as we head over towards YFP and Paranormal on the B Street.
Yeah, and they're sitting over here tied up at 3. YFP, we know what they're capable of in search to destroy. You have Wiz sitting at 5-5. Bomb goes down at B. You have the man advantage. You have every single base covered. Look how deep Mama's playing for that closing flank area. But Bink is at least able to find one, making it 3v3.
Yeah. Oh, this is a tough spot to be in, though, especially the player just kind of lurking top office. Dark, pop the doors. Oh, and he gives up his position. Here's the pop-up. Wait a second. Bring around the Rosie here. Dark's able to find the elimination. Problem is, there's no time.
Nah.
And that will be a 4th round for YFP, just kind of using the clock as their biggest ally.
Yeah, that's all it came down to, because when you have players in their spots that they were on that round, talking about contesting towards top office, one mid hallway, one showing a little bit of presence over towards Bo, and you know, the guaranteed spot sitting towards back rock, but they were just trying to play for those kills instead of thinking about playing for the defuse. It's just difficult because there were so many different angles that they could watch that site from.
Yeah.
Once YFP put themselves in a man advantage, got the bomb down, just that setup was way too strong for Paranormal to contest it. So YFP, take the advantage by 1 round. Go back to the defensive side. Let's see what Paranormal have a response.
Heavy stack here for Paranormal with the trophy system towards A. They will be gifted this site. Left vacant by YFP. Trying to actually double focus here through bottom mid. Do they actually want to try to push through Secret? They do. But now how far do they want to go? And the answer is pretty darn far. Rewrapping back over through Spiral. Trying to get over towards Connector. This post plan is set up all for this back position. Wiz is going to open things up first. Not able to finish the second, though. Trades are out.
Sets up the kill for Dak to find that kill. Down to 3v2. Player towards out of fence. You're able to take care of him. 1v3. Someone hopped to defuse. Not everyone has to look for him. Someone stick to defuse because potentially Darkside has found the timing. He's able to get one. The movement good enough potentially for the second, but no. YFP are able to secure the round on a successful retake. And it all starts with the playmaking ability of Wiz. He said, screw this.
Yeah,
you guys
figure.
are not secret. You guys are not out of fence. You guys obviously have to be playing towards bottom connector or the backside of well. Jumps on out, starts it off with the first blood, puts down shots for the second. Makes it easier for his team to successfully retake this site. Now they're at game point.
See what they want to call. When we jumped in, it was a pretty aggressive setup around the B site. How much of that plays into the head of Paranormal Esports when it comes down to how they want to set themselves up? 2-2 split for the defense. YFB fully stacked in through mid. Lots of focus to winning this fountain position over. Opening shots come through. Wiz already deep. It's being washed over through Fireplace, though, and he will fall. Gunsy holds on to that bottom bar position, and YFP will lose out on their opening for this game plan.
Now in the 3v4. Already showing a lot of presence at this B site. Trying to think about working the objective. You have Cruz putting out shots, but Paranormal already know this is where the bomb's going down. 4v3, you gotta hold.
Cruz able to find the first cross. One headshot tags. Nades over the top, though, actually do land. Pushes Cruz even further back, and then Mamba drops. Now Cruz has to make a play at low health. Not going to happen. Think we'll get his second. Dak has an RC, but bomb's already being defused, and there is not going to be an angle here for him to work with. So once again, we see another round as both defenses looking solid.
Yeah, now it's Paranormal with the heads-up play to find that early first blood onto Wiz. Shout out to Gunsy for that, because you take down one of their playmakers, it makes your round a lot easier on the defensive end. They realized early on where that bomb was getting planted, able to catch that player as he was getting that bomb down. And then for Dak left in the 1v4, I thought he was going to play streaks because he did find himself on 3 in a row, but just decides to turn that corner and give up his life for free. So Paranormal stay alive. And they found success early on of getting that objective down over towards A, but there's too many angles to watch. We're going to take this over towards B this round.
Yep. Dark still pushing out, and no, met by the vast majority of the YFP defense. But the ARs follow up pretty darn nicely with the trades. A little bit unexpected. Solid on 5 HP, but he keeps his life, and Cruz will be taken care of. Mamba trying to follow up, but the bomb has reset. 60 seconds to play.
Now you just got to take your time if you're Assault on Bank. If you're Mamba, you're going to be playing the mind games. Sitting at B for 10 seconds. Haven't gotten a read. Potentially going to catch him off the rotation over towards A, but Call of Duty timing always plays its part in some of these rounds as that objective is going down.
A couple of tags. Hoping that he's going to catch Assault. Getting a little too greedy. Not the case. There's a slide out, and that nade's not going to land. All right, got to do it the hard way. First one's pretty darn clean. Dak almost gives him a look, but not going to happen. YFP capitalize, and that will put us at round 11.
And that was like a perfect blind counter to blind counter then. It was like 3 players that were approaching this B site that were instantly able to contest on dark side. But then there was no presence through top mid. That's what allowed Assault and his teammate to tag along through that end, work their way back through mid connector, and then put themselves in that 2v1 advantage. Now into the round 11. A big round for the potential #1 seed in Group A. It's going to be YFP on the attack. Just not, I mean, it's all about not allowing these SMGs to get lost. Don't allow Wiz and Dak to be the playmaker.
Yep. Cruz looking for the quick plant over towards A. He's going to get it for free. Dak just trying to hold over towards Secret. Timing could be everything. Gunsy opening shots. Wow, it's a huge win. And he's going to see Dak down low. Oh, that's critical information here for Paranormal. The clock, though, may be a bit of an issue. What's the call? And they will isolate onto Dak, so now it's a 4v2. Have to just break down the sight timing on the Wiz is good. Last one to find is Mamba. He's been clutch before, but this would be a miracle, and it's not going to happen. Paranormal Esports take the final 2 rounds, and will, again, like our main match, take us to a 1-1 map count here.
Yeah, that was the final 3 rounds. They just iced up. They said, nah, screw this going down 0-2 stuff. We're going to tie this game up here at that search and destroy. And it all started with getting those early first bloods into these rounds, man. The fact that they find that kill initially as soon as that bomb gets planted, you start off the trade fights, you get the info on Dak, and in the 4v2, everybody solos him out. Just fantastic plays right there from Paranormal inside the series.
Clean, 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 clean. But that brings both of our series to a pretty tight affair now, all of a sudden, through our first 2 maps. We're going to step away for a break. When we come back, the control will grace us both on our primary and our Bravo matchup. Don't go far. back there, friends. We are through 2 maps, tied up on both of our broadcasts, so we have what is essentially the equivalent of a best of 3 upcoming now between these squads, with Control, Hardpoint, and of course Search and Destroy remaining. I don't know why I'm saying these things. You guys know this. You're watching Challengers. You know how Call of Duty best of 5s works. But we've got a Protocol Control coming up next. Skyline Hardpoint also guaranteed for us, Jay. And I think the thing about this, you look down towards the vetoes, Luxury was the team to veto out Vault. So this is Spartan sitting here and saying, we want this protocol. We think our subs are better than yours.
And that's going to be a question that we're going to have to answer at the end of this map, because the way that Risky was playing that Search and Destroy, he was roaring with confidence. You could just tell with that SMG in hand. So for a young squad in Luxury who's coming in playing a Skyline Search and Destroy for map 2, a red card opening, I really love the next 2 maps for them with the aggression they were able to show in both maps. We're talking about Skyline, when it's going to get mixy as hell. But this Protocol Control, if those SMGs tend to get lost, as a veteran player, I'm telling you, your vibes get murdered. When you're getting spawn killed instantly, as soon as you come on spawn, you are instantly checked out. So you cannot lose track of these SMGs because they're feeling themselves after that SMD.
Yeah, it definitely feels that way, but it just comes down to the execution here because, you know, sitting in the fray and being able to trade things out is one thing. Being able to take over and extend your life for minutes is another, which is often feels like the case when it comes to this map. Caps good read on Driz, and maybe even better on Derispy, but only catches the first. A very bizarre opening here for Royal Spartans. Prolut's going to be kind of the late man in through spawn, but misses his chance. Driz able to at least transmit the info, but everyone else surrounded upon. First tick does, though, get locked at BJ.
That's a good segment there to get at B.
I agree.
For initial push out. You still have Hitman controlling towards top trips. Central flank on the cards is going to take him down on the hands of Capsule. Now you have Sparty roaming towards bottom lockers on 3 in a row. He's trying to be a nuisance in their spawn, and they actually do not complete that segment over towards V, so all that hard work was nothing.
Looked like it was done on my screen.
Yeah.
That's the problem with white progress against the gray background. It's so hard to tell if there's anything left, and Capsule punishes the reformation over towards A with 2 from the top windows. He's also seen Rispy, but that kill onto Spart allows Luxury Exotics to kind of get through this setup a touch. Just comes down to the clock now. 38 seconds. Pause happening as once again, Luxury Exotics will get to B. This time they will finish that first hit.
Yeah, that segment is good. And you can see the Spartans. They're trying to locate where the hell did Risky go. So he's just roaming in towards Grandma's, making it difficult for them to actually account on their setup. But with only 30 seconds left, only 1 segment earns to their name. Eventually, Risky has to get into the play. They locate him. And maintaining the mid-map control. You have the game clock being paused here at A, but Prolo should be able to get this freebie. That time continues to wind on down.
Yeah, trades are just not going to be good enough, although Driz does stay alive on the zone. RC is going to catch this before that first tick comes through, and he will be punished for that. So hold on a second. There's the first tick of progress at A. Lots of good setup focus here for Luxury Exotics, and though Caps just kind of pulling the focus away for Prolo to come out from behind, and the SMGs for the Royal Spartans will clear off the zone, deplete some of the progress, and it will only be 2 ticks by the look of it, as Exotics are stuck in their spawn with not a lot of time to get back towards A.
Yeah, they're not going to have an opportunity unless they're able to get past the pre-aim of Prolo sitting on the gun heady. That's going to be 2 segments at least earned for Luxury. At least for 1.2, they're still on the point. Rispy is going to be able to get a double, but Spart there for the cutoff cleanup. He's able to close out that round, only allowing 2 segments to get away from them. But that round MVP, without question, is Capsule. The fact that he was able to walk his way through top trips, find that first kill onto Hitman. I guess the communication wasn't really there for Luxury because he caught that kill about 15 seconds prior. Before he gets that double to eliminate them off of that A point. Now, if you are Luxury, you have to have a response here. You have to keep them trapped.
From the top are going to largely land. Yeah, this is going to slow down Luxury Exotics pretty convincing. Plus soften them up, at least so you would think, but Rispy still somehow gets 2. Elo playing defense literally on the zone. In trouble, stunned, dealt with by Caps. And now the focus, through the front, completely negated. Capsule's going to get all the way in towards Elevator. Prolut to stop the clock on A. He's got support from Spart, and Caps could just do this. Go rogue, find the timings, and make life miserable for Luxury Exotics.
Yeah, he knows exactly what he's doing. You need to finesse around this Grandma's, just making it easier for his teammates to earn these segments here at A. He's influencing the spawns as well for them to spawn over towards tower, but he is going to fall to the hands of Rispy. Now you have no presence sitting towards top trips, but Spartan said, screw that, we're just going to hold it down through top mid. That's all 4 dead. Second segment, done.
going to be the full third, too. Luxury Exotics off spawn. Going to make a play all the way over. Trying to defend over towards B. So far, so good. They're going to get even deeper forward. Now a lot of pressure here on the Spartan. He has to win this 1v1, and wow, he forced it, and it worked out. Driz will drop. Help nearby from Pro Loot for the side of the Royal Spartans. But again, it's like fighting the war on two fronts. You've got spawn traps happening really on both sides here.
Yeah, 2 players on both sides trying to make it easier for their teammates on their exits. It's Luxury and Luxury able to find 3 on the map. Able to shut down that initial push. The only player unaccounted for is going to be Pro Loot. He's able to stay alive through top grandmas, but he's just consistently getting out of dodge. You can't keep track of where he's going.
Very calm patience around the map. I was going to say, everyone's just waiting for timing right now. Not going to fully work out, though, as Luxury Exotics will hold the edge defensively, at least for a time. D'Lo is playing up top. He really can't go too much further forward with an AR in hand. And well, look, here's the thing: is look what this has done to the Royal Spartans. They've gone underneath. They've gotten onto B for some pressure, but they're taking a long route through the previously A captured zone. It's going to take a lot of time.
And they're also not really finding the kills to go with it. You're instantly coming off the respawn. Driz is in your face with that SMG. Not able to hit the reload for that second kill. But with 40 seconds left, you only have 1 player contested towards back tower. Spartan starts it off. This is the opportunity now for the Spartans with that double to hop on the point.
First tick being worked on. Crispy Driz. Well done for now, but Pro stays alive. Help also from Arcides as he's gotten forward. He can play this top ladder position as long as he wants. It's going to force a lot of pressure towards Luxury Exotics, but they deal with him just getting caught on slide. Capsule trying to follow up. Good first, but he's got a lot of work to do, and he will not get away from Rispy, who we've said his name a lot so far. 14 and 13. He was also great in the search, and that will likely be enough. Luxury Exotics to hold on to this defense. Although lives is becoming an issue here. 4v3 situation. It's all about how the trades move. 2v1. Can Caps find a way to find these kills or stop the clock? Time running out on the play here. Going to make a step in towards the zone. He'll pause it at 2.5. Focus from the high ground. Too much to deal with, though, and the Luxury Exotics will hold, but it comes at a cost.
Yeah, and that was basically like a TDM round, Alan. Like, there was no one trying to hop onto that B point. Everyone was trying to play for spawn kills. If those spawn kills came back to bite you, you weren't going to have fun off of the respawn because you knew there was opponents in your spawn. But Luxury were able to hold on the defensive end. Not allow that 4th segment to be completed there at the B point. Now here on the offense, 1 segment to make up for. We know it was a heroic push early on over towards that B point. But this time we might have to put all our eggs in a basket and just get A out of the way.
That is absolute facts. Okay. Let's see how this all starts to modify. And for the Royal Spartans, Captain's going to make a play down towards Spiral, met by 2 players from Luxury Exotics. So now the offense already finding success to possibly get on towards B. This is very similar to what the Exotics have done in their first offensive round. This time, though, they will get a player in Rispy towards top tower. Oh, nice shots onto Arcides. Follow up from Caps. Yeah, it just gets caught in no man's land. So now Luxury Exotics can get back out of B, stop the clock again.
Yeah, they only have 1 player on the point, though. You're still going to have Driz out towards tower, trying to play for a couple spawn kills. The timing off the respawn for Rispy is good enough to take down Spart. So now you know that your flank is being covered. That first segment is secured, but trades are back and forth in your kill feed. At least at 3 dead for Luxury. Now we get on that. No more bullets.
Oh, yep. This when you think things are starting to go well. Protocols. Over the top shutdown. Back and forth we go, but the defense starting to come to life. Rispy thinking about it. Steps onto the zone. That will alert the defense a touch, but he's just trying to see if he can pull the Spartans back out of the Luxury Exotic spawn. He has not been successful yet, and yeah, here we go again. This is where, you know, the blender starts to be put into play.
Yeah, Rispy has to make a play for his team. Obviously, they're not finding any success in the back of their spawn, but Sparty was not going to get caught off guard. He knows that they're most likely going to be setting up that pinch on Zip. Able to take care of the playmaker. Rest of the kill feed lighting up red. Only 1 segment earned on this side for Luxury. This makes this next round a whole lot easier. Even if the Spartans don't walk away victorious, They can guarantee themselves defense with just 1 segment earned. Oh my
Sheesh.
god.
Yeah. Yeah, that'll work. Wow, okay. Holy. All right. A little bit of drama there at the end. A little bit of theatrics, a little bit of cinema. But still, the problem is in play, where the Royal Spartans have done way more damage when it comes to zone progress. So, the Luxury Exotics, they will have to play around 5 offense, just by the math as it is now. Just comes down to what they can do to try to get some momentum built up here in round 4. Well, the start is all about isolating Driz. The Royal Spartans looking to try to keep their focus towards the low ground, but up top, Luxury Exotics winning all their fights.
Yeah, they're winning all their fights except for the one on Capsule, and he makes him count. As he's able to catch a double. Shuts down that play call from Luxury to try to get into their spawn and play a couple spawn kills, but instantly going to be traded with Driz double, finds 2 of his own. Now time being paused here at A. You know exactly where Luxury are going to come from, and that's hopping up on P2. Sparty finds the first. Sparty going for the second. Whips out the pistol. Give me the freebie number 2. Now we're showing presence on both points. Mind games right now for Luxury.
Yep. Shots, though, for Luxury. Following up, making this extra punishing. Prolud has gotten in towards lockers, and that might be a staging point for them, especially with him finding a second. Now he can drop down through Spiral and over towards B. And actually, he's going to go deeper than that. Take the elevator all the way to the top. But in this moment of reprieve for Prolud, the rest of his team have gotten ripped apart by Rispy. Prolud on 3. I believe he saw 1 through the ladder, or part of the zip line. He's on the hunt, though, for Hitman. That will work. Trade not fully there. Prolud's out, and he can reset. Problem is, none of his teammates are finding kills. They're still stuck in spawn.
And he's finessing, though. Like, Prolud's like, somebody work your way through mid-map. They cannot locate me in towards Grandma's, but at least they did earn that 1 segment there at that A point. 24 seconds left on the game clock. D-Lo sitting at 15 and 22. Chat, just make sure you remember the scoreboards are messed up. It ain't nothing new. We've been here before. They are not getting as slammed as you probably think they are, but with 20 seconds left, second segment earned. Still a fight here for the Spartans.
Yeah. Well, gonna keep the play alive for a moment at A. Need to find this next set of kills, though, and it's so hard to track players down, man. It legitimately is. So kills back and forth, still continue to trend towards the Luxury Exotics defense. And it's looking likely for round 5. Not a guarantee, though. Could get an extra 60 seconds here from Prolud. And yeah, Hitman's going to chalk and rotate back over to B, so extra life here for the Spartans.
Yeah, it doesn't even matter if you're Luxury because you know you're guaranteed offense going into this next round. Let's just keep the lives lead in our favor. Currently up by 5. This is where you're allowing players to start to hit routes. Hitman going all the way around backside heli. He's going to get a freebie for the 3 dead. Now no more respawns left for the Spartans.
Apps down low. Stun not going to land. Tried to use that as a chance to get through. Prolud, though. Wow. Another double from him. Almost able to find Driz, but that's a nice little turn and burn from Driz, who gets the final 3. We catch that all from the victim's perspective at the end. And that's enough to set us to round 5. Where, again, we already kind of knew what it was going to look like here in terms of if we got to round 5, what was going to happen. And for Luxury Exotics, they needed to do what they have not been able to do at this point, which is really anything on offense. Yeah,
and I think the worst thing that they have been doing so far is all dying at the same time. Like, that's the worst thing you can do because now you know Spartans are going to be pushed them in your base. They know at least 3 players are coming off the respawns because they have lost track of where Rispy went. But they're just completely disregarding him. So if you are Luxury, try to spread these deaths out a little bit as they're showing early presence again over towards B. And they catch Capsule off guard, so first segment getting worked on.
Yep. Okay. Well, shots at range. Oh, not going to work out there. And that's almost 2 ticks of progress over towards B. Trades are decent. Rispy's still staying alive. There's the second tick. And a kill up top. Delo's able to at least maybe open up some more space, but Rispy knows he's got to be the one to try to make a play and to really just distract this defense from getting set up.
Yeah, instead of sitting around, roaming around, we need to make a play for our team to work their way on out. Gives up towards Grandma's, going to decide to stack a little bit, but now work his way back towards outer street. Knows that his teammates are getting a couple kills. noise. Q. Not good enough for Capsule to take him down. First segment earned at A. And now this is where it gets a little scary. Because Luxury have a 3-kill lead. They're about to get 2 segments at both points, but 3 players drop at the wrong time. Night draft.
Yeah, this is where it starts to feel desperate. Crispy again, though. Good for another trade. Varsity's timing along the backside of this play. On the zone they go. Sparks finds first. Looking down low, nearly able to grab the second. RCD's found out to hold on a second. This could be an extra 60 seconds, and it will be. Good eliminations coming through for Luxury Exotics. They cannot immediately transition to A, but off spawn, they've got a quick route here. This is very doable. Crispy, his timing could win the round, and they're just going to stack it. Nate will get 2. Driz staying alive. Rispy following up for the double.
Get on the point!
Get on the point, Rispy. Finish the game. Oh my goodness. The quick spawn, the triple stack. They capture A so darn quickly. Unbelievable finish.
And that was just such a heads-up play call right there from Luxury. The fact that they realized, okay, we all went dead at the same time. But we're spawning on this left side, so that means they're all on the right side. No one's going to wrap back. No one's going to try to go into their 10 and check all those corners on the way on in. They said, let's just complete B and then work our way through that. And thankfully, they found all the kills to go with it. I thought Rispy was going to play a second wave of kills there, and I would have lost composure there, Alan. The fact that that's even his initial thought there kind of killed my vibe. But thankfully, he hops on the point. He's able to close out the game. And Luxury go up 2-1 in that series. But here on the Bravo, we're back into this grueler run on protocol again.
Wow. That was one of the most electric finishes in the blink of an eye I've ever seen on a protocol troll. Unreal. Paranormal up 2-1, though, including an offensive win. So, they've got the advantage to possibly go 2-1 up. This comes down to what YFP can try to do to respond here, Jay.
It's not good to be down 2-1 when you're giving up attacking rounds, when you're going into attacking rounds on protocol. Drew sitting at 10 and 20, not having the success story he usually tends to have with his AR on hand, but still time to turn it around, and on cue, he's able to catch a double. That leads to all 4 dead. First segment earned at B, and I'm loving this initial B call, because look at how far those spawns are for Paranormal. That second segment is basically guaranteed.
Well, Wiz so crossed up. Paranormal clearing up the high ground. Now it comes down to can they win the fights down low. Third tick of progress on the way. Dak staying alive in the corner, but Bink Assault clear things out, and they will deplete that third tick of progress by hopping back on.
Now all of YFP coming off of the respawn. But the same thing that Luxury just did. They're trying to overextend their way through B. Potentially close out this capture. Don't want to waste time wrapping your way back in towards 10, but Bink and his teammate with no name. I have no idea who's getting kills. Leads to all 4 dead. YFP back in hell.
That's dark. Anytime the no name pops up, that's dark side. It's just... Maybe next year we'll have a codcaster that works. Paranormal. Nice eliminations. Getting forward. Huge life lead as well. This is kind of do or die time for YFP. And they are being shredded. Gunsy's still alive. Thinking about taking the zip up. It was Dak that was up there a moment ago, but it doesn't make much of a difference. You got doubles coming through over towards the offensive spawn. No one's going to get out here. Paranormal Esports. A battle to the game clock with YFP on the red card. Round 11 affair with a handful of rounds in a row to catch the search and destroy. And here on protocol, we can only tell. Looks like a pretty convincing affair with an offensive win and then a 20-6 life finish here on the defensive side to take an edge 2-1 in the series.
Nah, it's over. Alan, don't worry about it. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Keep going. Keep going. This map's over with. Keep going. Eventually, it's going to be, it's only a matter of time. 0.5 seconds, no more respawns. Last player at the point. Yeah, GG. There it is. Paranormal go up 2-1.
You never want to call it till it's over, Jade, but that one, like you said, is that was over. So, okay, YFP undefeated in their group, being tested, thrown into a map 4 on the Bravo stream. And then, like we mentioned, a do-or-die type moment here on our primary matchup where Luxury Exotics come out with a round 5 offensive win on the protocol offense to take a 2-1 edge in their own right. So we've got ourselves a highlight reel and then a Skyline Hardpoint to get through here in our primary match. And I think, again, it's just we could not stop saying, at least I could not stop saying Rispy's name in the last 2 matches for Luxury Exotics.
Yeah, he just kept on making plays, man. And I thought if you were the Spartans, eventually you would try to adjust going into a round 5 defense. They haven't attacked over towards Heli. They haven't worked their way out towards mid-gun. It's been a push every single time at B. So the fact that Capsule, initially to start that round number 5, gets caught off guard for that early first death, it allows for that stack to come in. And it allows for those 2 segments to be earned. And then just way too much focus on the left side of the map. It's just like Spartans were a little bit late to react in those situations. You got to be quicker when you're realizing there's no pressure on me. They got to be going the opposing way. But Luxury Exotics, even with their backs against the wall on offense in round number 5, we're able to outslay, earn every single segment. Now go up 2-1 in the series where they have all the momentum in the world, Alan. It's as simple as that. You go through a grueling search and destroy where the aggression was winning you the map. Then you go through a protocol where you're down 2-1. You know you're going into an attack on round number 5, and the aggression, again, was the answer. Now we're talking about a Skyline where it's literally non-stop aggression from start to finish of this map. I think they have an opportunity to make playoffs, Alan. I really do.
No, I agree with that completely. I mean, I think in particular, again, you go back to that red card Hardpoint, it really was one rotation from 2 to 3 that Royal Spartans just completely put the game a bit out of question. Luxury Exotics were fighting back through the bleachers into P1, back over to a P2, but there's just a little bit too much damage that had been dealt. So in a lot of ways, I'm sure Luxury Exotics are sitting here saying, yo, I mean, we were one bad rotation away from 3-0ing these guys. So let's just make sure our macro game is on play, or on par rather, when we get to this Skyline Hardpoint. Let's just make sure we're not losing focus, I think especially between 1 and 2, and then especially 2 to 3. You know, let's just make sure we're just doing the right job on holding the correct sides of the map to make life as easy as possible for these big, kind of more money style hardpoints.
And I think it's going to fall into the hands of the slower players on the side of Luxury, sort of like the Hitmans and the Drizzes of the worlds that are going to be holding down those spawns for them, because you know these SMGs are going to put themselves in a position where you're either pushed out too far and you need someone to block a spawn so you don't spawn behind them and allow them to have a free pinch available. Those are the little things that you're going to have to micromanage as those slower players on this map. When you're running those ARs, or even if you're the second submachine gunner, you know you have an instant guy that's going to go right in first. You have to slow down in those moments because Skyline can tend to get out of hand when you're just making it chaotic, spawning people all over the map.
Yeah, and I think the thing is, the spawns happen so quickly, the changes can happen so quickly, so again, awareness has to be at its utmost. Wow, exciting stuff here, at least so far. Wow, we love challengers. And I got to remember that this isn't just the only day we have. We've got tomorrow. Playoff action will start. We're going to get winners matches. We're going to get lower matches. We'll have a semifinal match. And then next week, we'll kind of do that all over again. We'll get winners finals. We'll also get 2 of our lower matches, followed by our last 2 matches, lower finals and grand finals. So got a lot of stuff going on. We are getting an update that Omit Brooklyn did 3-0 their series. Again, that was kind of one of those things. It's like, doesn't really make too much of a difference. They were already clearing. They were already in towards playoffs. The other side of that, though, does come to the simple fact that Rally Esports, they won a single map.
Oh, hell no.
Split.
Oh, hell no.
Yeah.
That's not
That's a good team, too. Like, on paper,
Yeah,
that's a good team. It's Fire, Flames, and Phantoms, and who's the fourth? Who am I
I'm
forgetting?
pretty sure Neum is
Neum.
there for us.
Neum's
Yeah,
there,
like,
yeah.
yo, bro, like, what? One map, guys? We're talking about Flames, who was just in the CDL last year. Fire, who was one of the top SMGs that we had in Challengers last season. And Neum, who was the up-and-comer, who everyone tends to talk about here and there, that he has that talent. You only come out here and win one map, brother?
That's
one map.
tough.
Are you
That's
serious? Yeah, nah. Oh, yeah, they're 0-5. We'll see you later, Rally.
Requalify, likely with the new team. I do not imagine that squad will stick together. Just the way it goes. That's just Challenger stuff in a nutshell. That's just Challenger stuff in a nutshell. Okay, so that's kind of what we have on board for us. Again, if you're joining us here late, our B group is going to be coming up in our second slot, and we have 4 teams that are at 2-2. So multiple team tiebreaker scenario is likely to happen, as you've got FC Stallions clear. They play Vegas Academy. Loyalty Inc. hasn't won a series, so they are already out. Everyone else, it is one of those things. You win, you're probably in, but you lose, you're doing math, and you're hoping that there's an opportunity for a tiebreaker to benefit you. But that's just all marination. Let's jump on over and get us going on Skyline. Which, by the way, I don't think we ever talked about this, Jay. You ever noticed that helipad has a putting green with a bunker on it?
Oh, man, are you hitting that? So you're telling me? Is that an automatic?
jump off the private heli, just get right into your bunker, Brian. Yeah, I'm here for that.
Early into this game, though, the Spartans are able to find a clean 4 dead. So not starting off on the preferred side here at P1. Soaking up a lot of this hill time. You have Sparty contesting to top hall. Not scared, does not shy away from the chow. Able to beat for the first, set up his teammate for the second. Another clean 4 dead. Spawns flip and Spartans in heavy control.
Yep. Not the start that you want if you're the luxury exotics. Having to not just fight off the hard point, but also try to rotate across the map with 15 seconds to go. This could get ugly quick in terms of an opening score. Driz able to shut down Caps from holding the front. And that will allow at least D-Lo to jump into Hot Tub for now. But again, immediately responded to. Spark on a handful, and Arcides is holding the front line. Should be good for spawns unless Rispy can find a kill or two. Would allow for at least a block, and it looks like the Spartans know he's back and just can't find him.
Yeah, they're looking for him. They've gotten to read that he was behind enemy lines. They're able to take care of him and put themselves in the objective, but he stalls out time. Now for his teammates to get themselves into the play. Bombarding their way over through White Plat, trying to pinch out the back. Prolude finessing. He's able to come up behind at least one player. Give me the 2 Bs. Can he find it? No, he cannot. And without getting that kill, you lose the spawns, and Luxury find the break.
Yeah, Arcides was trying to help on the hard point. He doesn't actually get deep enough to move the spawns around, so it was kind of a Congo line for a while through the middle of the map. But now all of a sudden, luxury exotics are holding on to at least a momentary spawn situation. Rispy, nice double from him. Good timing, good peek. He's got to deal with the whole team, though, and will not be able to convert on the final 2. So now you got luxury exotics. A couple of moments of break, but now it's all about what can they do actually with a setup on 3.
Yeah, they need the setup here at 3. Get themselves a good chunk of time to keep them in this game. Great shots from Rispy to grid Capsule off of that T1 pool. The pressure's already here at TV. Prolude flies on in. He's able to find one. Trades are going down, back and forth. Arcides versus Driz in a one-on-one for the time, and Arcides able to get the better of him. 5 in a row.
Yep. All right. Take a look. Ooh. Shots back and forth. A little bit of team-friendly fire coming out, but for the Royal Spartans, this works out.
Love it.
You get in, you kind of deter the setup a touch. Now the problem is you're spawning at the middle of the map. Wait, no one's watching this in luxury exotics. Pro turns that into a free double. Shoulders, and we just don't have to do that. If you're pro, it doesn't make a difference. Caps is still there for the trade, plus the follow-up from Arcides will allow, again, another moment for the Spartans to control the timing and tempo of the map.
Yeah, and Luxury right there, they were playing too hard to maintain the spawns for next. We're giving up all the map control when no one's watching over mid. So Prolude was able to drop down and catch a free 2-piece. Now flip you all the way across the map, and now all that hard work was for absolutely nothing. As you're forced to re-break your way on into one of the more difficult hills that we have here on Skyline. 2 kills go in favor of the Spartans to make it 3. Last player drops down back right is going to be D-Lo. He gets one and he gets up with his life, but you can see those spawns still across the map for Luxury.
Yeah, Cap's able to find him on the reload. Driz for a double, though. Again, the threat for the break is starting to amount. Problem is that just you cannot continue the team wanting to break on this map. And all that told, the break is convincing, and it does come pretty quickly. So now 111 plays 40. Spart trying to make it happen. Only catches 1. Spawns now moving. Luxury exotics looking favorable for this back 30.
It's a good time. Very, very good time right here. Still keep yourself into this game. You have Rispy. Potentially going to try to hit a route, but 12 seconds is good enough in my book to go back and fight for it. You know that the pressure's going to be in towards bottom bed, but he has been the playmaker for Luxury. As his teammate in D-Lo finds 3.
Wow.
Those spawns are now going to flip it. Now you have the heavy favor with the spawns over towards the new. So a lot of this be one time.
Yeah, this is where the momentum can really start to change. SMG starting to get past Driz is hit the deck, trying to stay alive. Oh, good prediction over towards Capsule, diving into the hardpoint, but cannot find the kill. Pistol for Hitman will at least stabilize the spawn situation, but the Spartans have broken, and they're getting some decent time here on P1.
Yeah, we got to get them off. Simple as that. We got to get Capsule off of this hardpoint, and every time someone peeks, there's someone watching that angle, and that is all 4 dead again. Spawns flip. Spartans doing all they need to do to try to force this game number 5. A 70-point difference. Capsule lining him up with the AR, able to catch a double, make it a triple. Not enough bullets in the clip for the quad.
Wait,
But it's still the Spartans in heavy control.
the problem is that little play actually kind of foils the spawn setup for New. And they get a little bit of scrap time, but this is a lifeline here for luxury exotics. Need to try to find something. Shots from Driz make the Spartans aware that he is trying to play off a bit of a pinch. Decent finesse. gains a little bit more space and time here for Luxury Exotics to at least control more hardpoint time. But now you need to read where this next threat's coming from as D'Lo drop. Here comes the break attempt.
And it's such a tight setup, Alan, that both those kills going down are going to spawn both those players out. So now in the 2v4, Hitman and Rispy making it happen. Last player alive is going to be Arcades. He's trying to dance, swerve that corner, trying to get out of the dodge. He's able to at least find one, but he effectively should get traded. And that's going to be a phenomenal break there, at least for Luxury, but they lose the rest of the gunfights. What happened?
Yeah, it's everything from the top front. Just completely gets foiled. Hitman responding. 6 in a row. Re-clears the hill. Rispy getting the dirty work done on rotation. Now you're just trying to get the Spartans. Oh my! Rispy! What a beam out of Rispy! Follow-up from Drizz is decent, but D'Lo, the last one left on rotation, has to try to play his life, and he's done well to at least keep this new hard point empty.
Still a 50-point, 60-point difference. Kills in the feed, lighting up white. Arcades playing towards that backside of Cabo with that one kill. Allows the spawns to consistently come in. Capsule on the pinch, casts the double. So Rispy had to try to make a play. Only able to take down one, but every single time we think that Luxury win a rotation over towards New, they're getting instantly broken because the Spartans are picking them apart one by one.
That's just Skyline in a nutshell in certain ways, though, as well. Again, a lot of 50-50 parallel spawns, even when you think things are going well. So the Spartans will regrow their lead to 60+. Rispy shut down, trying to hit the pinch. This is a really good zone of control here for the Spartans for the back 20 seconds as well. You've got a player already sniffing things out over toward Jim. That actually does not work. So maybe a chance here to possibly get this thing broken, especially with the SMGs. Pushing aggressively through. Caps trying to pick this up, and he's weak. Oh, nice little finesse, but again, the trades are decent. Arcity's the last one to find, and he's just holding on to the patio. Best he possibly can, he'll be dealt with.
We took care of him. We also turn around and get that player pinching over towards top plat. So back spawns in favor of Luxury. But already in your face is going to be Prolute. Just waiting for his moment to strike. Him and his teammates collapse, and that's all 4 dead. Beautiful patience right there out of the Spartans to realize, okay, all we need is these kills, and we'll spawn them out. They find every single one for the break, and now potentially this remaining 35.
Clear things out. A little 50-50. Spark playing back hedges. Dealt with by D'Lo. And the spawns are Narnia right now for Luxury Exotics. D'Lo had to make a play, and he's not going to be able to. That's going to put this game out of reach. 23 seconds. Looking like a lot of it is just going to be immediately earned by the Spartans. And yeah, that follow-up from Prolute will pretty much guarantee it. So we'll go to plus 115 or so. And that's not good news here for Luxury Exotics, even though they do have at least a couple eliminations to themselves. Some sort of a setup over P1. Spark, the Omni Movement diving. That'll work out for at least one elimination on the flip.
Yeah, this is going map 5. Like, Luxury, they're just not prepared for the aggression coming in from the Spartans, from the fundamentals coming in from the Spartans to simply block spawns and trade out effectively to secure them. But 218 to 110. Tall ladder to climb. All the kills in favor of the Spartans as Arcades catches a double. You have a Hellstorm in the back pocket of Capsule. Yeah, now we just lay down. Let's just soak this up.
Yep. And that'll do it. If not on this hill, definitely the next. Hellstorm out. Rispy again. Another nice moment here for the SMGs for Luxury Exotics, but feels like the damage has largely been dealt. Elo will drop. Spawn flip will occur, but this will have to be better than we've ever seen out of anybody if the Luxury Exotics were to pull this back.
Yeah, it'll be the greatest comeback I've ever seen. It'll be literally the greatest comeback I've ever seen. It has to start with D'Lo finding every single kill on this side of the map. Only able to catch 2, though. Now rotation in favor of the Spartans. Spawns in favor of the Spartans. The Spartans are going to be able to force this game 5. Yeah, or not. Well, at least not yet.
Yeah, this was like control all over again.
Yeah.
Hitman only able to find a little bit of damage, plus the door to Arcades means that Rispy once again. Wow, his timing is unreal. Been solid, man. I gotta say, 31 and 27. He's the feet, but that. Oh, okay. Okay. Spartans are running in one by one right here. This is messy.
They just trying to end the game, Alan. Like, just said, someone go try to make a play, man. All we need is 4 seconds. Let's go one by one. Someone pop a miraculous 2-piece, but Luxury, this is what I was looking for when we started the game. Like, if we would have had this P2 for the P2 setup the way you have it now, then you would have been a lot closer into this hard point. But eventually, that is going to put a bow on that map right there as we go to map number 5. The Spartans able to dominate there in map 4.
Let's take a look over to our Bravo stream. Paranormal Esports up 2-1 in their series as they're on a vault hardpoint. YFP currently down about 50 points, but making up for it here on what has so far been, by the look of it, pretty solid 4th hill. And it's only getting better. Oh, it's only getting better. Dak, ooh, had a good prediction there. Teammates pick up on it, and yep, this is not where you want to be spawning for Paranormal Esports. Going for vaults.
Absolutely not, but YFP doing exactly what they need to do to get themselves back into this game,
Or...
but all 4 dead, drop at the wrong time, and that's instantly going to flip them out. Paranormal, we're going to walk away with the final 15. So keep it about a 50-point difference. But as we get to the 3rd rotation of hard points in this game, YFP need to start it off by soaking up this P one time, but make sure that they maintain those farms for the next hill.
Shots out. And Paranormal Esports. Nice little breakthrough 4. Nice little moment to keep the hard point open here at 1. Dark trying to keep himself in a slippery spot. Not in a particularly good spot to get the trade over first down. Oh, and that's a tough gunfight versus Wiz that he's still able to come away with. They've lost Dak. Yeah, now they found him. Now it's just down to can they slaughter out the AR to YFP. Gunzy not quite able to do so. Cruz and Mamba. A little 2v4 moment from them. They've handled it nicely, and YFP will be back in the hill.
Yeah, YFP right back into the hill, still maintaining the spawn towards the next hard point. Only a 30-point difference. You know exactly where they're all going to be. That's all about getting into this next hard point, but not dropping as many players as you have so far. Thankfully, you're still going to have those back spawns secured. Opportunity now for them to potentially find a lead change here. The entire kill feed is still lighting up blue.
Yeah, Cruz is just keying off right now. Yep. Ring the bell, why don't you? Straight headshots on the Dart. And YFP will use that as not just a chance to get a good setup for P2. They're going to get the better part of 40 seconds here. I mean, Paranormal Esports is nowhere near a break. They will get one player spawning behind. Dak working on new. But Cruz is still up and kicking. Wiz inside the hot tub. That will work out for a double, and it's still YFP in the hill.
This is how you play a P2. For everybody watching in the chat, that's exactly how you want to play a P2. Start off with the initial 40 to trap them spawning from the front, and then for the final 20, flip them out so you can win that rotation over towards that new hard point. YFP. Fantastic plays from them on that P3. Even though they lose the lead by a slim margin, they're in the driver's seat as long as they maintain this hard control.
Yeah. Well, trades back and forth, allow this hard point to again be stepped into initially by Cruz. Tags over towards Dark. And he's going to trust that his teammates can clean this up. Not the case, though. Dak has his hands. He's being pressured on all fronts, and he will drop. So nice moment here for Paranormal to get not just in the hill, but also control the favorable side as we look towards P4 eventually.
Yeah, this makes it more difficult now for YFP, Alan, because they have to get these kills. Obviously, not allow them to soak up that time, but someone has to hit around. Someone has to get behind enemy lines, and it's not going to be Wiz. The playmaker works his way into bottom art, wins that one-on-one versus Bing, spawns flip, YFP in the hill. And they take the lead right on back. Now with breaching 190, the opportunity to close it out at P4.
Decision time for Paranormal in terms of how do you want to play through new. And they're going to focus this up through out street in towards Art. That's going to be, again, a little bit of trouble here. Salt at range.
Sneaks
Bait
behind
on
him.
the cross. Gunsy from behind. Spawn is out now. Mamba's going to be all the way deep. This is every gunfight being a critical one for both teams. Wiz just trying to hold on to the hard point. Mamba's there on the cross to try to assist, but Paranormal will just run through palms, get a little bit of a favorable back spot, and Gunsy will find 3 in a row to get Paranormal back into the hill.
Yeah, Paranormal cannot win it here, but if you're YFP, you have to contest this. You can't give up this time. Cruz just jumps on and gives up his life for free. So it should be Paranormal taking the lead, potentially by 20. Big kill coming in from Mama, though, potentially opens up that right side alley. So they can try to contest this. They bar their way through the front door. Cruz and Mama combine for 3. Dak with the final. YFP secure the final 15. And now only need about 15 to close out this game and force map 5.
Well, it's going to be just this mad dash over the top of P1 at the moment. Nice moment here from Wiz. Clears out that kind of interior U-Haul. Dak also has won the high ground over the top of the balcony. So now it's just down to flood, surround, and overwhelm the last couple of players left. Assault working with both weapons. Wiz, pistol out, shut down by Darkside. Hardpoint stays open. Underneath, 60 seconds of the game clock. Unlikely we'll see this go to game clock, but you never know if this stays mixing.
Yeah, and this wave of kills right here might be the deciding factor. And this Paranormal able to find 3. They do not secure those back spawns door. You do have one player in the Soul who was trying to set up a pinch, but instantly turns around through side door. He knows you guys are spawning at P2. Let me come up the opposing way for a couple freebies. There goes a double. Teammates know that the rest of the pressure is going to be over towards Cat. You have flipped the spawns out again, and Paranormal can close it out here.
YFP has to challenge.
You have to
challenge this. Kills are still coming through here for Paranormal. They could kind of play this from the leader's advantage. They're stacking in for the point. They clear off the high ground. They can still win. You got to contest this, and all Dak gets 2 some miracly. Salt tagged up. Chase down. He finds one, not the second. YFP still spawning close as the new hardpoint opens up, and now they can win.
And now they're forcing them all the way across the map. Just one wave of kills, and this map 4 will be yours, and you will be able to close out the series, or at least extend it. YFP, though, they have to trade, and here comes the pressure.
245, 246. Assault trying to pick this up through pool. Now it's just how they can. They clear off the hard point. Assault's able to find one, but Cruz gets a double. That's at range, though. He's got to flood in. He's got to touch. He's not going to get there in time. A little bit of a prone play behind the hot tub at low HP. Sees Paranormal Esports win the map 4, and that turns it into a flip on the standings. Both teams at 4-1. Paranormal own the head-to-head. They'll be the 1 seed.
And Omid Brooklyn also 4-1, and they got a 3-0 today, so I don't really know who's the #1 team over there in Group A. But what a response right there from Paranormal. We barely got to watch them on the Alpha, but throw those guys into this Alpha stream a little bit more because they're a little bit mixy. But into this game number 5 for the final spot in Group A. Spartans starting off on the attack.
Wow. Take a breath. Not going to be able to. Luxury Exotics are pushing through the middle of the map. But Arcides has seen all of this. Initially, it's a 1-for-1 trade. Capsule trying to come back to see if he can catch this defense off guard, but he's now low. Hitman finds the kill. 3v2 early for the Luxury defense.
You can expect nothing but aggression when you're watching Luxury Exotics play a little bit of Call of Duty. And now in the 3v2, Arcides gets the info. At least able to put down shots to assist his teammate for the first, but Rispy going to fly on through connector and close out that round. And you could just tell the Spartans early into that one were prepared for their aggression to come on in, just didn't play the proper angles. There was an all-out aggression through the middle of the map for Luxury as they take the first round.
It's just so tough. I mean, again, you see it from RCD's perspective. He sees at least 2. Maybe he doesn't see the 3rd. But regardless of it, as soon as you find the information, it's kind of like this mad panic of, we got to get back. We got to make sure we're keeping these players out of our back line. It's just so hard to tally where they've gone to after you initially see them through the middle of the map there. So, again, aggression from Luxury Exotics. It was a staple in the first couple of rounds on Skyline Search. It seems to be the exact same thing here. Again, right to A. Stuns and nades. Immediate plant. Royal Spartans need to retake.
Yeah, they don't give you opportunities to even work this deep pitch. You have 2 players working around towards backside goal. And they are getting a couple sound cues to jump up on D-Lo. It leads to Prolu finding that first blood, so down to 3v4, you have to try to make a play. Risk is going to try to send it, and he's able to win that gunfight 3v3.
That's a massive reset up here for this post-plant setup for Luxury Exotics. Semtex blocks off the front door, takes it down to a 15-second play, and Prolu caps open the door, just down to Rispy. He's able to find the first. Second will fall, just down to the 1v1.
Get out.
He slips away. Doesn't get fully away. Arcides will hop it with just enough time for the defuse. But boy, did Rispy almost give it to them. 1 away from getting the full ace.
Yeah, just that split second there. Another split second decision where he decided, at least in my mind, when I looked at it, he was either going to chow it or run away. And that split second doesn't allow him to turn that corner. Arcides catches him on the exit. Rispy was 1 shot. Almost gave him a run for his money, but successful on the retake after the first blood from the Spartans. Tie the game up at 1.
Wow. I thought he was about to do it, Jay.
I thought he almost got out, Alan. I thought he did. I thought he did.
It was close. He was real close. The 1-1 we go. Caps, Prolu. Aggression towards A. And, ooh, they're going to take a little bit of an extra glance, but the bomb will still go down. Luxury Exotics not threatening anything. Again, they played on kind of both sides of the spectrum in the sideline. They're trying to do the same thing here.
Yeah, they started off with the aggression on the first round, but this time Spartans at least a little bit more spread on their setup. The RC is going to get invested. Absolute was able to find that first blood onto the farthest player, pushed out 28 HP. Absolute was able to find a double, and somehow, some way, Prolu with 11 HP finds the first, finds the second. Spartans secure the round off of the back of the SMGs.
I mean, we got to get at least that one kill.
Damn, dog. RC hits him in everything, man.
Oh, I'm saying. The Prolu embarrasses Driz and then just slips away from Hitman. There's plenty of help around the back for what it's worth, but still, it's just one of those moments you go, wait, what? Brother, I hit him with an RC. You didn't get that kill. Yeesh. 2 rounds in a row for the Spartans. Back over to the Luxury Exotics. See what they want to do in the offense.
It's most likely an aggressive A plan again. This time, you just don't want to be D-Lo getting isolated on the opposing side for that first blood. Make it a lot more difficult. Them to retake. Having 4 players up as Thomas instantly getting planted, but look at the aggression coming in from the Spartans. They're trying to retake instantly over towards Pool, but they're getting contested.
Yeah, good info there. Dilo, no chance, although he does get him down to a bullet. Arcides follows up, and now again, this post plant is going to be supremely tested. And yeah, there's just nothing they can do here. Rispy by himself. Wow.
What?
Wow, Rispy. He's still got a nade.
Yeah.
He's going to get the regen off. Drops over. Tags. Traded back. Lots of damage on both sides. Different weapon. Rispy for the 1v4. Almost secures it. But Spart confirms the kill. And just enough time again for the defuse. Oh my god, someone signed Rispy immediately.
He was finessing there, Alan, but you hit it on the head. If you throw that nade, at least a roller in there, you potentially have one person weak, but just to finesse. Spart, knowing that he was weak, commits on that gunfight and does not get put in the highlight reel. Is now the Spartans starting to pull away here in this game 5 with 3 rounds back to back. Luxury needs to have a response here, and it might be the aggression. That slow play stuff ain't working.
Brother, Rispy's got to be sitting here like, can I get
somebody help me, please? I need a trade, brother, please.
Just a little bit of help. Big gunfight here in the middle map. Oh, and the ARs will essentially fold this play. Driz responds, gives him a chance. And did your feed crash, Jay, or is it just me?
I think our feed crashed, Alan.
Uh-oh.
I think our feed crashed, but if I had to predict here who was gonna win this gunfight,
Just
I would say Arcides. Yeah, right there on that freeze frame. I would think Arcides. You know, he was 100 HP. He had an AR in hand. That was probably gonna be a Spartans round, but 3-1 is officially gonna be the score. It turns to a 1-1. Nothing changed. It could have been anyone's game.
Yeah.
So 3-1 should be the reset score.
Yes, unless that's just an observer crash, in which case I imagine the players will be instructed to finish that one out. I would hate to see them lose out on things like trophy systems, things of the nature, but wow. I think you're right, though. Just based off that freeze frame, shots were a little right. RC's looked a little locked. Hard to tell, but it looked like that was going to be a 1v1 win for Arcides, again, world champion and all. You'd have to think he's probably good for it, but you never know, especially with Rispy not being alive on the other side.
He's had a lot of chances, though, Alan. 1v3, 1v4. You're making it to a 1v1, just not able to capitalize on those final kills. But right now, I think it's just Luxury not finding success on their attacking rounds. We're talking about both times where they get that bomb planted and Delo's getting picked off on the complete opposite side of the map. We can't be having that, Alan. Can't have that.
We're talking about 4v4 post plants, and it turns into a 2v4, which turns into a 1v4 or 1v3.
Yeah,
we're just not. We just gotta. Yeah, you're right, dude. I mean, and it has started from the island play like that. That first offense they had to reset the post plant because of all that stuff. Yeah. We're gonna take a quick break. We'll give you guys the update in terms of what's happening with the map 5 when we come back. But don't go far. We'll have more challengers regardless. The backside of it. back, everybody. Unfortunately, it was only an observer crash, so all we could do is give you the final score, which we can report did go the way of the Royal Spartans 6-1. So they clutch up in map 4 and map 5 pretty convincingly in those back 2 maps to get themselves into the double elimination bracket from Group A. That does, of course, mean on the other side for Luxury Exotics, hell of a fight, but at 1 and 4, they will be eliminated from double elimination playoffs. And maybe even more importantly so, they will have to re-qualify for Season 2 of Elite as well, Jay.
Yeah, that's tough, man. To go back to that 1v1, though, Arcides won it, Alan. He won that 1v1. We knew it. We called it on the money. He had the beamer with the AR to lead to the Royal Spartans securing that final spot there in Group A. But Group A shaked up a little bit. It was Omid Brooklyn that walked away with a clean 3-0 in their series versus Rally Esports that allowed them to boost their way from second in the group all the way to number 1. So that could play a big part going into playoffs next week. Tomorrow.
Yeah, and really all 3 of those top teams are terrifying. Again, the way that works out is, Paranormal able to beat YFP, YFP able to beat Omid Brooklyn able to beat Paranormal is how that little triangle of love came through. But I wouldn't want to play any of those top 3 teams. And honestly, a little bit of a wake up there from the Royal Spartans as well, right? Like those back 2 maps. Really their hardpoint overall, really well done. Just comes down to them fixing up their search and their control a touch to maybe be a more formidable squad there at just 2 and 3. But you also kind of saw, if your eyes were moving back and forth left to right, that over in Group B, which is what's coming up next, we've got 4 teams deadlocked at a 2-2 count. So we got a lot of implications for potential multi-team tiebreakers to come, especially considering that those 4 teams, they don't just play each other. So there will be a multi-team tiebreaker likely in some regard.
Yeah, man, the only team that we have going up against each other that both sit at 2 and 2 are going to be the Pioneers going up against Cabal Gaming. And that's as simple as that. Cabal started off last week 0-2. They wake up day 2, they right the wrongs, they go 2-0 that day to put them in a position now to fight here versus the Pioneers. So that's going to be a grueling matchup. But that's going to be our Bravo stream, Alan. On our Alpha stream, we're going to have Vegas Academy going up against FC Stallions, where the Stallions are sitting at 4-0. They're already calm, cool, collected, moving their way into playoffs. But Vegas, who started off 2-0, lost 2 last week. So now they need this win to even guarantee themselves in towards the top 4.
Yeah, kind of a proving point, I would say, for both these 2 squads. For FaZe Clan Stallions, they're good. They're going to be in playoffs like you already mentioned. But if they could come out in 5-0, their group, that would be nearly, and I think it would be completely unprecedented that a team that has never been to the Elite before, a lot of recently turned 18-year-olds, can come together, form a team, and have that much success in their initial Elite. That would be something we've never seen before. Whereas for the Vegas Academy squad, it's trying to prove yourself based on your results you had in the first week. That 2-0 start that they had. Can they find what went wrong in their back 2 games and try to find a way to guarantee themselves out of the multi-team tiebreaker with a win, get the 3 wins, and put yourself in a double elimination bracket. So that's what we have, at least in terms of kind of the stakes for our matchup in particular. And I'm excited to see it because it's going to be, I think, fun to see all 8 of those players go to work once again on, well, not again, but for the first time against one another, Jay. Should be fun. But we need to get through the veto process, so we're going to step away for a brief break, and we'll come back with our second slot of matches right after this. Welcome back, everybody. We are about ready to go here when it comes to our second slot of matches for the day. Our final for our opening round robin here in the Black Ops 6 Challengers Elite days. Final shift. With me, I've got Study. And, well, here's a look at the standings. We already talked about it a little bit, but let's just re-hit it again here, Jay. Stallions 4-0. We'll watch them play Vegas Academy, but they are in the midst of what is a very wide plethora of teams sitting at 2-2. That everything is super important for possible tiebreaker scenarios for everyone listed between second and fifth.
Yeah, this is all about you win and you're in scenario. Obviously, Vegas Academy, they're going up against the Stallions, who are sitting at 4-0. That's not going to be an easy matchup. You need to be on your A game. But Syndicate, I'm pretty sure they're sitting at 2-0 in this series. That was supposed to be off stream, so they're going to pretty much be locked in. But Vegas Academy, this is the squad. You got QK, you got King Abadi, you got King, and then you got Glows Frosty. Everybody knows Glows Frosty if you've been watching Challenger, because he's been in this stuff for such a long time. I don't know why he has yet to get his opportunity.
Yeah.
But he's showcasing his skill here on this Falcons Academy roster.
Yeah, and not to kind of send some praise at the cost of others, but let's be honest, like, this is a roster that Glow Frosty, I think, just kind of inherently should stand out on. Rocking kind of that main AR, but he's also the only known real member on this team. Compared to the other three, I mean, outside of the small stint that King Abadi had playing on the actual Vegas Falcons roster. But I will say, kind of watching over this team, especially in this matchup that we're kind of getting the highlights from for the KC Pioneers, the team seems to be kind of clicking. Like, they've got that good macro sense, but I think the way that I kind of used as a classification for this squad is that, trying to do the right things and actually executing on the right things is a different ball game. And that's something that the CDL team has struggled with, and something that we saw in the second game that Falcons Academy also kind of struggled on.
Yeah, they're going to have to try to figure it out, man, because they're not going up against an easy team. They're going up against this star-studded lineup of young guns of the SC Stallions. You got Abe, you got Lurk, you got Encourage, you got Mercules on his year 2, trying to make a name for himself. But this team has just surprised me ever since we started watching them, Alan, because you told me a lot about these young kids. But then to actually see it come to fruition when they start spawning in on the map, Lurks making plays left and right, Encourage dominating with the AR. And I'm pretty sure I even heard Dashy say that he said that Encourage is going to win champs in 4 years. Like, so if he's that capable, if you got a player like Dashy who's going to come out and say that, who's a world champion of his own right, like, this guy has potential. And him only being 18, his career is so far from done.
Yeah, all four of these guys, this is just the start. Like we talked about kind of in brief mentioned that this is the first time that any of them have really been involved at the high level of challengers, let alone you've got the first elite for just about everybody here as well. So really good opening performance, and this is where they will try to go perfect. Vault protocol, lots of protocol control coming through. But for the Vegas Academy team, the big thing here is we've seen them play a lot of vault. So it's just going to be down to, are those rehearsal reps really going to pan out and get them off to a hot start here?
I think map number 1 is everything in this series, because we saw Vegas Academy on Vault Search and Destroy, and they couldn't figure out how they were going to work the objective in towards A. It still was jaw dropping to me, the fact that they would rather take top hallways and push through their spawn and work that bomb plan at B than just dropping down into A, thinking about that objective. But that opening hard point, it has to be an answer for them to show that they have been putting in practice on the back end, because last week I'm pretty sure we were watching them get a 100-point club in back-to-back hard points versus the Pioneers. They fell short all the way into game 5 there. But when you look at the rest of this series, I like the protocol control. We know what the Stallions are capable of. Like, the SMGs tend to get lost. That's the stuff. I mean, that's the map that started that reverse sweep versus that Pioneers lineup. Then when you get to a red card, this is where the AR starts to get activated. So I think if you are Vegas Academy, it has to be map number 1, or you're most likely going to get 3 out here with the skill on the opposing side.
Yeah, that is a very strong point. So we'll see. I think especially looking at the protocol control, we've seen this FC Stallions team just rinsed squads just by running around and doing what they do best, which is just killing. No other way of putting it. Is just period, end story. I think the other thing about this is the red card hardpoint doesn't feel necessarily great in terms of like how Vegas Academy are built by a roster comparatively to what you get from FC Stallions. And well, I think the other part is like this Stallions team has looked really good in Search and Destroy in particular as well, no matter what the map has been. So definitely feels like a difficult layout in terms of how the best of 5 came through picks and bans. So it'll be one of those things where, again, now we're 5-6 days since we last saw this Vegas Academy team. What kind of work have they been able to do? I think the other side, and this is more of a curiosity point, like, you're dealing with 7 total Saudi Arabian-based players that are now involved with the competitive ladder of this Vegas Falcons team. Will Frosty as well. Are they getting like just direct reps versus the actual CDL Vegas team? Like, what does that look like? Are they scrimming challengers teams? Like, and maybe the better question is, which would you prefer? I almost feel like if you're Vegas Academy, it's like, bro, I want to scream Stallions. I don't really want to play our CDL team.
Yeah, no, I don't think I want to play. I would like to play our CDL team because then obviously we know what they're doing in the CDL. They haven't really been having a lot of confidence, and then when you're having an academy team that you're potentially going to be scrimming every day to try to get reps on both sides, the academy team might be beating the hell out the main team, and then you're sitting there like, I don't know what kind of roster it is, so I would try to avoid that at all costs. Not an academy team playing a pro team, because then it comes to the confliction of like, all right, is this player even on the right side? Is he supposed to be on the pro team? Is he supposed to be in the M? Get rid of all that. Let's just scrim against everybody else, because that allows you to prepare yourself a lot better.
Yeah, it's one of those situations. We kind of see this, I think, especially this week with all the Cloud9 blacklisting. So they're like, they have to just play challengers teams. But I don't know how much of that you've been watching, but it's actually been really interesting, I think, just to see how close the challengers teams are right now to the CDL squads. And that's not like, it's not a surprise. It happens all the time. Like, I remember Cruz's team at the beginning of Modern Warfare 2, like beating Optic in like 4 straight maps and scrims, and it's just like, whoa. But it's like, it's early season stuff. Like, everyone's learning the game. It just comes down to the rate at which you can progress. And I think where challengers teams suffer down the road is the constant roster swap that continually happen every other day. So, you know, it'd be interesting, I think, to see for this Vegas Academy team and this FC Stallions team, 2 teams that you assume are going to be locked in and playing together for the long haul. How much growth will they find, and how fast can they find it?
It's not going to be quick, because obviously they just came here probably a couple months ago to start playing against the American players, the Canadian players, the European players, because it's just tough in their region. Like, you're not playing against the best competition. So now that you come all the way across the pond and you got to play against some of these guys who have been playing Call of Duty for a really long time, some world champions that are even knocked down into challenges, these guys have a lot more experience. And that's where it even makes it more difficult. Even when I think about the academy team or the pro team, it's like, when you're a Call of Duty player that works your way on in, there's a lot of things that you have to bring with that. You need the fundamental aspect of like realizing when you need to play your life, throwing the stuns correctly, throwing detonates, like all these little things about the game that seem like such small things. You need to have that when you become a pro, because if you don't have those fundamentals, that's when you start to get beaten the hell out of. And that's what we've been seeing so far on the CDL, and at least last week for this Vegas Academy team.
Okay. It's a good setup, and it's a talking point that, you know, again, we have the luxury of diving into that kind of stuff here on the Challengers broadcast. So if we have the chance to do it, we're going to do it. See what we get here from these 2 teams off of the examples that we had from last week. We're hearing that we had a lobby crash. So with that, we're obviously going to get things reset, restarted, and hopefully it won't be too long before we can jump in and actually see these 2 teams in action. But I believe I'm hearing from production that we will be heading off to just a brief break while we get that all figured out. So don't go too far. We'll have the start of Vegas and FC Stallions right after this. We're into this. Throw away the timer. Let's get into the action. FC Stallions, Vegas Academy, Vault, and Protocol for our first 3 in case you're joining us here a little bit on the late side. FC Stallions, they have been discussed And I think more importantly, Jay, it's like you could tell their game planning has been solid, but how about King of Body, a little re-wrap behind the play, finding 3, and QK will finish off the squad for Vegas to get the opening time.
That was a long developing flank right there, but thankfully the Stallions didn't decide to play through the hill there. You allowed King of Body to flank for free and catch a 3-piece. Now soak up a lot of SP one time. Still 20 seconds here to fight for. You got to start thinking about that rotation, though, because you have Falcons putting their way to walk away with at least 25 seconds here at P1 and maintain the spawns for next. This is a great start to this opening hard point.
Feels familiar, doesn't it, Jay?
Yeah.
Feels a little Vegas the Optic. I mean, every single kill is coming through, and Glow Frosty on 4 HP. Little snapper. Able to turn that now into 4 in a row, and Vegas Academy perfectly set up for P2. This is getting gnarly.
Yeah, and they pushed out pretty deep as well. Glow Frosty has the entire front cut off from pool. So it's only going to make it more difficult for Stallions to work their way on in, but he gets taken care of. Now the rest of Vegas Academy have to start to strike. Trades are bound. You still have the back spawns, but Stallions find the break.
Yep. And the follow-up gunfights largely going to come from behind. Glow Frosty still himself a solid start. Clean shots over to Merc. And finish off elimination, but the back door will work. And Glow Frosty now all of a sudden back into the hard point as King Body tried to clear off some of that top balcony position. Not able to fully finish it off, but again, the scrap time here should be bringing a lot from the side of Vegas.
Man, this is a fantastic start to this game for Vegas. You're going to find yourself up by 50, almost 60 points. Going into the third hard point, you already have QK contesting towards the backside. Now, if you are the Stallions, you need a hold here at P3. And at the same time, try to maintain over towards Art. Thankfully, you have players like Mercules watching his back, not allowing any of those openings to be about.
Decent trading also happening through mid-map, though. Makes life a little bit easier on at least potentially setting up a route, which QK has hit. I may have just given up his position a little bit too early. Stun should at least keep Mercules in place, but the help from Lurks is rapidly on the way. They expect a second, though. And no, they will not. King will finish off where his teammate could not. Encourage, though, a double over the top of the hard point. That will work. Nice little finesse movement here between King and Lurk. Also got the rest of the Falcons team spawning from behind, and that will work out now for, again, a status flip with Vegas pulling out of the favorable spawns.
Oh, Vegas are playing fantastic right now. Alan King on 6 in a row. You keep it scrappy there at P3. Make it 7. One off of potentially earning himself the cruise. He knows that the pressure's still going to be on him. He said, screw it, I'm still going to commit on the child. That leads to 8. Now in a row. One off earning himself that Hellstorm. Should be able to potentially catch the freebie on a Mercules, but the snap too good. But if you were going to tell me Vegas Academy were going to have a start like this where they dominate 3 out of the 4 hard points so far, I'll definitely take it.
Yeah, 100% you would. So a little bit of panic you would think here for the Stallions after not seeing a favorable hard point yet, and it's not getting any better here at 4. Now Lurks trying to play over and up, not going to work out. King finds that with the pistol. Big Body follows up. Glow Frosty side door, and it's straight eliminations here for Vegas Academy. Do get Abe in for a moment. King of Body tracks it down, and he's on 3 in a row, and Vegas Academy are running away with this map at the moment.
Yeah, and if you're Zuma, you're sitting here watch partying this, and you're sitting there like, what the hell are we doing? How you doing? Let's start to spawn in a little bit if you're the Stallions. As Vegas are running away with this game. They are just making every kill matter. QK with an insane double. Finds himself now on 4 in a row. Almost an 100-point difference. And you can already see they're contesting for the spawns. Vegas can do no wrong.
I mean, we're talking about 3 Vegas kills for every 1 phase killed moment. Legitimately. Go back to P1. We need some sort of a mental reset if you're Stallion. That might help. Works his little body bump with King of Body. And now with the follow-up nade, numbers are to allow Stallions to play forward. But wow, okay, dropping on into it. Glow Frosty and King still turn that into essentially what is a 2v3 moment. And Vegas will wipe the floor, clear the hard point, and get to work playing for new.
Yeah, and if you're Vegas, you can just soak up this hill time with the lead that you have, because now it's on the Stallions to get you off of it and try to maintain the spawns for new. You can already see if you're the Stallions, you're going to spawn all the way across the map. Vegas, they're just continuously running away with this game. Everyone's sitting almost at a double positive. They're just slaying them to bits, and I don't think we've seen this out of the Stallions all elite so far.
No, we haven't seen this at all. Lawrence doing what he can here on old, but shots from Kling too good. So once more, Vegas Academy win another rotation to new.
Oh
UK
my!
Back. Gunning on courage. King of Body on the corner, just looking for info off the nades. Has an AR to play with. Just, again, the setup is so good right here from Vegas. And you've got to force something if you're the Stallions. Fortunately, Lurks and Abel open the front door. King of Body by himself, trying to get the pistol to work out. That will work! Oh, my goodness! Absolutely slams Abe, and Vegas Academy will win the battle and start to play for old.
And this is what you need to do now. Flip them towards the back. You guys can have this back spawn because we're going to have the rotation over towards new. But King said, I want it right back. Hits him with the pinch, able to find the first. Not going to check his corner. You got to check both sides of the street. That final 13. You're more than happy in allowing Stallions to walk away with that because you are in the rotation favor over towards the next hard point with all the map control on your side.
What is happening? 20 and 11 for King, 17-11 for King of Body. Stallions have 2 members that are nearly, call them 3 members, nearly a double negative. They are getting absolutely outplayed in every form of this hard point at the moment. UK chasing, has Abe up top, but they keep avoiding each other temporarily. Finally, they meet, and the Stallions will win a couple of kills to get some much-needed time here on 3.
Yeah, this is the only way for Stallions to get back into this game. They need to chain this P3 over to the P4. You can already see on your mini-map, they take away art control. So now they have an opportunity to get themselves back into this game. Vegas still going to try to contest to the front. 20 seconds is a lot of time that they're more than happy to walk away with. And if you are the Stallions, we got to think about that roto. You can already see King of Body has worked his way behind enemy lines.
Yeah, sure has. Around the hunt. Hercules, little YY, back over to the pistol. Standing it out, he's got help again. Lurks off 3 in a row. They expect the follow-up. This time they do, and whoa, Mercules doesn't finish his food. Luckily again, Lurks have not left the picture yet, but still, the play around the back for Vegas will at least allow a blocking of the spawns. Mercules will drop. Follow-up has to come through quickly here from Encourage. And they do eventually isolate. Moments of status here for FaZe.
Damn, somebody get in the hell. All right, there you go. Someone from the side door could have gotten to that hard point, but Stallions need all of this time. Try to build some momentum going forward in the rest of this game. They are flawless so far on this setup, not allowing anyone to get even close towards it, but here comes a contest from Vegas from every single angle. Trades are abound. King of Body does get traded, though, so it should be the Stallions still in control. But you see those back spawns, they're in for Vegas.
Yep. Yeah, and you can definitely tell the confidence there for the Stallions. Hercules just tries to get the gun up as fast as he possibly can, but the scrap time will go the way of Vegas Academy. And on the rotation, back over to New again. Vegas just winning out Filthy. Looks like the Stallions are warming up a little bit, but it just feels like, again, Vegas are doing all of the right things. This has been as impressive as we've seen anyone this hard point.
Look, they're just walking right through the front. Like, they know that they have the numbers. We stack until the point we traded out. It could potentially spawn you across the map. But the pinch too strong there for the Stallions. Finally, some ground to stand on once you take care of King. That's going to lead to all 4 dead, but made it a little more difficult than it needed to be. And now with 48 HP, Abe was not ready for that gunfight, and Vegas already in.
Yeah, this just feels over. And again, it's just every time you turn, start to look at what could be an important moment in this map. It's Vegas Academy winning out on them. Couple of things here and there for Stallions, but largely speaking, this has been firmly in control of Vegas, and a lot of it coming purely from the King duo. These SFGs just running through Stallions.
Young's playing slow, blocking the spawns when they need to, but they just keep on finding the routes that are leading to openings off these rotations as they find themselves again early in towards the P2. They're realizing that the pressure's going to be in the back. They're realizing that the pressure's going to be in from the front, and it might be too many players to account for. And that leads to all 4 dead in the Stallions and find the break.
Yeah, UK just not quite on the correct angle to watch that player on the back. But from the front, again, are we kidding? I mean, everyone's getting smoked. Everyone's getting smoked right now. Vegas again come away with a 3-for-1. Lurks outside the picture, shut down by GoFrosty. Wow, this feels more like the Vegas Academy team that we saw start 2-0. We didn't actually get to watch any of it, but just based on the results, it had to been things like this, because this has been powerful.
This is drastic improvement in the hardpoint game. It's crazy what a couple of days of practice do to you. Because now they're only going to need, with this final 10 in their back pocket, 15 seconds away from closing out this map number 1. And if you are a Stallions fan, you are completely stunned right now. I do not expect them to come out as flat as they did, and you can see the kill feed is still lighting up green, and Courage knows that he has a gunfight in front of him, but Behina might not have a chance at winning it with the way that they're shooting, but that's all 4 dead. Stallions keeping their hosts and trees alive to try to fight back in.
Yeah, just a moment of confusion, or just a moment of question of, did they spawn over towards the middle of the map? The answer would be no. They all spawn over towards the gold. Once more, the information comes a little bit late. Nice moment from Steve, turns it into 2. Follow-up from Lurks is good, but they've missed King. And the spawns will flip, and King does it a little bit worse than that. He also finds a kill to put a lot more pressure here on the Stallions, have to re-rotate back across the map.
Yeah, it just makes it so difficult because they're down by so much. You can allow Vegas to walk over at any time. And you also cannot play as safe as you want forward the spawns. You have to re-break your way on in. Abe finds a double. Still going to get those back spawns. There's at least one player on the side of Vegas, so you potentially have the numbers off the Proto, but King is making your life a living hell. He shuts down with a double, and that should be a GG. Vegas should be able to walk away with map 1.
Wow, this has been near perfect from Vegas Academy, legitimately. There haven't been many moments where they've needed to make, offensive plays, so to speak, where they've had to break hills, but across the middle of the map, they have just ran away with this offensively from the SMG's perspective. The body in the back, stunned. Hercules holding him back, and just gets punished. You got to make a play happen. Kick a body trying to finesse. And now it's just down to these couple of Falcons members from the front. But stuns coming through, and okay, the Stallions will clear the 4 and have a chance to get this last 30.
This final 30 is going to be theirs because Vegas are not going to attempt to try to break it. Don't want to swan it towards the back of that old Hardpoint. They're gifting them kill after kill after kill. Thankfully, if you're Vegas, you still have a couple players spawning across the map. One player is going to be blessed with a free pinch spawn. Potentially find the game-closing kill here, but he's not going to commit on it. But they have the rotation.
And they've got the numbers at new as well. So this hard point will open. King's just going to try to guard over through Marble. This should be where it gets out of reach. Abe trying to force himself into the action. Not going to get there. And that will be Vegas Academy closing out on a very hot start through the first set of hills. Wow. A wake-up call for the Stallions, sure. I think it's, that second into the third set of hills started to get better. I mean, we were talking about double negative from nearly 3 members. Almost everyone finishes even. So, you do the math there in terms of what they had to do there at the back end. It's just that start was absolute perfection from Vegas Academy.
It doesn't get any better than that. You go up by almost 60 points going into the third hard point of the entire map. You dominated at P1. You were chaining it with all the kills that you were finding. Stallions just really couldn't find their footing. That's all it came down to, Alan. Like, every single time they thought that they had an opportunity, Vegas was already in their face. Vegas was either opening up with a kill or finding a nade across the map. Crossfires were set up, team shots were working, or the SMGs were just in your grill, absolutely gunning you. And if you're the Stallions, you're completely stunned after that map point. It's as simple as that, because you were not expecting the aggression, the pressure out of the SMGs, the ARs dominating on the spawns the way that they did. But this is what still shows me that the Stallions are a very young team. There was a lot of mistakes that they made throughout that map where you're getting too aggressive, you're flipping them out for no apparent reason. It even happened at the ending of that game when you got towards P3 with Abe finding a double. You get the other kill towards mid-connector, but no one simply blocking the spawns over towards new because everyone was trying to be the aggressor, get them off to that point. It's a perfect answer for Vegas Academy to come out and build some early momentum going into this series up 1-0.
No, absolutely. I mean, it's, again, the tale of, I would say, 2 halves of this map, but the one constant was King. 41 and 26, 4,700 damage, just running around doing whatever he wants. Impressive stuff. And I mean, again, we didn't get the chance to see Vegas Academy at all on the first day, but this map has to be like a bread and butter for them. I mean, we see the regular CDL Vegas Falcons team play that map a ton. Looks like Vegas Academy are well rehearsed on it. Not a lot you could point to where things went wrong, so really impressive start and a necessary one. Again, that's kind of the biggest point about how this series had laid out. You start to worry a little bit about things like the protocol control, the red card hard point, map 3, map 4. But Vegas Academy coming out, winning map number 1. You stay on vault, you go to a search and destroy. A map that, again, they've played a lot of. Is this a world where you feel like they have to come out and start off 2-0, or do you feel like it's okay if they drop this surge?
I think it's perfectly fine if they drop this surge because just the way that they were shooting, it looks like they're prepared with all the respawns that are going to be thrown at them. Like protocol control, if you get that same performance out of King of Body and King, but the way that they were able to finesse with that SMG, you're going to have a fantastic time. Just like now in this Vault Search and Destroy, it's all about righting the wrongs that you had last week because we watched them play this map already, Alan. We knew what their struggle was, and it was all about their attacks. They could figure out how to defend a little bit because they would contest early on and towards bottom vault, but these attacking rounds you have to be the aggressor. You cannot take their hole with control. Try to push to this one with no info to wrap that bomb over towards B. You're just allowing those flanks to be developed on the opposing end, and then you're basically trapped in their base with no game plan. So the game plan needs to be a lot better in this fall S&D than it was last week, and I expect that to be so.
Yep. Okay. Wow. It's going to be interesting, man. Again, we could frame it up in a million different ways. Fact of the matter is, the Stallions team is undefeated. Vegas, after a strong start, came out a little bit cold in the second day. But here, it feels like there's something on Wednesdays with these guys. It might just be what it is. So, again, the search and destroy, an important one here. It feels like, to be sure, not just to see if Vegas can start off this match 2-0 up, but for the Stallions just try to kind of build up on that little bit of momentum you started to find a way to kind of kick around in the last part of that hard point where, again, we went from double negative to essentially even. So even that slaying up, not just being ran around with by these SMGs, just so many different moments where it felt like Abe and Lurks just had their head all over the place, because it's just weird. Where did they go? They're all over the place. So yeah, I have to try to keep the Vegas team in front of you, I think, here in the search and destroy.
Yeah, and I think it's going to need a lot more teamwork aspect other than that, because the way that Vegas is shooting, like, they're prepared for those solo chows to come on in. Nigga Body was winning his ones. He was even turning on people with the pistol. He had King drop 41 in that opening HP. They are warmed up. Like, they are ready to rock. So if you are FC Stallions, who had a slow start in the beginning of that hard point, I know the scoreboard at the end was 250 to 185, but that truly does not tell the story of how dominant that map was for Vegas. So you need to completely shake off that last map and go into this map with a completely different game plan. Like, we need to see Merc working alongside Encourage on those pinches. We need to see Lurk inside with Abe dominating around that A side with the aggression out of those SMGs. Just can't tend to put yourself in a situation where you're relying on individual players to make individual plays. It's not going to lead to success.
Yeah, I like that call. Definitely does not feel like a team you can just, like, hold the joystick down and just run through, especially based on how that first rotation and a half, 2 rotations went on the first map. So, okay, see what kind of speed and tempo the Stallions want to try to play with here. Same can be said, though, for Vegas Academy. Like, hey, we're gunning with these guys, if not besting them in a lot of these moments. Do we want to try to get a little bit of extra tempo and just take over the map immediately? Though we'll be on the offense first, so will we get just a gut check call, right down in, get the bomb planted, play the post plant? We'll see.
The initial nade, at least to slow them down, working in towards A, but it's only the bomb carrier in towards the site. So King of Body has a decision to make, and he's going to fully commit on the bomb plant and be able to get it down before the engagement come in. So great commitment there, but Abe finds the first blood.
QK playing on the outside, Encourage up top. Oh, just catches QK trying to reposition. Now all of a sudden, yeah, dangerous moments here. You got to get involved here if you're Glow Frosty. Okay. Should be someone hopping for a defuse here.
Please.
Should be someone hopping for a defuse here. Glow Frosty's gotten a chance at this. A re-wrap around the back. He's going to clear the bomb out, but does not expect that Miraculous is playing from mid-map. That was odd, but it still works out. Stallions off at the opening exchange of kills. Have the numbers to get the defuse.
Yeah, 4v1. Someone's got to instantly hop the bomb, though, Alan. Like, we all can't be trying to locate where he is. Thankfully, Glow Frosty wasn't prepared for an instant flank on the opposing end. He was most likely getting to read as well. In my mind, like, 1v4, someone's got to be on the bomb. Like, it's as simple as that, but thankfully, Mercules hits him with the repinch, able to secure the first round. But right there off the rip, Vegas need to make an adjustment. We can't just send the bomb carrier in towards A site and think he's going to walk out with his life for free once that bomb goes down.
All right. Well, for a second there, I saw the scoreboard disappear, and I was just like, wait a second, we just get a drop out? No, we didn't. We're good. Keep me in here. Keep me locked in. Courage going to watch the outside ball. Ooh, good nade. That's actually going to lead to a challenge here from King of Body. He's able to, wow, just kind of spray and find Abe. Follow-up, though. Mercury is getting aggressive, is able to out-trade Vegas Academy. We'll go to a 2v3. QK still in the picture and, well, nearly takes care of Encourage, but instead we'll keep the numbers and we'll go to post-plant.
Yeah, this is going to fall into what Glow Frosty can get done on this pinch. He's thinking that he catches the time on Encourage, but Encourage is already behind you, and QK with the perfect read. Able to turn it into a 2v2. That was the player on the outside. Now you sort of have the info that they both have to be playing inside.
Yep. Unchecked for Glow Frosty through the hole. Nothing home. Bit of a crossfire setup here for Lurks and Mercules. Time running out. There's the first shoulder. They try for it, but Lurks just sprays him down. Yeah, that's so tough with 2 ARs. Try to dive on into that, but Stallions, more importantly, again, doing well in the first 30 seconds to give themselves advantages.
Yeah, just getting himself in towards the site. Playing good trades. The fact that King of Body was able to slide on in the hip fire and at least find one gave Vegas an opportunity potentially on that retake, but it's just easy when they don't have any stuns or nades to try to retake in towards that site. Just stack on in with a trophy system at your feet. And Stallions now go up 2-0. Vegas back on the attack. Yeah, let's send someone with King of Body to plant that bomb this time.
Yeah, there we go. Well, Frosty will again play B Street. Okay, again, we'll play Palms. Stallions. A little bit of a different challenge here. Oh, they're looking to go quick off this top balcony. Worried about the player deep behind QK. Expecting to be up close and personal. Now they know QK should be isolated here. Well, he's able to get a second. Oh, that's so punishing. Now Stallions down on numbers. Mercules is being held by Glowfrosty. A rewrap from King will find the free pinch. And Mercules is just way too far outside the picture here. 20 seconds remaining.
Yeah, he is on 3 in a row. So how aggressive is he decided to play this? Seeming like he's going to give it an attempt here. Commit onto the chow on King of Body, but King of Body with the movement puts down the shots and let him know after. That's my gunfight. And I'm going to walk away victorious in this round because of it. As Vegas are able to secure it. First attack on the map. Thankfully, the Stallions didn't contest it through Vault. Because, again, they commit on King of Body just working that bomb site by himself. But everybody else decides to play outer flame. That's the only thing I really loved about it. Once that bomb goes down, they have all their bases covered. Nothing is opening. You don't have to worry about your pinches or anything like that. So a perfect post-plan setup right there out of Vegas.
UK's opening double. Again, everything's been determined so far based on who gets the first blood so far. 8, once again up top. Gonna wait for the nades, then hop on in. He learned his lesson from the first offensive effort, but stack up down low. Abe, clean on it. Oh, okay, a little extra. Letting King of Body know, but this round is far from over, especially with now Abe being the last one left.
Yeah, Abe in a 1v2, and I think that QK was able to get that info off the roto and perfectly set up with the preamp through top hallway. Secure the second round there for Vegas. It was just a contest early on to start off the big fight. Then they retake their way back over towards pool. They turn it into a 2v1 and then the info gain. Able to set up the team shots for Vegas to secure their second round.
Yeah. A little premature on the body shoot, not to say, Jay. You agree?
I don't know. It happened on both ends. You know, but so far when King of Body did it, they won back-to-back rounds now.
That's fair. Here we go. Next offensive effort. Third attempt here for Vegas. Trophy systems have been earned. New focus through the middle of the map. Heavily focused as well. And Abe's going to find two through the right side, left side hallway, pardon me. Abe is not a part of the picture. And okay, blink and you miss it. FC Stallions have quick bounce back.
Yeah, I guess leaving the spawn in A for people, you know, pushing right through the middle of the map and just playing for those initial gunfights was the play call there, but it came back to bite them because that was a perfect blind counter on the opposing end. Seemed like the Stallions were thinking, okay, we're just going to take mid-map away, and if you guys think about working that bomb planning towards A, we're just going to drop down and instantly contest you, but that time Vegas served that one on a silver platter. The Stallions able to pull away again, up 3-2.
Similar break off here for Stallions. See the nade being cooked from top balcony. King of Body. Does he try to re-wrap quickly? Yeah, sure does. Courage will drop. Sees the trophy system. Stallions have been caught. Yep, really good for Vegas. Again, I don't know if that nade even hits that time, but again, it's just because of how that first round went, Stallions just had to pause in this, respecting that nade spot is punishing.
Now in a 1v3 for Mercules. Not any info gained so far. Is going to be down over towards pool, but it seems that QK got his headset a little bit cranked. Heard that reload coming on the outer side. And is able to find that final kill. Again, Vegas just with the aggression through the middle of the map. Catch the timing, and whenever they have catching the timing in one of these rounds, it has worked out in their favor. King of Body strikes for the first blood. Instantly able to pounce on the remaining players over towards pool, turning it into a 3v1, and Mercury still no chance.
Yep. Okay. Tied up 3-3. Been a lot of defense in these last handful of rounds. What are Falcons going to try to do differently here? UK towards Palms. He's been good here. And they get a first blood towards Mercury. That's going to force the Stallions defense to move around a little bit. And yeah, King of Body knows this, so he will back off, not commit to the plant that he had started at A. Encourage top balcony. Has he been seen by QK? I don't know if he has or not. Well, now QK knows he's in trouble, but he does slide away, extends his life. Does he get fully away? The hunt's already on, and he's going to choose this as his Alamo. Just try to hold from here as he possibly can. And he's going to get away a little bit further. This is great time as the bomb's going to get planted at B.
Yeah, he's thinking that he's getting isolated, but they just wasted a lot of time not being able to find that kill. That opens up that B bomb plant to go down. Abe able to force it into a 3v2, but King of Body, bomb planner, objective, Mon, give me the gunny as well. Is able to turn it into a 3v1. Abe with 25 seconds, bomb planner to B. Yeah, GG. Vegas 4-3.
Yeah, there's just nothing he can do, especially against QK's position. Gets his King of Body, but again, that's a really strong moment to remember for Vegas Academy. I think one of the big criticisms that we have had about the CDL team was like the first layer of what they're trying to do is good. The second and third is where it falls apart. But this time, you get that kill towards B Street, and a moment where you're like, we don't have to plant this in A, and then all of a sudden King of Body's out of there. QK keeping his life throughout the entirety of the round is also unbelievable in terms of just finesse and killing time, and Vegas will take back the lead.
Yeah, it was just all about the info that they were able to gain right there. They find that early first blood, realize, okay, B Street's open, but then once King of Body throws that shoulder and realize there's two in towards A, we're instantly wrapping this bomb over towards B because it's free. You just found that first blood on that side, so Vegas now making
Nade
the
is
adjustments
nasty.
count. The nade for the first blood, King for the second, instant 4v2.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it from Stallions' perspective in round one. And then when or their first offense, rather, we saw in their second offense, they all paused top balcony because they didn't want to get hit by it. And then the next round after that, you have the rewrap from King of Body, quick pinch. And then here again, QK. First blood by way of nade. Follow-up is also good. King's going to catch free timing here. Wow. How disastrous one nade spot can be, bro.
Terrorizing their entire game plan so far on this map. Now another 1v3, this time for Encourage. He gets sniffed out, and Vegas, now with what, 4 rounds in a row?
Yeah, I think so. 3 or 4.
Have been able to put themselves at game point off of the back of the first bloods. Like, where was this team last week when they were on Alpha? This is what I wanted to see. They are coming ready to go today.
I'm loving it. I'll tell you that much. It's been really fun to watch. And I think the thing is, like, we've talked about this before when it comes to, like, again, we know what the preset opening of a year search and destroy playbook is going to look like. It's a lot of floods. It's a lot of just avoid this pre-aim. Defense gets there before we used to avoid that. But now that, again, nades are starting to come through, people are using ways to counter. Things have changed. And Vegas Academy are going to get a plant off. Stallions will at least capitalize on a first blood. But the timing here from King worked out great, and it will. 3v3, the post plant's still very safe.
Yeah, he's hoping that King of Body can play his life as well as he possibly can in towards the site, but King is getting it done on the outskirts. Lease finds 2, makes it into a 2v2. No stuns or nades in the back pocket for Mercules. I don't think that Lurk has one either, but King of Body's just finessing for the flank.
Yeah, and that's all it is wait for Glow Frosty to pop up through balcony side. Now Lurks is stuck in the pool. Stun will land. Slips away just barely, but there's no time to get back to the bomb. Oh my goodness, Vegas Academy 2-0 up, and it's coming in a way that is just eye-peelingly impressive. So good. The hardpoint, first rotation, perfect. The ability to capitalize their defense off these nades through the top balcony position, perfect. I'm loving what I'm seeing from Vegas.
That might be a strategy where we see a lot of pro teams start to take that. Just allowing one player to go in there and work that bomb site. Everybody else just pick up a flank lane because it worked out to perfection. Even when you get that bomb down, the player drops that pool, they're expecting multiple players to be in towards that site, not just one. So the fact that King was able to wrap his way back over towards that pool area, open up with a 2-piece, it just catches the Stallions off guard. These are different reads that they were not expecting on a map like Volt, where you're expecting 2 SMG players to be playing in towards that site. But Vegas Academy stood strong to their strategy. We said they needed the new one going into this one. It wasn't about taking that bomb site through mid-hallway, push through the back spawn. No. They were working it nice and slow, but then when they rush plant that bomb, that post plant setup was flawless. Great stuff from Vegas. They go up 2-0 in the series.
It is just really interesting to see how the search and destroy on this map and the opening breakoffs has molded.
Yeah.
Again, the offense quickly, we know when the game first dropped, they get to A fast, and they can do it by just running through pool. So the defense starts to throw nades at pool. Then all of a sudden the offense says, all right, it'll take us a little bit longer, but we're going to run up balcony, jump out balcony, and then plant. Now you've got nades that are going up top towards balcony. But the interesting thing about it is those last couple of offensive attempts for Vegas Academy are back to the day one strategy. You put someone palms, you run the bomb through pool, no nades are landing there because they're all being thrown towards top balc. So he gets the free plant off every time. It's pretty nuts for King of Body.
Nah, that was good stuff, man. Good stuff right there from Vegas Academy, coming in prepared, knowing that who they were going up against, and making those adjustments in the middle of the game to counter what they were throwing at them. So now they find yourself up 2-0 in the series. You're in the driver's seat. You have a potential one map in front of you to walk away with a clean 3-0 and guarantee yourself towards the playoffs. That's chef's kiss, man, because they're playing out of their minds today.
Absolutely the case. Don't have any updates in terms of what's happening on the other games, unfortunately, so we'll just go ahead and jump over to a break. When we come back, we'll have the control where Vegas Academy will try the 3-0 phase, and that will put them into the playoff bracket. See how things go when we come back from the break. Welcome back, everybody. We're about ready to go here for map number 3. A couple updates around what we have going in this group, again, because there's so many tiebreaker situations. Syndicate, we established they did win their series, right?
Yep.
3-0 versus Loyalty
Yep.
Inc. Okay.
Yep. So they're in.
So they'll move to 3-2. Based on map count, they should be in a pretty solid spot because that will be likely where we get our tiebreaker situation. Vegas Academy also being up in this series, though, does put a lot of pressure on the KC Pioneers and Cabal game, which currently the KC Pioneers are also up 2-0. So we very well may have some straight 3-0 sweeps here in this B group, and that would make the math very easy in terms of who makes it into the groups.
Yeah, we already have 2 teams guaranteed in SGP Syndicate and obviously the Stallions, who find themselves down 0-2 in this series. But if Pioneers win their series, they're in because they get the 3-2. And if Vegas win this series, they're in because they get the 3 wins. So pretty simple for us to understand. You win and you are in. Both teams up 2-0. But here on the Alpha, Vegas have been playing lights out, at least in the first 2 maps. Hopefully during that break, Zuma was able to hop into the call and give these guys a couple of tips because they got to come alive here.
Yeah, absolute case. Not the greatest of starts. A little back and forth, though. Allows a chance here for the Stallions to stop the clock for a moment at B. Defense for Vegas coming off spawn. Lurk trying to deal with it. Nice trade and a follow-up through mid-map. Doesn't just clear off the B zone. It also gives some good map control back to Vegas.
Vegas are working this overextension. They are finding open and kills to the middle of the map. So if you are the Stallions, you are checking every single angle when you're the player on that point. Fortunately, he is going to get taken down after finding one. Only 1 segment is currently complete. But Abe maintaining in towards Grandma should be making it a lot easier for his teammates to get right back on that point.
Yeah, and Lurk's behind him, finding a couple of kills. Will for sure allow them to put some pressure onto not just one zone, but actually both at the same time. Timing here for Abe. Whoa, almost caught with the pistol out, but instead able to snap up, find the kill on the King. And now there's a life advantage, and Abe is swirling through the Vegas spawn. Trying to get away from it are the Vegas Academy Falcons members, but they will not be able to come back and stop the progress at A. So an extra 60 seconds is added, and now Lurks is doing exactly what Abe had done, which is just running around your spawn.
Yeah, there's already 1 segment done here at B. All the kills lighting up white, so Stallions have came alive. Zuma must have hit him with one hell of a pep talk. As now that second segment is getting complete, and the last player is going to be sitting in towards bottle comms. The double child comes in, but King is able to find the double.
Yeah.
So an opportunity still for Vegas to get their way back in.
I don't love that challenge at all. You've got all 4 members on, just stack it, play the crossfire, and try to get the thing done, but not the case. And now all of a sudden, we've got a 16 plays 13. And the defense has moved up towards the offensive side of the map. So shoes on the other foot here. Shots for King. We don't need to be doing that, though, friend. Doesn't make a difference. The damage is in, and Lil Frosty will follow up, and now we're down to just 1 life gap.
Here comes King potentially catching the timing on the pins for the preview of the first. He knows that one player is coming off the respawn. And that's just all about the awareness on this young man. He still knows that I'm in the back of the enemy lines. I'm going to continue to contest. You guys just get rid of everybody else that's pushed out front. I'm going to make their life a living hell.
I mean, he is killing in 3 bullets right now. We'll check from Mercury. Stun doesn't land. King's now on 6 in a row. Eventually tied up. But the damage has been dealt.
Hello.
Body, top ropes. Whoa, mercy. 11v7. Third tick. Fully depleted once again. Phase do get Lurks out of spawn, though, and that might be what they need to try to open up this point again.
Yeah, you can't fully commit on where he is, though.
Never mind.
As he eventually does get taken care of. Only 30 seconds to go. Stallions only have 5 more lives, but they at least find the initial 2 kills. Last push in.
Oh, they can stack this. They can just jump on and stack right here. King is out of the picture. It has to be Glow Frosty. Clock will pause. 2 members on. The shots come through. The stack is in. Abe, the rest of Stallions, jump on, get the capture, and win the offense.
Yeah, and that's right there where Vegas just need to chill out a little bit. Because you already had a lot of map control. You were in their base, being a nuisance, but then some people just commit on these gunfights, and then just not really necessary. If you just stay alive in your position, that allows you to have easier attempts on this break. But then when you're just getting picked apart one by one, they're keeping track of all of you. They're realizing you're spawning all the way across the map because they already had pressure over towards tower. And at least the Stallions securing the first attacking round of the map. Wasn't easy, but they complete all 6 segments.
Yep. That's, easy or not, it's the fact that they already had 5 segments as well to that first offense, which would have been a huge success, I think, in a lot of regards. But getting the offense even better. Now it's on to Vegas. See if they can put together a response. Seen up top in the windows. Wants to still battle off. Here comes the double shell slide from the SMGs. King able to get 1 is not terrible. Vegas Academy, though, still a little bit stuck. Just trying to maybe bait the Stallions in. It's working for the time being. They find another elimination, and now they can start to move over for day.
They'll also take care of that player in both of the buildings. So Vegas with their opportunity to put them in a little bit of a trap. You're spawning them over towards tower. just because King of Body is pushed out towards the backside of Grandma's. So let's just get a trophy down, work on that second segment, hopefully find a couple kills along the way, but the entire kill feed lines up white. Abe and Encourage both drop a double. And now with a minute left, Vegas have to waste a lot of time working out of their base.
And Encourage is just getting towards completing the progress.
I'm outta
That's
here.
really done on the second tick of progress as well. And yep, this feels a little bit more like it for the Stallions. Do they have some of that Minnesota Rocker magic built into them? Get a protocol control, reflip the tempo and the momentum in the series? Sure feels that way with Abe on fire.
We've seen him do it before versus the Pioneers. Protocol control was their best friend. Was the map that allowed them to work their way back into the series and eventually complete that reverse sweep. But 30 seconds left. Yeah, Lurks has just got you in a hell. Now it's Abe's opportunity to make you continue to have that hell process. But only able to take down one before falling. 20 seconds left. We got to put the game clock at a pause.
Yes, we do. This is easier said than done. Mercury's holding the front. Whoa, okay. That's one way to go about it. What's the follow-up's going to look like here? And that'll work. Okay, it's pretty much all 4 dead. Yep, and there you go. Mercury's the last one to drop. Stack is on. We're going to get the extra 60 seconds. It's only a 3-life edge, too. This is still very doable, especially Glow Frosty getting some individual progress on over towards B. King of Body, though, leaves the A zone. He will drop, and the follow-up from Encourage will make sure QK is the only one left standing.
Yeah, 15v10. QK stuck between a rock and a hard place. 13 HP in the dream. He is going to fall. Map control back in favor of the Stallions. Gold Frosty, though, making stuff happen. He's able to catch a 2-piece at the same time. A Body does the same. So that's all 4 dead. Stallions off the respawn.
And they're trying to get aggressive.
Oh, my God.
King of Body. Now on 4 in a row, Semtex gets pushed through. QK able to take down Mercules.
Stack!
Stacking here, boys. We should be stacking here. First tick is still not done yet. King of Body's a little bit late to get to the point, and the Stallions defensively are going to have a chance to fight from the high ground. Glow Frosty catches 2, though. Second tick of progress about to be locked in. King of Body shut down, and we just had to stack that right there. A little bit too cute with the setup, and Vegas Academy might get punished for it.
6v5 now. Got to turn this into an S&D round. Such a big mistake right there out of Vegas. Not going for that stack, but still giving himself a chance. 5v5, QK starting first.
King of Body on, keeps the clock stopped at 21.7. 5v5. Mercules lurks nearest to this defensively. King of Body steps away. He's going to get caught. Yeah, that might be about it there. 5v2 situation. Yeah, nowhere for King to go. Missed opportunity right there for Vegas Academy without question, as the Stallions will clutch up and turn this to a 2-0.
Yeah, that's such a fumble right there because they found 0-4, and they still realize that the pressure's coming in, so King of Body makes a hero play from the top ropes and is able to catch a double at tower. And everybody else is still staying pushed out to play for spawn kills. Like, that's just something that you cannot do. As simple as that. You got to realize the situation at hand. This one all the way in the backside of Grandma's. We get the stack going. They have to sprint right at us to get us off of that point. But they basically gift that round to the Stallions. Walk away with 5 segments, or at least 4. But up 2-0 are going to be the Stallions. They're in the driver's seat.
Lots of freedom to play with here, especially with the ticks where they currently stand as well. Keep that in mind. 6-4 overall.
Yeah.
So you want to do a little work done here if you're Stallions. You should at least guarantee the rock fight defense at worst. Breaks of openers, though. Falcons Academy come away 3 for 1. Encourage talk about the picture being chased. And that will be a nice moment of pause there for Vegas Academy. Get back on the spawns. Come back to Encourage. King will find 2. Good awareness for King. Trying to still fight off Lurks as well, but eventually will be dealt with.
Thankfully, you got teammates that's still in their spawn. That's another 3 dead. Stallions now trapped in the back of their base. Going to waste a lot of time working their way on out. These SMGs are just finessing. King of Body, he's probably playing the best series I've ever seen him play right now. Even though he does not find that kill, just the pressure, the confidence that young man is showing so far has allowed them to be up 2-0 in this series, still trying to fight to potentially find a 3-0.
I mean, I don't know if it was Merc and Maven that were talking about it during the minor, but it's, the King of Body was just like in hell, bro. Like, no one was running a second sub with him, it felt like most of the time. He was trying to make the plays, but just no follow. This time, he's got, I think, a lot of trust built into duo King right now. They are both flying together. UK also behind them, looking good as a little bit of a flex moment from him. King of Body, again, to know he's only got a 1v1 in front of him. Stallions will pause the clock for now. System down for Encourage. trying to go from one to the second. Not quite able to convert onto the double, and now all of a sudden Abe has opened the door for the Stallions to get on pause clock.
Big win right there from Abe, but still the rest of his teammates falling around him. With only 24 HP, you at least have one player on that objective, putting the game clock at a pause. I think you successfully have secured that first segment. No, you do not, but Abe is going to fall. So perfect round so far from Vegas. Potential shutout on the cards here. Needed to make up in the segment column, and they might have just done it.
Yep.
Now all they need is two, obviously the offensive win.
Offense, yeah.
To guarantee themselves defense to get to round 5.
Yeah, they do what they need to do, right? I mean, this is one of those things, just make sure it's mathematically possible to get to round 5 defense, but you still have to win offense, right? So, picks are kind of outside the picture here. But if Vegas Academy can find a way to take away round 4, they will spawn on the favored side for the 5th. This comes down to, can they get it over the finish line after a momentary lapse in stacked judgment had come through near the end of the second round. Let's see. Let's find out. Let's get to work.
See what Vegas's break off is going to look like. Basically the same exact thing they did in the previous round. This time it's encouraged to start it off with the first kill. Lurch backed up on the trade, already on the pinch, and this is where you're not going to have fun. The SMG's already in your base.
Yeah, Abe trying to slip away. Trade on the way, but Body also will fall. Lurks out in no man's land will drop. 27 plays 25. Mercury's next one in line to try to get to work on these spawn kills. Holding for now. Trying to see if you can catch him with sliding around the back. Action unfolds on the opposite building. That's enough for Mercules to turn his attention forward. Long range shots decent, but okay, here we go. Clock paused at 50 seconds. QK got some space to work with the trophy system here on the A zone.
And they also got the info on the last player in Abe, who was successful on that kill, but now he doesn't have a free roam to take them off of that A point. On the opposing side, is playing for spawn kills of his own, only able to take down one. Hoping that your teammates can find some success working out of their base, and at least a 3 dead. So Vegas, another chance.
Yeah, 20v20. The lives have stayed even throughout all of this, but only 34 seconds in the clock. Progress being now made on both zones simultaneously. King of Body, what? Caught on the ladder. Not sure which direction he wanted to go. Extra a little bit there at the end as well from the Stallions, who feel like they've pretty much put this map out of reach, especially with the spawn trap now coming through. Lurk's attention turned, pinstripe the kill feed, but Encourage with an AR in hand is right behind this play. And whoever gets out is going to run into either him or Mercules. And yeah, he is in the Vegas spawn right now. I mean, he's in it.
Yeah. You're just not going to be ready for this because you know that there's pressure coming from the front. But Encourage is just making your life a living hell off the respawn. Only 7 seconds remaining. It's seeming that the Stallions should be able to force this game number 4. But with 2 seconds left, can we touch? No, we cannot. Vegas fall short on the control. Stallions stay alive.
Yep. Convincing map for the most part. Again, moments for Vegas. Fight back, give themselves chances. Missing out on the stack, though, is really going to be, I think, kind of the overarching point on that round 2 offense, without question. But I get it. Like, you're running out of lives on both sides. You're in their spawn. You're finding a good participation. You're getting a lot of kills. You got to stack the point.
Yeah, you might get it, Alan, but me, I definitely don't get it. Because even after we got the 4 kills, King of Body jumped off the top end and found another 2, and we still didn't stack. So you could have probably killed all 30 of them the entire time and not stacked that point. That's that kind of play call that's just going to come back to haunt you, because you potentially could already be in the round number 5, guaranteed on defense, and potentially closing it out 3-0 with that small mistake now. Gives Stallions an opportunity back into this series. They secure the control. We watch what they're able to do on protocol. The SMGs start to get lost, and your life becomes a living hell. Simple as that. That's the way the control is played on protocol, but just that small mistake potentially might come back to bite Vegas. Hopefully they're able to shake it off, because now they're going into a red card hardpoint where these engagements are going to be very, very high on both sides. It's just all about who's going to be able to stabilize the map a little bit more.
And I think, you know, the benefit here to kind of evaluate, I mean, we talked about it at the very top of the best of 5, like the longer the series goes, the more you start to feel like it favors Stallions, just because the red card hardpoint has been great for them. They also 6-1 to squad on Hacia to search and destroy last week. So you've got, like, these last 3 maps do feel great, I think, if you're the Stallions. However, this SMG duo for Vegas has really awoken. here in
Oh, yeah.
Challengers. And I think in particular today, they really have shown through all 3 maps that these guys can not just hang with everybody else, they can possibly best everybody else. They're going to need that. I mean, flat out. I mean, there's going to be a lot of like rogue routes being hit through mid-map and out towards the outsides at stage where if, as an SMG player, like you just have to win your ones. So
Yeah.
we'll see if that will come true, or can Stallions kind of benefit off of what is a map that largely finds some of our most amount of overall engagement.
Yeah, and I feel like if you're the Stallions, the way you want to get it done is by rotating. It's as simple as that, because so far when we watch Vegas Academy and Hardpoints versus other teams, when they get out rotated, they tend to struggle to break their way back on in. And on a map like Red Card, where you want to dominate that hedge control, you want to make sure you trap them in towards the backside of some of these old hard points, winning that rotation over towards the new, because a lot of these hills can tend to be 60s. You just can't allow someone on the side of Vegas to get lost the way that they did in map number 1. And I think it was on the SMGs. You said it perfectly, Alan. Like the fact that King of Body and King were just doing whatever the hell they want on the opening hard point, setting up pinches, knowing that their ARs were blocking the certain spawns, and made the game a lot easier. But on a map like Red Card, where those SMGs probably are going to be as felt as the ARs because of how big the map is, might make it a little more difficult for them to have that same synchronization here.
Yeah. Okay. That's the frame up. What's going on in our B stream? Do we know?
I'll tell you right now. Let me see. 3-0. Pioneers. Game over.
All right,
They
game
get
over.
in.
Yeah, so yeah, that at least gives us that guarantee. So now you're in a position to where with Syndicate winning, KC winning, the ball's sitting there saying, wow, we need Vegas to lose. Although it may not make much of a difference if they're
No.
both 2 and 3. Who
Because on
beat
map
who?
counts.
Vegas beat Cabal, right?
Oh, yep. GG.
Okay. That makes the math easy. So now we're just watching bonus COD, so to speak. This is just extra COD. All these teams that we have now will be locked in. Cabal with their loss, and again losing the head-to-head to Vegas.
Wait. No. Cabal beat them 3-1 last week.
Did they?
Cabal beat them 3-1 last week. So Cabal are praying right now that Vegas lose. It's as simple as that. They are praying that they
Okay.
lose.
Never mind. Don't listen to me. Listen to Jay. Jay's smarter than I am. We know
I
this.
just looked at the numbers. Not really smart. I just looked at my screen to my left. Man,
Smarter
it's
than
all
me. Then
numbers.
I didn't look at him. I was just assuming.
Oh, it's okay, pal. Don't worry about it. It's all right. So Cabal still are technically fighting for a spot without controlling their own destiny. They have their pom-poms out for the Stallions here in this map number 4. Because a potential reverse sweep is on the cards for the Stallions. The reason why you're seeing such a long fly map through, because I'm pretty sure there's an issue currently with the game, so you will continue to hear us as we talk over this map. Look at that beautiful trophy.
Love that. Can we get that for like, I don't know what, Calendar Elite trophy?
That'd be lit. Wait, Challenge the Lead had to be superior. We
saying.
got that kind of trophy.
You can't get rid of the CDL trophy. That thing's iconic.
Nah, it is. It really is.
Good. I've seen worse. What would you say is like the best CDL major base trophy? Is it the squirrel with the nut?
Yeah, I guess so, because that was the most creative. Like that was like Ultra's
Agreed.
event, and then Ultra used their logo, which is a squirrel, if you guys didn't know, and turned it into a trophy with a diamond, a beautiful shiny diamond in that center. Without question, the most creative. I think my number 2 though would be, what was it? Vanguard season and the Subliners throwing that event in New York. I remember their trophy was pretty sick too.
The one that wasn't allowed to be the trophies.
Yeah,
I was
that one,
thinking
yeah.
of the same exact
Yeah,
trophy as
that
like,
one.
yeah, that was pretty hot too. Love it. Man, we should get that as like a throwback, just
Right?
because Subliners aren't involved anymore. Let's just throw that trophy in here. I don't know if you guys can hear my Alexa. There's someone at my front door. In case you're wondering. I don't know if you guys heard that or not. But I need to turn that off. We're waiting on gameplay, so we're gonna keep answering.
Yep.
We're gonna keep talking.
Simple as that.
What was your thoughts on Minor One? I mean, I haven't get a chance to really talk to you. How'd you feel about the event?
Honestly, I thought it was awesome. I thought it was awesome from a player perspective, because you're sitting there playing league matches every single week. It's only for 10 points. Sometimes, like, it's not as driving to some of these players.
Right.
Then when you see, like, there's a first place with some money on the line, that allows you to have that extra lock-in mode, and that's what we saw this weekend out of FaZe. Like, the fact that they were able to go through the Thieves the way that they did, make it all the way to the grand finals after beating Minnesota in such a tight series, but then they took care of Carolina with the way that the SMGs were playing. And that only scares me now going forward for the CDL, because we thought, all right, FaZe are falling off after the first 2 weeks. Everybody in the league was sitting there like, thank God. But these guys seem to be back, man,
bro.
and that shakes up everyone.
There's something like really peculiar about this FaZe team right now, because like end of last year, everyone was just like, bro, you can't keep being top 3 Silver Surfer in all these majors. Dude, they didn't make a change. They win the WC. Nope, they're fine. Yep. They're good. Slow start to this year. That long holiday break. They need to make a change. Nah, they win minor one. They'll be fine. It's gonna be interesting, man. I don't know about you, but like I had a really tough time like trying to build out a power ranking for the CDL, because I feel like all the top 6 teams right now could beat each other without question.
I'm down. I'm down for it. Like between, well, I think like the only like upset potential team that we have that can potentially take down top dogs, Boston. I guess you can also say Minnesota. I love the way that they play COD.
Yeah, I got Minnesota top 6 right now. I've got them with Atlanta, LA, Optic, Toronto. Who am I missing? Carolina.
Okay. Yeah, Carolina's guaranteed.
I think my top 6 anyone can beat anyone, and then Boston I got just on the outside. So it's gonna be a really fun couple of weeks before we get to the major. Even more fun when we get to the major. Here we go. We'll jump into the action here though. Right on into the red card. Vegas, nice strong start, but FaZe bounce back, find the kills, get back into the hill.
They're doing a great job so far of soaking up this time without having the preferred size that they want for that next hard point. But 3 kills go in favor of the Stallions. So even with Vegas trying to stay alive over towards the backside of stage, they might not have an opportunity to do so. Stallions so far coming out swinging.
Yeah, I'll say. And they're doing so in a way that's like, again, you take the focus from the front, and then as soon as they get the advantage, someone's running around the backside, hitting little mini pinches. And a lot of that is, I think, credit to what the ARs have been able to do to start. Encourage at a 5-2 opener. Hercules trying to get involved. Right around the back. Ooh, mixy moment here. Split spawn situation. The hard point just coming to an open. And how about it? They just got to be using that to their benefit. They clean out the back to the Stallions, though. Now their focus can be purely on the front.
Needed a couple kills to go their way before they decide to hop into the hard point. You don't want to start off these initial gunfights, potentially lose them, and continuously spawning towards the back. Trades are abound. Hercules and Abe are able to find 2. You're still spawning towards that backside with 30 seconds left. Just continue to soak this time, because right now it seems like Vegas is just consistently fighting from the front.
Yeah. And that's not going to work out. Holy Hercules! Oh my! We predicted the King of Body, but can't quite snap. Encourage, though, following up, and yeah, he has really started to light things up here in map number 4. Works AR in hand. That will work. Oh my, he is looking feisty as well. Both weapons to play with. Back into the hard point. Works pistol. Will finish off essentially the full wipe. That was one of those just why not heat check moments. And that's going to gain extra time and space for Stallions to get their setup over towards P3.
Yeah, and Vegas were playing that great. At least trapped them in towards the back, not really allowing them to soak that time. But in those final 15 seconds, they all fall at the wrong time and now spawn all the way at, thankfully Glow Frosty, the player that was less of the spawn that knew, not able to get anything though. So Stallions are fully set up. They know when the pressure's coming in. How long can they continue to hold in such a tight setup?
Well, one of the push-offs already coming through, but Lurk still turns that into an elimination, and it's all Stallions. This is the exact opposite of what we saw in map number 1. It's been all Stallions all the time so far. Lurks, my goodness gracious. Little YY back over to the pistol. Let me just get that out real quick. 72 plays 18, and Vegas are spawning in the worst possible spot as we look to new.
Yeah, we're getting world start so far this map if you are Vegas. Need to try to turn it around. Going over towards P4, they know exactly where you are. They have players that are watching the overextension. No one from Vegas has any breathing room. It's now a 60-point difference. You are QK. Spawn on the complete opposite side. You got to make a kill count.
Hercules on 4. Just dancing back and forth. King of Body, nowhere to go there. And now he's got Glow Frosty through the rear view window. Not quite able to finish. But still, the time and the space allows essentially 30 seconds for free to go to the Stallions before FaZe, or the Vegas Academy team can find a way to try to break on in. Abe, nice free fire, lots of damage, still turns that into a kill. It gives a chance to his teammates, but the follow from Glow Frosty's perfect, playing top hedges, he gets 3. 20
seconds left. Stallions said, okay, we'll just try to fight you on mid-map off your rotation. We'll be the team early setup at the new. Curry's not willing to give this up. Actually, the entire roster has said, screw the rotation. We're still going to fight you at old. 70-point difference is going to be Vegas walking away with that final junk time, but fully set up now is going to be Stallions. And just by fighting that old hill now created so many layers to make it even more difficult for Vegas to even get close to this Hardpoint.
There's a lot of time here on bleachers, and it's not getting any better here for Vegas Academy as Mercules will bump forward, Lurks will jump into the hill, and they're still finding eliminations. Wow, the snap from Encourage. Holy cow. Vegas Academy in a really bad spot right now. They need to find a way to get this thing back underneath grips, and it's got to be in this last 30 going over to do.
We need this timeout
Badly.
So far, they're doing a good job of at least trying to get it, but Stallions with the lead that they have, you don't really have to start thinking about that rotation until about 10 seconds. They're setting up free pinches. Abe finds 2. Team shots good enough for the 3rd and the 4th. Final 15 in favor of the Stallions. And Abe has just got a read on this. Like, he knows that they're coming right here, especially when that stun gets invested.
Well, Elevator will be used for the high ground. Courage playing right underneath it. And King will turn that into a double. So good moment here for Vegas to control the map. But what does the follow-up look like? Can't even get a hard point. And now Encourage is... Whoa. I'm going to say, he's destroying the possibility of them playing through hedge side, but game came to an end right there. It looked like there was a moment, kind of hard to tell, but that last kill, like, whoever was coming up the stairs was, like, kind of, like, gliding.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
A little bit odd, so. See what's going on there.
I guess that happened, but the Stallions were playing great, Al. Like, the Stallions, they were playing, without question, the better team on that map. Out-rotating them, trapped them in towards the back when they needed to, flipping spawns when they needed to. Yeah, Vegas might be blessed off this reset cheese right here.
Reset cheese is crazy, but such is the way it goes, my man. Let's take a look here. Okay, so 138.51 is the tally that we're at least going where we ended the game at. Whether or not that holds or we reset, different story. The interesting thing, kind of, I want to talk about this a little bit. Maybe it's a little premature, but we've got time to. The one thing that I worry about, and we see this starting to occur with the Vegas Falcons and the CDL team, and what we're starting to see signs of here, is like map fluency's not high. It doesn't feel like at the moment. Like Vegas Falcons, they've been playing a lot of Skyline, they've been playing a lot of Vault.
Yeah.
This Academy team plays a lot of Vault. Like, it just, whenever you see them get to another map, it just doesn't feel like they have the same level of like knowledge and awareness and mastery that they bring to those aforementioned maps. And that's where I kind of worry about this team at the moment is, again, in terms of how they learn the game. If they're going like one map at a time to master by, you're just not going to win many series like that.
No.
And I worry about the integrity of this series if they just happen to be a Vault Masterclass team.
And I think that answers our question earlier, Alan. Like, if the Academy team is playing the Pro team, I guess that's guaranteed. Like, if we only like Vault, that's going to be one of those maps where you need to be preparing for the other maps. Like, I know you're scrimming against your team is probably a stronger map on both ends, but we need to be looking better and more polished in these other maps because every time, like you said, they spawn in on another one, they're getting steamrolled early on into these games. Can't have that.
Definitely feels that way, but we're gonna head to a break, figure out what's going on. Are we gonna get a full reset, or are we gonna try to hold the integrity of the gap in the game? Not sure. We don't make those rules. We're just here for a good time. Maybe a long time if we get to Bat 5. Who knows? We'll be back after this. Don't go far. back, everybody. We're jumping on back into map number 4, the red card Hardpoint. It will look like a fresh restart, but it's not. We're gonna hold on to the gap in the score that we had prior to the disconnect. So what that means is we're gonna have new win conditions. We're not gonna play to 250. That would be a full reset. We're not gonna do that. So Jay, instead, Stallions will have to get to 120 points before Vegas get to 199. So those are the two numbers. Keep in the back of your mind here. Otherwise, just sit back and enjoy some COD. That's all I can say.
Okay. All right. So what you're telling me is Stallions just need 2 flawless 60s hold to force the game number 5?
Correct.
With the way that they were playing, with the way that the ARs are shooting, with the way that the submachine guns are popping 2 pieces left and right through ticket, yeah, I think they should be in the heavy driver's seat, only needing 79 less points to close out this game. But it still doesn't shy away from the fact that this has been a phenomenal series, man. Like Vegas Academy, they came out at least in the first 2 maps and just punched the Stallions right in the mouth. We obviously get to the protocol control. That has been the response for the Stallions whenever they're down and almost looking out in these series. They miraculously are always able to walk away with protocol control to at least force this game number 4. But now, if you are the Stallions with that little bit of a break, I don't know if that damages them, or at least both teams agreed to this was going to be the score line. I'm just ready for another map 5, Alan. It's simple as that, because we have yet to be blessed with anything other than a map 5 here on the Alpha broadcast.
That's correct. And I think our streak is looking likely to continue.
Same.
Not bad. Not bad. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if this little break is really going to affect Stallions at all. I'll be honest with you. I mean, they're playing good macro gameplay. They were shooting bodies. They're feeling feisty. The ARs are popping off, which is refreshing to see. I think not the first time, but we often kind of get captivated and pulled to the direction of Lurks when he's just doing his thing in the back line. But to see Merc and to see Encourage just kind of tee off a little bit, definitely, I think, just goes to show the confidence for the Stallions team is going to be pretty high. So lots, I think, to look at when it comes down to how Glowfrosty comes back out of this, and he start to, fire back a little bit, not get caught, get into good positions, allow his SMGs a chance, because at the moment, QK and Glowfrosty, I think, largely have just been kind of not in the best spots, thanks to the tempo and the convincing nature that the Stallions have kicked off this red card.
Yeah, and that might have been like the best way I was watching red card on the minimap, because you're usually expecting people to spawn out on the backside of P2, instantly try to flip on down. Now you got to read pinches. But they were great at micromanaging those little things, realizing, okay, one person done slipped out, we'll take care of him. They're still all going to be spawning in towards the back. And if they continue to do that, this game we're going to a map 5. So if you are the Stallions, that's how you just get it done. Just do the fundamental part. That's what I said before the map even started. Out-rotate them, and you will be able to at least force this game number 5.
Well, let's see if that will continue to be the case as we jump right back in to this red card Hardpoint. Again, the numbers you need to keep an eye out for. For Stallions, they need 120. For Vegas, they need 199. Whoever hits those numbers first wins. At 5, or maybe not. Hard to say. What a start this is. Again, Vegas this time, really solid. 3 ARs in hand. King of body by himself with the SMG, even getting a little bit aggressive, and they're going to force Stallions to spawn in a very weird spot.
Yeah, and they're soaking so much of this T1 time already. So now where the Stallions have to try to contest it, but also fight their way over towards Hedge. King of body just flies on in and gives up his life for free, and Mercury's letting him know about it. It's not a good chow in that kind of situation. You allow the Stallions now to work their way back on in, chipping closer and closer, getting to that 120-point mark.
Yeah. Second life, much better than the first here for SC Stallions.
Hello.
And Encourage to let them know about that.
Oh my God, through the wall?
Okay, I guess so. Why not? That's going to lead to not just time here on the scrap at 1, but more importantly, a rotational win over to 2. Now, this is kind of fighting the war on 2 fronts in a way. The Stallions need to deal with this hedge play before they can really fully turn their focus around to the back. And in that moment, QK able to at least get 1 player out of the hill. Semtex from Abe. Good read on this as well, and the Stallions now have the control they want.
Oh, and they also trying to set up this pinch from Mercury's. Is not successful on that aspect. The pressure has to be to the front. Thankfully, Encourage on 5 in a row before being taken down. Find an opening kill. Lisa Lurk flying in for that trade. The lead still heavily in favor of the Stallions, but Vegas, with those 3 pieces on the kill feed, they'll be able to potentially soak with this final 20 and push their way on out.
King on the rotation, caught at mid. Has to hold the spike a while longer. Good read onto Mercules. Really good patience from King. Trying to find a way to stretch over towards Garage. He's got the body kind of trailing behind him, but he does not think that Abe was running with him. So, again, it's going to be at least a rotational win for now to Vegas, but Stallions will get a setup in the front, and they should be able to try to get this range quickly.
Oh, but QK needs that gunfight back. Once you lose their control, your teammate on hill starts to panic a little bit, and now everyone is getting gunned to bits. Because that's all 4 dead. All of Vegas spawning towards the backside. Opening Nate good enough to at least have that player weak, but Abe better with the movement. Still finds that kill.
Yep. Break though here from Vegas. Take a while, but it does work out. And that's a full wipe on top of that. Okay. Again, they need to grow this gap a little bit wider. 199 is what Vegas will need. Stallions pause at 40 seconds. Abe on the re-break. Good to at least contest some of this time initially. Frosty on the staircase. Dealt with as Abe puts him to peace. And that'll be the Stallions with a chance to kind of at least continue to contest this scrap time. It'll be a little bit late on this rotation over, especially with Gold Frosty in their way. He gets 2, holds the pivot point for a moment, and Vegas Academy will have a chance to try to fight this thing 50-50.
Yeah, they have the numbers, but already off the respawn, they're instantly going to be able to set up that crossfire. After the Stallions, you're being the aggressors. You know where the pressure's coming in. That's all 4 dead again. They only need 60 points now. So at least force this game number 5. All out pressure from Vegas through top mid. They finally miss 2 kills, a potential break on the card.
Yeah, Abe, though, is still behind this play. Mercules finds the first contact from the front. Abe, mid-map, not able to win the battle. Stallions still in control, though. Lurks off of the weird spawn. Makes good on it. And the Stallions are still in the hard point. Mercules is still just kind of dealing with this pressure as it comes to his front door. Nade's denied by trophy system. Contest on the top side of the stage. Encourage going to allow him to stay here for a moment, but chases up nicely. Really good stuff from the Stallions on the scrap time. They got essentially 50-plus points here in a hard point that looked like Vegas were right at the front door the entire time.
And they're already off the rotation towards new. Gonna be able to breach that 100-point no mark. Only gonna need about 20 seconds. Eventually, when someone decides to get into the hard point. They're just playing for the kills, trying to stabilize the spawns. Now with King falling, everyone turn around. They're coming from the lower side Askies.
Yeah, and Abe is in a position to try to run back behind Dimensions if he wants to. No one in the hard point, though. UK has pieced up a couple from the front. Abe able to find one, but again, Stallions just don't get into the hard point. And now there's a lifeline here for Vegas. Again, the tally they need is pretty severe, but it's a good moment. Abe finally comes back to the hard point, clears it out once again. Encouraged with the pistol will win it, but Vegas are still in the hill.
Yeah, Stallions can close this one out. I guess they just want it to be the most perfect scenario with all 4 dead before someone decides to jump on into the damn hard point. There it is. For the final 7 seconds, they get closer and closer to the 120 mark.
Yep.
Force this game 5, but now it has to be picture perfect. 16 seconds here for the Stallions.
Yeah, looking like they're just going to get it here on P1 as well. Vegas double up from the front. Trade is out. Hard point goes neutral. Lurks to chase up for the trade. Good for it. More on the way. Lurks. Oh, wow. Catches another, leaving the numbers advantage now to the Stallions. The chase down, though, denied. King holding his position. He turns that into 3 for him. And Vegas will stay in the hill and, again, not allow the Stallions, even though they get a convincing kill feed, to get at really any time at all.
Yeah, I don't know how many more kills they need to close out this game. That's another 3 dead in the feed. Spawning Vegas across the map. 8 seconds needed to force game 5. Let's just get it done here.
And that will likely do it. One more chance to touch. Abe will put it out of question. So Stallions will take the map. Only needed to get to the 120 mark, and that means that, hey, we've got ourselves a map 5. We're keeping it that way the entire time. This might be the first time, and it's very possible, considering that the games are only going to get better as we get into playoffs. We may get full series every single match we broadcast this year. Okay?
Brother, that's basically been just us all season. Even in the CDL, on championship minor 1 weekend.
Yeah.
We get back-to-back game 5s. We come in throughout the entire league. Every single match so far has been a game 5. And I absolutely love it. I'm here for it. Give me all the quality that you want.
Well, you got it. You want it, you got it. There's no question about it. So, let's take a look back. I don't know if we have a chance to look back over our series. I'm sure our producer Ray's trying to do like accurate math right now. So it was 250 to like, what was the math? Like, Just say 250 to some other smaller number.
Yeah, I think they needed like 120. I think so it was like 250, 130 at the end of that game.
Make up a number. Let's call. What they had? What? Because they had 80 points or something in that.
And then they got like 79. Yeah. So they needed 199, got 79. Turns it into 120. So they lost by 120. So 250 to 130.
There it is. Okay. Math. There it is. Here's our highlight package, though. Stallions coming back out of the reset. Not really with any major considerations, right? I mean, they were looking just as good in their opener as they had been in the reset. I think the big moment is on the reset. This playthrough staircase was just almost inexcusable at certain levels where Stallions were just getting away with murder in and out of the different levels of the garage.
And then when you get over towards the P5, like, Stallions, I don't know what we were doing. We should have ended the game out there. We're finding every kill in the feed, but no one wants to hop in the objective. Guess they were just trying to shoot a couple more bodies so they eventually reached that 250-point mark. But 250 to 144, my math was terrible. That's why they have it. That's why they do it on the back end. But at least we're going to this map number 5 in Hacienda Search and Destroy, where we have watched the Stallions play this before. And the last time we saw them, they walked away with a clean 6-1 victory over a team who we thought was a powerhouse in Search and Destroy, the Pioneers.
Yeah, that's a really big point. So, again, there are numbers of people who are rooting actively against this Vegas Falcons team because that head-to-head will tilt in favor of Cabal, as we have learned. So Hacienda Search and Destroy, in my mind, I'm automatically going back to the last time we saw Stallions in this map. They 6-1 beat the brakes off team. So they look good here. I think it's just down to, can Vegas continue to show us some new stuff? Because we did see on the Vault Search and Destroy, they were able to get a couple of good nades early, and really from there on out, Stallions just were never able to get good offensive looks. At a team that likes to play aggressive, that likes to kind of play through you, if they're not able to do that, that could be something that Vegas utilized as a catalyst to take this map number 5. But we're going to head to a break. The players a chance, I guess, to break again. I'm not sure why, but we are going to do that because it's challengers and we can do whatever we want down here. Go to a little small break. We'll come back. Map number 5 coming up after this. back. We have cast another best of fives. If you like COD, you're in the right spot. 'Cause we got all of it. We got every single bit of it. 2 hard points, 2 searches, and a control. It's a guarantee every single time you see our faces on screen. That's pretty nuts. Think about it that way. But what's on the line here for our squads? FaZe, already good to go. They're going to make it into the playoff bracket. No problems there. For Vegas, they have to win. They have to win this map number 5. Otherwise, they will be in a head-to-head tiebreaker situation with Cabal in which they lose. So, winning in. Search and destroy. Hacienda. Jay, talk to me.
Hacienda can tend to get out of hand early on into these rounds, man, because we know it's all about the pressure that you find yourself putting on towards the hallways. And with the way that Vegas showed us that they can play Vault, it literally relied on a lot of individual play. On a map like Hacienda, where these team fights are going to come in very, very quickly, especially towards some of these sites. We're talking about taking away top open, taking away top secret hallway, so you can get them some objective downs on both sides. That's what we saw great out of the last times we saw Stallions on this team. It was Lurks getting lost. It was Abe getting lost. It was Encourage finding himself in 1v2 clutches left and right. It's just when you're putting yourself in a situation where you're forcing either King or King of Body to try to shut down one lane and they get bombarded, you're basically giving up that side of the map, and that's exactly what Stallions are looking for, to take that away from you and play to their numbers advantage. So if you are Vegas, you got to use your teamwork here. On a map like Hacienda, where you're feeling like, okay, my gunny's hot, I can go out there and do it by myself. No, you cannot. You would get cost. I mean, you would cost your team in that situation if you come in on one of those solo chows and you're not expecting all 4 to turn that corner.
Yeah, very true. And I think there's also a level, like, after watching some of the pro teams play this map as well over this last weekend, of like, you kind of have to be calculated in knowing what might be open and what those timings will look like, because you can't watch everything on this map. It's just not possible. And I think a lot of the teams that we've seen from the offensive side have found success kind of forcing the issue down through Fountain and into Bar. Not going to be the case here. Stallions are going to get ourselves a 4v3 right over the top of the rock. Slide out comes through. Lurks for the opener. Follow up from Glow Frosty Decent, leaving King now by himself. Abe tagged up, but it's going to be Lurks who beats him to the punch. Oh, leaving now QK to come forward. He turns it into a 1v1.
Oh, that timing on that kill was perfect. He's able to get it and get out with his life. Are you going up against Lurk, who already finds himself on 3 in the round? Potentially the ace on the cards, and they're right next to each other.
Yeah, I mean, legitimately, it's just one's up top, one's down low. And QK is hoping that he can catch Lurks out exploring. Bomb collected by Lurks. QK still just playing his timing. He pushes the door towards office. Timing here's great. Shots are out. Doesn't quite connect. Lurk's not going to try to for the plant, though. He's not yet, and things will reset.
Oh, now that bomb's getting planted. You're going to have QK going on a super long route. Got to work his way back into the play. Just going to jump himself back into close, and might have another engagement on our hands. You just got to turn around.
It's all about the timing here through the open hallway. Oh, whose gun gets up faster? Lurk has to take the battle! Oh, my goodness! First 2 shots are clean from QK. Lurks slides out, slides back, doesn't miss a bullet. Let's see it in slow motion.
Oh, my God. The reach out, the swerving of that corner. Lurks finds himself taking an ace in the opening round. It's like they always come back, Alan. I promise you, that's a trait that you figure out early into your COD career. They tend to usually always come back when you put down those shots. Because it's the only advantage they have to try to win that gunfight.
Yep.
And Lurk makes it count for Stallions to secure the first round.
Oh, and he gets a nade touch here as well over towards this hallway. You know there's going to be some sort of a challenge. Now he's on 5 in a row. He wants 6. He knows 6 is around the corner. Lurks. What?
Teammate was Plat.
No way that kills all the way to Plat like that.
Oh, man, that's got to be devastating if you're Abe. You're thinking like, I got out to dodge. I'm good. You got that trade, we're valid. That dude, 16 walls. He's able to find that team kill on accident.
With an
Still
SMG.
3v2, though. And the round comes to an end with Mercury's finally a pinch double.
What? First of all, I didn't know you could wallbang that. Second of all, well, with an SMG, apparently you can. Mercury's, I think, gets the final 2 here, at least one of the final 2. But Lurks is off to the races. 6 kills through 2 rounds. Definitely had a chance at finding more in that round as well. So RCXD's been earned. Hellstorm's not too far away. And FC Stallions since the control have been all action.
Yeah, Lurk, the only answer I have for that, he's got to be shooting nukes out of this Jackal.
I'm saying.
It's as simple as that. The guy's feeling himself so far in this Game 5. And we've seen him have takeover maps like this. Couple kills off of earning the Hellstorm. Unfortunately, you're not prepared for the same exact play call coming in from the Vegas. 3 stacks over towards B. Now leaves Mercules in a 1v4.
Yeah, the Falcons desperately needed that a round that looked like that. It just a straight counter. You win the shots right in through mid. You completely get them caught off guard. Really, really nicely done. No follow-ups allowed whatsoever. So, little triple stack for the Falcons over in towards that rock open hallway. Works out nicely, and they get a flawless round here in the third.
Yeah, big thing to also shut down Lurk off of potentially earning that Hellstorm. Because he can use and contest both of those sites. Now Vegas trying to build a little bit of momentum here. Back on the attack they go. And it was the pressure that they try to apply over towards A. That was instantly blind counter on the side of Stallions. Do they go right back to it? Because they did the same thing on defense.
Oh, it's going to be a mashup here. Bottom mid. Body. I think he knows that Miraculous is playing on the heady. Tech's out, stun through. They do also, well, they don't catch Courage. Initially, works down behind. Ooh, difficult gunfight with King. They kind of just run at each other over top of the staircase. And it will be a 2-for-1 exchange favoring Vegas.
And I love this. Look at Vegas' play call. You have King of Body pushing out towards the backside of 10, opening up that A site. Just no one watching over secrets. So if you're that bomb carrier, you don't want to commit until you put yourself in the proper angle. Finally, he does. Bomb getting planted. 3v2. Aben and Courage left to clutch on up.
And they're going to try to retake from Wells' side by the look of it at the moment. No, just kidding. Going to split focus and encourage. Yeah, this is one of those weird moments where Lil Frosty just turns first. Now it's just down to Abe. 1v3. Knows he's got a player out well, but where's everybody else? And he needs to figure that out immediately. Doesn't matter. Okay, good 2 bounce back rounds in a row right there for Vegas Academy.
And Vegas are not shying away from their game plan. That's back-to-back rounds where they said, okay, they caught us off guard because they traded better at B on the defensive side. This time they say, okay, we're going to take mid-map away from you and don't trap ourselves into his top secret. I thought King of Body was going to catch some really bad COD timing there on that bottom line gunfight, but uses the Semtex to back him down. The reach out comes in. He finds that kill. Now Vegas able to tie the game up at 2. Back to the defensive side they go, and their game plan might simply just be, we shut them down at B, we stand a pretty good chance of walking away with the defense.
Yeah, that's super true. Or just shut down Lurks. This time, no focus at all for Vegas towards B. They're actually trying to make a quick run for King of Body around the back. And this is taking time here for Stallions to develop this play. And I think they know. Yeah, they do. Yeah, I was going to say they know the bomb carrier, or at least one member for the Stallions is still up top. So it's 3 straight eliminations. Vegas, again, the perfect response defensively.
1v4 again for Mercules. Bomb down through top hallway. So it's yet to move. Just trying to at least essentially open up with a kill. Just going to recover that bomb. Get some info on at least one player. But as soon as you shoot, all those arrows are going to spin.
Yeah, I was going to say everyone's just sitting in corners as well. So, okay. On the bounce after Lurks' ace +2, it's been 3 straight convincing rounds for this Vegas Academy. 2 really good responses defensively. The little crossfire set up towards Rock. This one down low, kind of on the flank behind. The offensive round also coming together. A lot of it happening in the first 30, 40 seconds or so of these rounds, though. Vegas, again, kind of doing the same thing they did on Vault, just winning out these rounds in the first break-off attempts.
Yeah, and as soon as they're gaining the info, they're using it to their advantage. They're realizing, okay, there's no presence towards top open, no stuns or nades over towards Rock, so they have to be going over towards A. And King of Body every single time has worked his way behind enemy lines for a route that he's developing. Now you work your way back towards Secret. We saw how it didn't work out first time you did it, but at least you're able to find one there. 3v2 now. UK and Glow Frosty.
UK playing over the top of the bomb, not wanting to go for the plan as of yet. Hoping for some contact to turn this into a 2v2. It will likely be action that determines the round, though, especially with the Stallions is grouped up together. UK's timing on this is everything, and oh, he's just hard staring at the Connector, the hit
won't
is
see
on
him,
the way,
though.
though, from fences, and he gets out through Connector. Hold on a second. Glow Frosty. He can get around back this play. It could work out. QK finds the first, gets away. Glow Frosty needs to make a decision how he wants to try to support this, though. And they're still worried that Stallions are all over the map. They're not. They're trying to play through it. He's going to get a chance at this. Information gain. Glow Frosty gets to come to the play now.
Both 1v1s. 2 1v1s on complete opposite sides of the map. Glow Frosty has the info on the other. But QK is just playing his life so well. Now with 15 seconds left, you might just need 1 kill to secure this round.
There's the first. 12 seconds on the clock. Abe, he's so far away.
Time.
Does he get back to the bomb in time? Ooh, he got it at like 7.6. It's going to be real tight. The animation may lie to us, though, and it doesn't. 0.2 seconds remains. Stallions clutch up. That is bold from Abe.
Big round right there from Abe, man, because I thought he wasted a lot of time committing on that gunfight to QK, but thankfully he was able to get it with 0.2 remaining on that defuse. There's a couple more seconds you needed to stall out there if you were Glow Frosty, though. At that point, like, once you get that first kill, there's 13 seconds left. I'm playing a corner, Alan. I promise you I am.
Yeah,
I'm not peeking, because at that point, you're either going to stick to defuse and take the round, or you're going to find me and kill me. Just don't give it to him and just ran right into the wrong pre-aim. Now at 3-3, we're going right back to the aggressive push through mid-hallway. King of body strikes first, but King effective on a trade on the team kill. Makes it a 3v3.
Yeah, that's almost the exact same setup that we saw from a couple of rounds ago where Stallions trying to play through open hall. It's just met by Vegas Academy. The only problem this time is the team fodder that comes out. But now you've got a situation where numbers favor Stallions. The RCXD has already been spent. And it looks like Stallions just going to rewrap this thing, join each other over towards A, and try to play it from the bottom side of the minimap.
Just the longer they wait, work the bomb plant, the potential timing might not be in their favor, but Lurk able to find that kill on the King. Now Glow Frosty positioning known, 1v3, 79 HP, and a dream. We will see you later, Stallions. Back-to-back rounds. Take the advantage again.
Yeah, clean. Okay. Wow. This has been a really solid map 5. Both teams really answering each other in great form. So what changes now? Stallions, small edge. 4-3 up, but Vegas have found a lot of success on their offense. Just 0.2 seconds difference between them being up 4-3 versus where we currently stand.
A lot of aggression. Through top secret. This time it's QK with the AR. Pushes up for that first blood. Abe effective on the hop up for the trade. So 3v3. Bomb starting to get it planned for Falcons, but look at how far King was pushed up. They have the entire map cut off.
This is a really good decision from Vegas Academy to get the bomb planted. They know that there's no one who can peek through connector. They just don't know what's out here. And this is going to have to wait until Encourage comes all the way around the back, and in that process, they lose Lurks. So now Abe from the high ground, 2v2. They know a player's well side, at least he was. And Abe's going to wait to see if there's some sort of a rewrap. The problem is he loses his teammate, so now Abe has to make the play by himself. 20 seconds on the clock. Clutched up the last time. Can he do it here? Body slide, backside 10. Nope, crossfire shots are in. Vegas Academy ties at 4.
That's fantastic plays, man, for that opening first blood. Even though it gets traded, they commit on the bomb plant. Once King was able to take away top plat. And I love that right there out of Vegas, because they use what was thrown at them, and they use it to the best of their abilities with the map control. They turn it into a 2v2. Glow Frosty was camping over towards well. He just puts down shots to make sure, you know, I was on this side of the map, but then you can always count on Glow Frosty to hit a repinch. Like, I feel like every time I watch him in Search and Destroy, he loves to play this island role, and when he's playing it well, that's the kind of results there. Tied up at 4.
Yeah. Wow. An absolute battle. Again, if you're joining late, Vegas have to win this map. And with that, the series to get into the playoff bracket. But the Stallions, they want to end their first stretch of group play in Season 1. Perfect. That's what's on the line. King of body. Slowly through the doors. Mercules. That should be a freebie, and it is. Takes a little while to develop, but doesn't make much of a difference. The only problem is, do they expect a second player on the flank? UK just needs to pull the attention back forward again. You've got King in such a good spot to try to pinch up behind this. Probably he's got an SMG. He's got to go quickly. Time is everything, Jay.
Timing is everything, and he's not going to check the corner. Walk right past Mercules. Now in the 1v2. Make it a 1v4. Yeah, QK stood no chance. And the Stallions are now going to be able to put themselves at game point. But that was one of those situations where we talked about in the beginning of the game. You read the early pressure, but then you're relying on individual players to make individual plays. Like, once you read that, you realize there's no presence towards the middle of the map. Send 2 people potentially on the flank, because then you're able to trade that kill out. Or wrap your way on back and fight your way through mid-door and help each other with your teammates.
Yeah.
But when King of Body just gets bad timing there, you basically say a GG on the round. Stallions now at game point.
Do or die time for Vegas. 2 rounds in a row required. These nades may land. Yep, sure do. Abe able to connect. UK drops. RCXD being operated. That's by King of Body, I believe. Yeah, sure is. And that will be destroyed. So now you don't have much map control at all, plus you're fighting a 3v4.
Everyone playing their base. They know when RC cars usually get invested, people start to tend to push up on the map and take it away from you. With 45 seconds left, it's seeming like the push is going to come in towards A. You just don't have any top secret control, so I don't know how much commitment they're going to have on this bomb plan early.
Yeah. May not make much of a difference, though, if you're Stallions. You just kind of keep playing these shoulders, catch your info, and then just try to, if you have to, play retake 4v3. Did Encourage see this? Doesn't look like he has. Vegas are going to have a chance at this, Jay.
Definitely have an opportunity here. Keep in mind, Glow Frosty is still alive, but I think it's just on the early contact that King and Glow Frosty need to find. King of Body could potentially find
That's
the timing.
everything.
He's able to get 1 3v3.
Yeah, that's all the nades for Stallions and the retake already been spent. And they're still trying to deal with King of Body. Whoa, Abe just kind of bounces backwards. Now it's just down to Glow Frosty. They know he's playing somewhere at mid-map. Shots are good for Abe.
1v1.
No follow-up. 1v1 with Mercules. Refresh is in. Merc is going to hop this. Glow Frosty, does he check it? Sure does, and we're going round 11.
I'm telling you, man, it's just something with Glow Frosty. When he finds himself in these clutch moments, he plays it super patient. Turns it into a one-on-one. This time he realizes, okay, I have to make sure you're not defusing because that's the only way I'll be demoralized at the end of this one. But he's able to clutch up in the 1-on-2 to force the round 11. 1 round standing in the way for Vegas Academy to make it into their very first elite playoff. What are they going to show here on defense?
I know it. Oh, mercy. Do they go back to the same little stack up? No, this time it's just going to be a flat-out 2-2 split. But UK and King.
Oh my God, he's so aggressive.
Forward on fences. He doesn't get stunned here either. You have to trust that King can at least get a 1-for-1, but the problem is the bomb's being planted. The King of Body's in the long flank, but King has to make an opening play. He finds the first for free.
Oh, he gains a lot of info as well. You're panicking if you're the Stallions players because you need this trade. King makes a double 3v2.
UK from the front. They're waiting on King of Body, though, from the back. He's going to clear out the things over towards fences, but do they get isolation? Over towards connector. Stallions will exit. 2v2. King of Body following up. He misses the timing on the Abe, who finds the freebie. Just down to QK. Sends one back to sender. 1v1. 14 seconds. You got to go. You cannot stay here in pre-aim. You've got to run. Abe off the reset through well. He's got the time in his favor, and QK's not going to hop in his time. Stallions will take the round 11, secure the reverse sweep, go perfect in their first ever Challengers Elite group stage, and in the same breath, they also eliminate Vegas Academy.
Oh, Cabal Gaming, Cabal GGs. They're sitting like, thank God these young guns came to play today, man, because obviously being down 0-2, losing the series the way that you did in the clean 3-0, you were relying on them to complete this reverse sweep. But Cabal, they're going to be able to make their way into the playoffs of Elite Stage 1. But if you're Vegas Academy, what are we doing, Alan? It's as simple as that. King puts himself in a great power position over towards A. He doesn't only just give you 1, he gives you 2 before anybody else is in an engagement. Like, what are we doing if you're Vegas? He just found a 2-piece. All we have to do is trade it out. Why are we still trying to locate where everybody else is on the map when we can just play from sight, get the kill, and then have one person at least standing to secure the defuse? They just had another mishap. They showed one on the control. They could have potentially walked away with a clean 3-0. But in the round 11, a two-piece out of King was not enough to clutch up in the 4v2. They get eliminated from Elite Stage 1, and that has to be so devastating.
Yeah, and it's one of those situations. This isn't the first time. This won't be the last time that we see the panic at high-level competition start to come out. Like you said, the control and protocol is really where it starts, right? I mean, it's just we get 8 straight eliminations, and we have 1 player on the B zone. Offensively, felt like a miss. And we get into a round 11 situation after Glow Frosty bails you out around 10. Just takes a little bit too long to develop, and honestly, we just give away a couple extra lives. So we look back at it, and it was all Vegas early. A convincing opening on the Vault Hardpoint. Yes, the score was tighter than I think the game actually sounded like or felt like. Vault Search and Destroy was pretty much all Vegas. After it was a 3-1 tally at one point in favor of the Stallions. They win 5 in a row there. And the protocol control, it was that round, was it round 3? Yeah, that offensive round, they just don't stack. They would have had round 5 favor if they could have won the round 4 offense. Didn't work out. And then red card, Hacienda, as it lists. Wow, crazy scenes. But with that, we get through our group stage, and it brings us to our first season of Challengers Elite and our double elimination playoff bracket, which will kick off tomorrow. This is how the bracket shakes out. In Group A, Amit, YFP, and Paranormal were all tied at 4-1. The Spartans get in early, and then on the other side of things, you had FaZe, of course, they're a perfect 5-0. SGP win a tiebreaker situation. KCP win a tiebreaker situation. And Cabal also win a bit of a tiebreaker situation to get in. Thoughts, Jay?
We're going to have a mixy, very mixy day number 1 tomorrow, because a lot of these teams, I don't think we've gotten the opportunity to see them play each other realistically. So this is going to be a first time. Obviously, you're scrimming against each other, but we have some high-powered submachine guns going up against some high-powered submachine guns. We saw that today between the Stallions and the Spartans. That series is going to be phenomenal. Paranormal, like, they just came out of nowhere. Like, I feel like we didn't really watch them on Alpha, but they ended up second overall in their group. They're going to be going against Pioneers. That one should be a fun one. SGP, I feel like they always have a stellar roster, man. They're always going to be able to compete, but they're going up against YFP, who did fall short today off of that number 1 seed. And then Cabal. That's the squad that I'm really focused on seeing, because you got your opportunity off of a loss to make it into the playoffs. Now you have an opportunity to right the wrongs, because once you get to the playoffs, it's anyone's game. You just have a tough matchup going against Omen Brooklyn, because they haven't fell short ever since that Game 5, Round 11 slip-up of the very beginning of the Elite.
Indeed the case. We got bangers all the way through. I'm perfectly primed and ready to watch that SGP YFP game, though. I think that's going to be, where the bread is baked and buttered on round number 1. But we've got a lot of action. We're going to have 3 matches tomorrow, 3 matches next week, and then our losers finals and grand finals to follow to get us through season 1. That was a lot of fun. So we're going to just go ahead, send things off, and then come back. We'll do it tomorrow. EU back in the afternoon, I believe 1 p.m. Eastern time, as they kick off their playoff bracket. We'll follow immediately behind that. It's been a lot of fun, man, but that is the end of our round robin stage, and it's only going to get weirder and more fun as we jump into the double elimination bracket. We'll catch you tomorrow. Till that point, bye-bye.